Dreamscape presents Brutal Devil, a dark arranged marriage mafia romance by Laura Whitney, narrated by Mia Madison and Xander Stone. Chapter 1. Luna. Club Venere is a graveyard. It's Saturday afternoon, and the place is dark, closed, and quiet. This club isn't just my father's moneymaker. It's the window dressing for his crime empire, a front for money laundering, an underground sex club, and God knows what else. I've never asked. When you grow up the way I did, you know when to keep your mouth shut, when to ask questions, when to look the other way, when to run. But here's the thing about Club Venere. It's never dead. It's never without people. Hundreds of 20-somethings crowded together, tanned, beautiful, elite, and horny. A line around the block, a velvet rope, bouncers at the doors who turn almost everyone away. It's been one of the city's most exclusive clubs for more years than I've been alive, open 7 days a week for a pick-your-poison corruption fest. Not today. Today, there's no music thumping with so much bass you can feel it in your chest like a second heartbeat. There are no writhing bodies. There's no bar flowing with top-shelf cocktails. No rooftop parties. No strobing lights. There are only a handful of people here now, and none of them are paying customers. But that's not what makes the blood in my veins freeze into ice, or my stomach flip like I'm going to puke my guts out right here on the polished floor. It's who they are, the top members of the Andriani crew, all brothers, all hot as hell, and all psychotic bastards. It's the way they're looking at me, like bloodthirsty hunters who just watched an innocent doe wander in front of their scopes. Their trigger fingers are itching, waiting for the perfect moment to shoot, to kill. One of them in particular gets to me more than the others. The tallest one, who's dressed head to toe in black except for a dazzling white shirt, his suit clinging to his well-muscled body in ways that should be illegal, hair as dark as his soul. I haven't seen him in years, but there's no forgetting who he is. Matteo Andriani, better known as Priest because of his role in the family. No one's better than Priest Andriani at getting a man to confess his sins just before he dies a painful death. "Luna, sweetheart." My father's voice is booming, his familiar accent more pronounced than usual. "I've missed you, Bella." Too loud, just like his smile. It's fake, all for show. Bella is the nickname he gave me all through my charmed childhood, before I realized the life I was living was a complete lie, just like the mistaken belief that he loved me was. He opens his arms like he wants a hug. I don't move, not bothering to initiate. There's a line of demarcation between us, and he's standing on the side of the Andriani brothers. This is one of those moments in my life when I wish I'd tried harder to be the daughter of a mafia don, when I wish I not only knew how to shoot a piece, but that I had one of my own, because if I did, I'd pull it now and aim between Priest's cerulean eyes. I'd pull the trigger without a second's hesitation. Those eyes are still on me, studying me, seeing me. That's what he does. He looks through you, into you, and then he crushes you in one way or another. He tortures. He kills. It's what his family did to my brother, and I hate him for it. Papa. I stare at my father, imploring. What the hell is going on? I ask the question without words, using my eyes. And I know he understands from the way the corner of his mouth kicks up higher with a slight tremor. Just one side, the right. It's always the same side, his tell, and it's always when he's hiding something. He knows what I'm asking. He begged me to come home, leaving the last year of my MFA, telling me he had cancer, that he needed to see me. He doesn't do video, strictly in person, but it's looking like he brought me home so that I could have a face-to-face with my brother's killers. And fuck that. Fuck this. Fuck them. A hurricane is brewing in me, ready to rage. My father ignores my unspoken question. Come and have a seat. We'll talk, Bella. No. I shake my head, eyeing the sleek, strategically placed red velvet couch and chairs he's gesturing to like they're the maws of hell, because they may as well be. I won't sit with my brother's murderers. I'm not a part of this world anymore. I've been working my ass off in Iowa, throwing myself into my writing. I shouldn't be here, and I wouldn't be if it weren't for the emergency call and my own stupidity, the tiny seed of loyalty that's been forcibly buried inside me so deep that it'll never again see the light of day. Sit with us, per favore, my father says, using the chiding tone he reserves for his endless string of wives and dogs. He's loyal to the dogs, at least. I'm not sitting, I tell my father calmly, flicking a glance over the towering wall of Andriani muscle. My gaze catches on priests, and the cold eyes of a killer glitter back at me. I'm a world away from the calm, leafy green, perfectly manicured campus I'm accustomed to, the workshops, the creative free reign, people whose life mission is creating, not destroying. Not with them. I won't say their names, and the way I say them leaves no question as to what I think of these bastards. It's all bitter and bite, fury and hatred. Andrianis are dead to me. I'd kill them myself if I could, but the greatest revenge of all would be to send them to prison where they belong, and I would if I had enough evidence against them. I'd find a cop who isn't on their payroll, a district attorney who isn't corrupt, and I'd dump all the dirt I could find on their heads. I think what Mr. Ravello means is that you should sit the fuck down, Priest tells me, enunciating every syllable, his voice as cutting as the lash of a whip. Before I make you. He cocks his head at me, his stare burning me alive, and slides his left hand inside his coat, flipping it back to reveal the gun holstered within. Unless you'd like that, Bella. He emphasizes my childhood nickname like it's something dirty and hateful, and his insinuation that I'd want to be made to sit down, like he's going to spank me into submission, pisses me off, even if it ignites a tiny fire inside me, the kind I need to snuff out before it gets out of hand, and I do something stupid. Don't call me that, I snap before I can stop myself. I'm seething with so much rage that I'm trembling. My jaw feels numb. I don't care if he's armed and dangerous, if all his asshole brothers are. I won't be intimidated by them. This is the hill I die on. Luna, my father says, all the artifice suddenly stripped from his voice and his expression both. Sit, please, and show some respect. He's begging. Tommaso Ravello never begs. That's when realization sinks in, like a boulder flattening me to the spot. This isn't just a talk. My father didn't summon me home by telling me he had cancer, then ghost me at his house and demand to meet me here at his closed club on a whim. No, he did it because he's been forced to, left without a choice. And I'm here for a reason far more ominous than I ever could have expected. Is my father actually sick? What the hell is happening? All I know is that I don't want to sit. I don't want to talk to the Andrianis. I don't even want to be here in this city, surrounded by the dark world I've done everything I can to distance myself from. God, I thought I'd escaped this hell, and all it took was one phone call to drag me back. I even came of my own free will. It's official. I'm a fucking idiot. Princess Ravello doesn't want to sit, says another of the Andriani crew. This one isn't a brother, but he's as close to them as one. He wouldn't be here otherwise. I may have been out of the life for the last few years, but I was born and raised in this world. I cut my teeth on turf battles, hits, and firefights. And the Andrianis have been enemy number one since I was in diapers. It all started when their father made a move to take out the Don who preceded my father when he was in prison back in the early 90s. What had been one huge family splintered into two halves. And from that moment on, it's been the Andrianis against the Ravellos. Never mind that later my dad clipped that same Don himself. We've been battling for as long as I can remember. But Leo's murder changed that. The battle turned into a full-scale war, and in the midst of it all, I walked away, because it was either that or lose myself as surely as I'd lost my brother. 5 years later, I'm every bit as in danger of losing myself as I was then. It's a bitter realization, one I'm not ready to accept. The status quo is for those who are too afraid to challenge it. I've never lived in fear, and I won't start now. That's right, I tell the asshole who dared to mock me, holding his gaze like I'm just as tough, like I also have a Glock hidden in my waistband that I'm not afraid to use. I don't want to fucking sit. You got a problem with that? Luna, my father bites out. Gesù Cristo, bambina. When I tell you to sit down, you sit the fuck down. My gaze flits to my father. This isn't my world any longer. I don't belong here, and I never did. I'm not going to play their dangerous games. I don't have to. I won't sit with Andriani scum, I say, equally determined, every bit as hard. I'm not the biddable girl I was raised to be, the one who puts the family and the business first, who believes in omertà like it's a religion, the one who shuts her mouth and does what she's told, the one who smiles when she's treated like she's worth less than her brother because she wasn't born to carry on the Ravello name. No. The voice is silky and smooth, deep and low and menacing. It's him again, Priest, and his hand is resting on the butt of his gun, his long fingers caressing it like he's touching a woman instead of an inanimate object crafted for death and destruction. I watch those fingers for a moment longer than necessary, mesmerized by their haunting beauty, the jarring juxtaposition of it, the elegant hands, and the monster they belong to, the tracery of tattoos marking him for who he really is. And then I jerk my gaze back up to his, undaunted. No, I repeat, succinct and final. And then, despite everything I've been taught, despite my inner instinct to stay alive, despite common sense and reason, and everything that tells me never to turn my back on the enemy, I spin around and make my exit, my low-key heeled sandals slapping on the floor as I go. Because fuck them all. That's why.
Chapter 2. Priest. She's not fucking walking away. Is she? Christ, she is. She's fucking leaving. Like she has a say. Like this is Sunday dinner and she doesn't like the lasagna. The goddamn balls on this woman. To my left, Saint is ready to draw his gun. To my right, Scorpion already has his out of his holster. Part of me wants to let her reap her rewards for the show she's just put on. But the other part of me knows better than to let my hot-headed brothers tear a strip off Tommaso Ravello's only daughter. Because we need her. Or more accurately, I need her, even if I don't want to. And she's hightailing her hot little ass out of here. I'll handle it, I tell my brothers, before I stalk after her. She's across the empty dance floor and out of the door before I reach her in the hall. Hey, I bark out. She ignores me, but my legs are longer than hers, and I'm not playing games. I eat up the distance between us, maneuvering her so that she's caged between me and the wall, my palms flattened on either side of her face. She stares up at me, knives in her big brown eyes. Not a hint of fear. Her long dark hair is piled carelessly on top of her head in a messy topknot I want to grab and hold while she sucks my cock. She's not wearing any makeup, except for some gloss on her full, fuckable lips. When I dip my head down to hers, I catch a hint of it. Vanilla sugar. She shouldn't make my dick hard, and yet she does. I lean closer, so close that my lips almost brush hers. Where do you think you're going, Ravello? We weren't finished talking with you just yet. I don't talk with murderers and psychos, she snaps, holding her own. She's not scared of me. It's a mistake I'll use against her. Putting all my weight into my left hand, I lift my right, grabbing a fistful of her silky topknot and jerking her head back enough to get her attention, not to hurt her. I've never physically harmed a woman, but this one needs to know her boundaries. You really should show me more respect, Bella. Her jaw tenses. I told you not to call me that. I pull on her hair a little bit more, exposing her throat. I get to call you whatever the fuck I want. All that soft vulnerability calls to me. I want to sink my teeth into her, to taste her flesh, to bring her to her knees. She's still not afraid. She wants to fight me. I can sense it, and I want her to. I want her to scrap with me, to hit me, to rake those unpolished nails of hers down my back, to see how far she can push me before I break. Let me go, she seethes. Not until I'm good and ready. I lean into her, trapping her with my body. I'm trying to intimidate her, yes, trying to scare some sense into her, because my brothers are like a pack of ruthless hyenas waiting to attack their prey, and for some reason, I don't want to watch them tear her apart. Not yet, anyway. She inhales sharply when she feels my cock pressed against her. It's big, and I know it. Now she knows it too. You're a sick fuck. She shoves at my chest, trying to push me away. Oh, baby. I graze my bottom lip over hers. You have no idea. The contact smears her sugary vanilla lip gloss on me, and I lick it off, liking the way it tastes. Taking my time, playing with her is the most fun I've had in weeks, months even. What do you want from me? She demands, like she's the one in charge here. I let go of her hair and reach for my Glock, pulling it from my concealed waistband holster before pressing it to her temple. I'm sure you know this already, sweetheart, but this piece only has a trigger safety. One wrong move and you're dead. She stills, and for the first time since she breezed into the club wearing ripped jeans and a white tee that hugs her braless tits, she's afraid. Good. She can't be a diva in here. She needs to know the fucking score. The Andrianis are her worst nightmare, and she's about to be stuck with us. Till death do us part. Do it, she says defiantly, holding my stare. Pull the trigger. She's challenging me. I didn't think she had it in her. I'm impressed. Don't be a fucking idiot. Don't make a threat if you don't intend to go through with it. Didn't your mother teach you anything before she ran out on you, gangster? It's a low blow, talking about my mother, who left us a few months after my youngest brother Lucky was born. Luna knows it, and she's hoping to strike a nerve. It won't work. I give her nothing. At the moment, you're worth more to me alive than dead, Bella. That's the only reason I haven't put a 9 milli in you for your insolence. I pause. Yet. Fuck you! She twists and tries to knee me in the balls. But I'm faster than she is. Stronger, too. I move, and the only thing she succeeds in doing is pressing herself more firmly against me, so that her tits are plastered to my chest. Your nipples are hard, Ravello. Seems as if you don't hate me as much as you're letting on. Bastard! She's glaring, but she's holding herself stiffly. And she's not trying to get away. Which is good, because I need her to appreciate the gravity of the situation. I need her calm when she gets into that room, or shit's gonna hit the fan. Do you know why they call me priest? Her nostrils flare, but her lips are a tight line. She's giving me the silent treatment now, but she knows. Everyone knows. I lean closer anyway, my lips near her ear. It's because I get my enemies to confess their sins right before I end them. I straighten up, pulling the Glock from her temple, and tuck it calmly back into my holster. Now get the fuck back in that room. She's shaken. I can see it in her eyes, in the tremble of her lower lip. But she's still too stubborn for her own good. Luna holds my stare, unflinching. If I don't? I pat my suit jacket directly above the gun and give her the cold-hearted smile of the assassin I am. Then I'll kill Daddy Dearest while you watch.
Chapter 3. Luna. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. It's all I can think, one unending litany, as Priest marches me back into the club like I'm a criminal on a perp walk. I try to catch my father's eye, but he won't look at me. I may have been born into this world, but my father was always good at insulating me from it. I was a mafia princess in a gilded cage, kept from all the blood and bombs and Glocks. A minute ago, I just had a gun jammed into my temple. That's not the only thing Priest jammed into me when he trapped me against the wall and crowded me with his big, powerful body, his heat seeping into me. He smells like citrus and pine trees and sex. I don't know why I'm thinking about his scent and wondering whether it's cologne or soap. I don't know why I'm thinking about his massive dick and the fact that he was hard. I just am. Maybe it's shock. Maybe this is what happens when you've just been some lunatic's trigger finger and a whim away from having your brains Jackson Pollocked all over the wall. Maybe I've lost my mind. Or maybe it's something worse. Much worse. My father's not looking at me, and he called me home because he supposedly has cancer, but the club is empty, and the Andriani crew is here, packing heat. I'm going to die. That's what this is. My father crossed them somehow. Badly. They have something on him, or he'd never be here. He'd never make sure to lure me like a lamb to the slaughter. We don't get along, but I'm the only flesh and blood he has left now that Leo's gone. I'm going to die, and some of my final thoughts on this earth are going to be about the size of Priest Andriani's cock and how I was today years old when I realized it's possible to be terrified and turned on at the same time. That you can hate someone and also want to fuck them. Or maybe something's wrong with me specifically, that I'm capable of feeling that way. Maybe I'm every bit as much of a psycho as he is. I reached the seating area I was so determined to avoid, the red velvet couches and chairs. It never seemed so obvious to me before that the couches are the color of blood. My father is still looking everywhere but at me. The Andrianis are watching. One of them looks amused. The others look like they want to kill me themselves. "Sit, Bella," priest orders mockingly from behind me. I choose a chair, opting out of the couch. I don't want anyone sitting that close to me. But as if he knows the reason for my decision, priest hooks his foot in the leg of the nearest chair and drags it across the floor until it's flush with mine. Then he sinks into it, stretching out his long legs, ankles crossed. It's the easy, graceful pose of a man who's hot and dangerous as fuck and knows it. I'm briefly fascinated by the sharp line of his jaw, covered in dark stubble I felt in the barest whisper against my cheek earlier when he leaned close and spoke into my ear. But then I yank my gaze away, back to my father, who finally meets my eye again after throwing me to the wolves a few minutes ago when he allowed Priest to chase after me. Does he know Priest had a gun to my head? Does he care? What the hell do they have on him? He shrugs lightly, the way he does when he offers an apology he doesn't mean. Whatever this is, it's not good. I feel it hovering in the air, this ominous sense of impending doom. Everyone sits, except for one of the Andriani crew, who goes to the door, guarding it in a defensive stance, legs spread wider than normal, hands clasped. I decide to talk first. If I'm going to die anyway, I may as well get this party started. What's going on here? Why is the club a ghost town? I'm addressing my father, but at this point I have no idea if he'll respond. "Have some patience," Priest chides at my side, like it's his right. I slant him a glare, wishing I were immune to his good looks. It should be a sin for a man so evil to look so damn hot. My ovaries don't seem to care that he's a ruthless murderer, a killer who tortures his enemies to death for sport, a criminal, a gangster, one of the vicious psychos responsible for Leo's murder. Fucking bastards. "Don't tell me what to do," I snap at him. The Andriani who looks amused, Scorpion, whistles. "You going to control her, brother?" I want to cut off his balls and feed them to him. No man controls me. "Wrong again, sweetheart," Priest drawls at my side. "I do now." I'm gripping the arms of the chair so hard, it's a miracle they don't break off. "You don't control me. I came back here because you threatened to shoot my father if I didn't, while I watched." I'm pushing it, and I know it. Pushing him. I can see the outline of his Glock under that expensive suit jacket that perfectly delineates his shoulders. But I don't care. I'm reconciled to my fate. That's the way it is in this life, and I was born into it. One day, your time comes, and always at the end of a mobster's gun. I'm going to die. I'll mouth off if I want to. And I won't be controlled by anyone, least of all some Andriani prick. "Your father's signature on the marriage contract says I do," Priest says calmly. Smugly. The fuck? Marriage what? Marriage contract? Jesus fucking cheese and crackers. My mind goes blank. I can't remember how to speak. I misheard him. He couldn't have just said what I think he did. "Bella, I wanted to have this conversation a different way," my father says. I look at him. Really look at him. It feels like I'm at the end of a tunnel, like my vision is rounded off and dark at the edges, like I'm hearing his voice from afar. Panic. That's what seized me. Did someone shoot me? Maybe I'm dead. Am I dying? I'm dying. I look down, searching for blood. You're not dying, Bella. That voice, his voice again. It's darkly amused. Did I ask that out loud? Shit, I'm losing it. What conversation? I demand of my father, too upset to hide the desperation in my voice. They're burned into my brain, those two words. Marriage contract. Priest fucking Andriani said he has the right to control me. He said my father's signature on a marriage contract gave him that right. But that's impossible. We don't do arranged marriages. This isn't the old days. I have autonomy. That's why I'm in Iowa, finishing my MFA. That's why I left this life in the dust and never looked back. I need you here, my father tells me. I am here. My panic is spiraling. I have zero chill right now. You asked me to come home, and I did. I booked an early morning flight and flew here in the middle of the week. I need you to stay here, he elaborates, flicking a glance to Priest, then another to Saint. You can't go back. Saint chuckles. Fucking heartwarming. Cut to the chase, Ravello. No one speaks to my father with such disdain and lives to tell the tale. He's been known to end men for far less. But my father just quietly swallows it, his hands opening and closing on the armrest of his stupid red velvet chair like he's trying to grasp something that's perpetually eluding him. We're reuniting the families, he tells me quietly. There's only one way to reunite the families, in blood, and I'm my father's only daughter, just like Leo was his only son. I shake my head, a chill going down my spine. No. Yes, my father says, and I can hear the resignation in his voice. He's made his decision. He's sacrificing me, my future, my happiness, all for the sake of his greedy empire. You're marrying Matteo Andriani, he adds, spelling it out in case I'm not sharp enough to connect the dots. I'm not marrying him. I shoot to my feet, and so do all the Andrianis, in unison. Their weapons are drawn. I'm staring down the barrels of half a dozen guns, and I know without a doubt they won't hesitate to put a bullet in me. Death is a way of life in this world. You obey or you die. The contract is signed, Priest tells me coolly. You need to accept it. Unlike the others, he hasn't retrieved his Glock. It's still there, tucked back into his concealed holster. I can grab it, maybe get off a shot. I wouldn't if I were you, he says softly, like he can read my mind. Fuck. This is bad. This is worse than bad. It's worse than death. I walked into this room thinking I was about to die, and now I wish I had. It would be far preferable to a lifetime of hell as this monster's wife. I won't marry you, I tell him resolutely. You're going to have to kill me. You are, and I won't. Priest stays calm, but his eyes are cold and dead, entirely devoid of emotion. Merciless. Bella, listen to me, my father implores, drawing my attention back to him. This is for the best. You'll see. I'm only doing this to protect you, to make sure you're safe. I'm finishing my MFA, I bite out. This is my last year. So close to freedom, only to have it ripped away. I shouldn't have come back here. I never should have answered my father's summons. I should have run away instead. Cancer, he'd claimed. The prognosis wasn't good. Jesus, did he lie? Is any of it true? Or is the cancer the reason for this arranged marriage bullshit? But if so, why drag the Andrianis into this? He could pass his empire on to someone in the family. I indulged you, my father says. I shouldn't have. No, no, no. I feel like a wild animal that's been trapped in a cage. I can't get out, and I'm terrified, my fate painfully clear. I told you I wanted out of this life, I remind him. You agreed. My father shrugs. I lied. Just another in a mountain of them. I shouldn't be shocked. I shouldn't have been stupid enough to believe him in the first place. But I am, and I did. 4 years of college, more than a year of postgraduate work, a poetry collection I'm 3/4 of the way finished writing, and it means nothing to him, just like I do. My only value to my father has always been as a bargaining chip. A woman's worth is between her legs. I've heard him say it. I know he believes it. And now he's selling me to secure his own future. I lunge at him. I don't even know why. It's dangerous with all these guns pointed at me, all these killers surrounding us. I'm a loose cannon in a room of vipers I can't trust. I throw myself at my father, pounding his chest. Fuck you! My voice is hoarse with emotion, with betrayal. I want to hurt him. I want to hurt myself. Fuck you, you heartless son of a bitch. You sold me to them like I'm a fucking cow. My father's reaction is instant. He backhands me across the face. It's fast and painful, with as much violence as he's perpetrated on others over the years. He's never hit me before. I didn't expect it. Just as quickly, there's an arm banded around my waist like steel. I'm hauled backward behind a wall of 6'3" muscle-bound mobster. No one touches what's mine, Priest snarls at my father, barely leashed violence in his voice. I'm not his, but I'm still so shocked by everything that I stare at his back, words eluding me, pressing a hand to my aching cheek, tasting the coppery tang of blood. I must have bitten my tongue, and I'm momentarily stunned into allowing Priest to shield me, to take my side against my own father. It's the last thing I expected of myself, just as much as it's the last thing I expected of Priest. She's not yours yet, my father is saying. My heart is pounding too hard, threatening to drown out the words. Everything around me starts to spin, and I don't know if it's from the force of the blow my father dealt me, or if it's the shock. Maybe both. You signed a contract, Priest rumbles. No second thoughts. It's done. Do I need to remind you of what happens to this shithole and the Ravello family if you go back on your word? Maybe we should remind him of why he needs the Andrianis, says one of the brothers. A gunshot rings out, followed by a hail of broken glass raining on the floor. That light fixture cost me 20 grand, my father complains. I flew it in from France. That's what he's concerned about right now, a light that's lying in 1,000 broken pieces on the dance floor, not his daughter. Next time, it'll be your kneecap, asshole, Priest warns. She's coming with us now, or the deal's off. I'm coming with them? Now? Oh my fucking God. I might pass out. This can't be happening. I need time. Time to get myself out of this. Time to run and hide, to start over in another city with a new name, somewhere in the Midwest, where none of these psychos will ever find me. Take her, then, my father says. You know the deal. I want it done pronto. It will be. Priest glances at me over his shoulder, his expression unreadable. You okay? He frowns when his gaze dips to my cheek. It's throbbing, and the skin feels tight and swollen, so I know my father did a number on me. never been better. I can't keep the sarcasm from my voice. I'm not close to my father, and the last 5 years of distance haven't brought us together. Neither has his devotion to a string of flavors of the month, who usually happen to be my age. But I'm his blood, his daughter. I thought that meant something. In my own foolish way, I loved him. I just loved him from afar, in the only way I knew how, trying to reconcile the heinous crimes I know he's committed with my own conscience as best I could. I should have seen this coming. My father hasn't had a damn scruple in his life. I shouldn't have answered his call. I shouldn't have come back here. But it's too late. I fell into his trap, and I'm going to have to fight with everything I have to get out of it and return to the life I've made for myself. Priest is still staring, his gaze boring into me. Slowly, he nods. Then he turns back to my father, takes a step forward, and in one swift, graceful motion, slams his fist into my father's jaw. I hear the dull thud of bones connecting with flesh, and don't even flinch. I'm numb, except for the pain. "That's for hurting her," he says, flexing his fingers at his side. "If you dare to touch her again, I'll kill you, but not until you're begging me for a final bullet." The way he's talking to my father, I'm stunned. When I left, my father was the kingpin of this city. No one would dare to meet his eye, let alone threaten him. Something has changed, and I don't know what. I'm in way over my head, and not just because I'm about to be kidnapped by a bloodthirsty gangster who intends to force me into marrying him. But, yeah, that's enough to make me feel like I want to throw up all over Priest's black Dior shoes. He's facing me now, his sinful lips in a grim, thin line. "Time to go, Luna." It's the first time he's called me by my real name since I walked through these doors earlier, and it causes a strange reaction to cut through me. Heat and shock, like lightning in a summer sky. It's electric. "I need to get a few things," I hedge, trying to buy time so I can make good on my escape. He laughs, the sound dark and bitter. "Do I look stupid to you?" No, he looks like a mobster, a criminal, like a devil who will melt your panties one day and put a gun to your head the next, a heartbreaker and a callous killer, everything I've spent the last 5 years trying to flee. I can't say that, though. I refuse to give him any more of the upper hand than he already has on me. I won't run, if that's what you're thinking. I have nowhere to go. That's the truth. I don't have anywhere to go. I may be an independent 24-year-old woman, but I've been working my ass off, paying for college and my MFA myself. I spent every last bit of savings I had on my Uber and plane ticket to get here. I have no car, no cash, and no home. Nothing but my precious collection of books in my apartment in Iowa, my laptop, my phone. No future, either, judging by the way this disaster of a reunion with my father is going. "I'll send a guy," Priest says. "Just tell me what you need, and it'll be done." Hell no. If he sends a guy, I have no chance to escape. He can't send a guy. And I can't go with Priest. What am I going to do? Tackle him and try to steal his Glock? I'll be dead in a millisecond. "I want to do this myself," I tell him, leaving out the salient part. "Then I'll go with you. Another day. Today, you come with me." "Against my will?" I'm getting desperate, and I know he doesn't have a conscience or a soul, but I'm trying to appeal to the part of him that's still human, if it exists. "Don't play games with me," he warns coldly. "It won't work." I take a deep breath and ditch my pride. Please, I'm begging you. Jesus fucking Christ, interrupts a different Andriani. They're all running together now, bleeding like ink in the rain. I think it's the brother who shot out the light fixture. We need to get going, priest. Speed up the process, or I'm going to start shooting again. Confirmed. It's Mr. Trigger Happy. And he looks like he's about to make good on his threat. He points his pistol in the direction of the lights in the DJ booth. Yep, it's official. Criminally hot and criminally insane runs in the family. Bella, look at me. It's my father's voice. I shift to the right so I can see past priest. My father looks pale and old, rubbing his jaw. Different. He was always hearty and sturdy as a bull. For the first time, I realize he's lost weight. His suit sags on his frame. There's something in his eye that stops me, shocks me. Whatever is happening here, it's bigger than him. If you don't go with them, I'm a dead man, he says. But you, Luna Alessandra Revello, you're dead too. I shouldn't trust him. I know I should tell him that he's put the final nail in the coffin of our father-daughter relationship by tricking me into coming back here, selling me to a mobster, and hitting me. But he's still my father, and he's been fucking up my whole life, lying to me, disappointing me, hurting me, and I still love him anyway. I don't want him to go down in a hailstorm of Andriani bullets. I want him to live, to fight. And I want to live too. It takes every ounce of strength I have to turn back to priest, like I don't have a care in the world, and shrug. Fine, then. I'll go with you. You can do this, I tell myself. It's the world's worst pep talk. I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can go from writing workshops and cornfields to Glocks and kidnappings and forced mafia marriages. I've been running from the monsters of my past for years, and they've finally caught up with me. Priest watches me with a glittering stare, like he's trying to look into the darkest places inside me, the shadows where all my secrets dwell. His gaze is so unnerving that, for a second, I'm afraid he can. But then he jerks his chin toward his brothers. We're finished here. Their guns go back into their hiding places. Priest takes my hand in his huge, tatted one, lacing our fingers together, and he brings my hand to his surly mouth for a kiss, like we're in a historical romance novel. The silken brush of his hot lips makes every part of me tighten up against my will, and I clench my thighs. Sadly, my pussy has no conscience. Heartless killers are apparently her jam. It's totally that historical romance thing he just did. That's all. I try to take back command of my hand, but he's stronger and holds tight, dipping his head, speaking so that only I can hear. But you and I, Luna, we've just begun. It's a warning. It's a threat. It's a promise. And it settles inside me like a stone as he leads me out of Club Venere. As the autumn air hits my face when we venture into the late afternoon sunshine, realization hits me with stunning clarity. I'm going to have to fight my way out of this, or die trying.
Chapter 4. Priest. Luna Ravello is silent as we drive through the city. Just the two of us. We're in my armored G-Wagon, Rocco, my driver, good friend, and top bodyguard at the wheel. I bought the G because Tommaso Ravello is one shifty son of a whore. I don't trust him. We've weakened his reach, but he's not as impotent as he pretended back there at his club. Yeah, we have him by the balls, but I've seen desperate men do crazy shit. And trying to take us out, even if it takes out his daughter too, I wouldn't put it past him. He's old school mob, and he rose to the top by killing the boss before him, chopping off his dick and stuffing it down his throat. The stuff of legends, Tommaso Ravello. 5 years ago, we wouldn't have come at him, but 5 years ago was a different fucking time. And his daughter beside me? She's the stuff of wet dreams, hot and uptight, smart and mouthy, so stubborn that she's dangerous. She's got backbone and pride, and her tits are to die for. Not gonna lie. I've been thinking about fucking them ever since I got a view down her tee and felt her hard nipples against me earlier. It's not what I'm supposed to be thinking about. Lust doesn't belong in my fucking headspace right now. But when I volunteered myself for matrimonial tribute as the oldest Andriani brother and the recently anointed Don, I didn't know what I was getting in my future wife. I didn't really think of her as a person at all, if I'm honest. She was more of an abstract idea, a nuisance, another duty I took on. I didn't know she'd make my dick so hard that I could barely see straight. But she does. And she's mine. No going back on that now. You okay? I ask her as Rocco glides to a stop at a traffic light. The city is a riot of colors. Blue, red, yellow, green, white. People at any time of day or night crossing the streets, crowding the sidewalks. So many cars moving, buses, commuters, tourists. And below this concrete wilderness, the subway. I feed on the energy of this place. Always roaring, balls to the wall, never sleeping. This city is like a regular one, only jacked up on coke, and I fucking love it. It's home. Okay? She repeats like she doesn't understand English. But I know enough about her. She's articulate as they come, a degree in creative writing, perfect GPA under her belt, and a soon-to-be-completed MFA from one of the top programs in the country. Yeah, my girl's fucking intelligent. And I like that even more than I like her tits and her attitude. Smart women make my dick hard. Vapid chicks, not for me. Your face, I elaborate, still furious at her bastard of a father for daring to raise his hand to her. I've never wanted to kill a man more than I did in that moment. The fucking restraint I exercised. Jesus, I hadn't known I possessed that much. But apparently I do. For her. I don't like it. Where he hit you, I add, still feeling like we're speaking two different languages. She has this glazed look in her eyes, and I don't know if it's shock or if this is a show she's putting on. I'm prepared for it to be either. How is it? Oh. She lifts a hand to her cheek, pressing it to the swollen bruise. That? Yeah, fucking that. I'm angry now, feeling like I'm spitting nails with every word. Don't minimize what he did to you. He never should have touched you. If I'd known... I let my words trail off because they're ugly and full of vengeance. I'm not trying to scare her right now. I want her malleable. For all the bravado Luna Ravello shows, I know enough about her to understand she's soft. Softer than soft. And I'm not talking about her delicious skin, her lips and ass, her sweet curves. No, I'm talking about the way she was raised. She's been coddled and protected. She's Tommaso Ravello's fucking golden child, his only child who hasn't left the chat of life. And that's why she's priceless. That's why I have to marry her. If we want to join the families, it's got to be with blood. It's got to fucking stick. It's fine, she says, but her voice is off. I heard it earlier when it was full of sass and fire. Something has changed, and whatever it is, it's broken her a little. That pisses me off. Even though I know I shouldn't give a fuck. She's the enemy, or the daughter of our enemy. She'd sooner stick a blade in my back than tell me the truth. And even though she's agreed to leave with me, I'm no fool. I know she's biding her time, looking to run at the first opportunity. Fortunately for her, I won't let her. It's not fine that he hit you. The words leave me in a rush before I can think twice. I know better than to show so much emotion, any emotion, in fact. But something about her makes the parts inside my machine come loose. She leaves me feeling strangely vulnerable, and I don't know if it's her or the fact that she's going to be my wife. My other half, sharing my bed, the mother of my future demons. Fuck. I have to flip the switch and turn off that part of my brain. Right goddamn now. He does what he wants. It's his right. Her voice is wooden, as hollow as her eyes. And perversely, it stokes my rage for that piece of shit, Tommaso Ravello. I never liked him. He's a cold-hearted, merciless prick. Takes one to know one. But abusing his own daughter? That's lower than low. I clench my jaw. Hitting you isn't his fucking right. Don't act like it is. I'm not acting like anything. This situation is fucked up to the nth degree. But we're fucked up too. The world we were born into is fucked up. And now, together, we're doomed to do fucked up shit. Until we die. We're not dying today. Not here, not now, not yet. I didn't know he was going to hurt you, I say, my throat thick. I'm reliving that bastard slapping her, and it's filling me with rage I can't afford to feel just now, which is crazy since I'm the one who held a Glock to her head earlier. Maybe not quite as crazy when you know it wasn't loaded. If I had suspected, I'd have had his hands cut off. Fuck. I should have his hands cut off for hitting you. I'm not lying. I would have held him down and watched as my brother Lucky sawed off Ravello's ugly, worthless mitts. I'd have laughed and spat in his face. All that I would have done just to keep him from hurting Luna, to keep him from breaking that fragile bond between a father and his daughter. So important. He was trying to send a message, but I'd have told him something else. You don't fuck with my woman and get away with it. I shouldn't say any of this to my future bride, of course, so I hold my tongue. I'm good at being quiet, at making the other guy talk, and usually when he does, he spills his guts. Okay, sometimes it's because I'm slicing him up with a blade. In my next life, I'm going to be a chef. I've got serious knife skills. These hands are a work of art. At my side, she stiffens and shrinks away from me. But damn it, she needs to understand this isn't Iowa. She's back in my world now. This isn't some kumbaya shit in a cornfield. This is life and death, blood and violence, and sex and hate and vengeance and money and power. It's the ugly underbelly, and that's where we live, where we thrive. Are you going to do it? She asks, and I can see her hesitation. There's something she doesn't want to give voice to, but I don't have a clue what it is. Am I going to do what? You'll have to spell it out for me, Bella. I don't read minds. His hands, she says, rubbing her wrists, looking pale. Are you going to cut them off? I would ask that you please don't. She's being protective of her father, and the knowledge kills me. He doesn't deserve her loyalty or her love. At the first sign of trouble, he offered her as a sacrifice, and obviously without a thought to her future plans. When I first signed on for this shit, I was expecting a bride who would marry me for the good of the families, to forge a truce, a bond, to build our strength, our wealth. Instead, I've been given a wild woman who's plotting all the ways she might kill me in my sleep. I know the signs, I'm no fool. This marriage bargain was sprung on her today, without warning. I'd expected better from Tommaso, but now I can see that I was wrong. I'd given him far more benefit of the doubt than he deserved. Good thing I've got a room prepared at my penthouse for all occasions. I'm going to have to lock her in it until I figure out a plan. Priest, she says, looking like death. So serious, so pale, so still. Please don't hurt him. My lip curls. I want to kill that motherfucker. I want to gut him like a fish. I should. And she should want me to do it. Fuck, she should want to watch from a front row seat. Doesn't she know the shit he's done? She has to. She's his daughter. Don't defend him, I snap. He's not worthy of your concern. Or your anything, I add silently. He's my father. Your father who sold you to me, I remind her harshly. And you didn't even know it, did you? She inhales sharply. What just went down was a complete surprise to her, no question. I don't like the idea of forcing an unwilling woman to marry me, but I don't have a lot of options at this point. We need to play nice-ish with Ravello for now. Emphasis on the ish. We need to control him, to use him and his businesses. He's like a bomb we just defused. If I don't marry his daughter, the countdown is on until he detonates. His cancer isn't that progressed. According to my intel, he's got a few months in him at least. What do you mean, he sold me to you? She wants to know, her voice sharp as a blade. I have a contract with Daddy Dearest. We keep the peace. I get you. You can't get me. I'm not some object you bought at an auction to put on a shelf. I grin at her. Baby, I'm not going to put you on a shelf, trust me. I'll put you against a wall, on a table, in the back seat of a car. You aren't going to put me anywhere, asshole, she snaps, interrupting. I think about spanking her sassy ass, about my palm print, red on one of her bare cheeks. I wondered if she'd like it. I know I would. But this isn't the time or the place. We have the rest of our lives to figure out what works between us. I hold her stare, meaning business. You don't interrupt me, sweetheart. Got that? And you don't call me names. At least not in the presence of others. I jerk my chin toward Rocco. I'm not your sweetheart. You got that? I like her balls. She's feisty, and it makes my dick rock fucking solid. You're whatever I say you are, I tell her, because you're fucking mine. Yeah, I like the way that feels. I like knowing she belongs to me. I've claimed her. I'm keeping her. She'll learn to like it. If she doesn't, tough luck, as my father always used to say. This marriage isn't about what either of us wants. It's about what's best for the Andrianis. It's about uniting two warring families to make us stronger, wealthier, and more powerful than we've ever dreamed possible. But she doesn't need to know any of that. I'm not yours, she insists, like arguing with me is going to change anything for her. This contract, I want to see it. Smart of her to ask. I hold her gaze through the glow of street signs and lights. She's sexy as hell when she's angry. I shrug. I don't have it with me. Then whenever we get to wherever you're taking me, show me there. I'm taking you home. Her lips part for a second before she responds, To your home? Our home, Bella. It feels strange to say that. Although I've been preparing for this essentially arranged marriage for months, it never felt real. But the thought of Luna Ravello as mine, living with me in my fucking penthouse. I'm not used to it yet. Maybe I'll get there. She rubs her palms over her thighs in a nervous gesture. I'm not living with you. Her jeans are filled with holes. I make a mental note to arrange a shopping trip. She's got the sexy artist thing down, but she's got a new role to play. Mafia wife. She needs designer clothes. Needs to be dripping in gold and diamonds. I raise a brow. Well, you sure as hell aren't living with Daddy Dearest, sweetheart. She gives up on her jeans and tucks a stray piece of hair behind her ear. In Iowa. Mother Mary. She really doesn't understand the way this whole marriage thing is going down, does she? Not anymore. I nod to the bright lights passing by out the window. You live here now, with me. You go where I say you go. You do what I say you do. Her chin goes up, and I can practically feel the defiant fire burning inside her. And if I don't? I pull my suit jacket aside so she can see the Glock strapped to my hip. There'll be consequences. She bites her lower lip but doesn't answer me. Instead, she turns her attention to the city flying by, like she's alone in the car. She's ignoring me. I lean my head back against the supple leather, relaxing now that we're out of Tommaso's territory. What will soon be Andriani territory with this marriage. And I let her give me the silent treatment. It's the only upper hand she's going to get.
Chapter 5. Luna. I'm in a prison. Yes, it's a swanky penthouse in one of the most sought-after buildings in the city, with views to die for. Much like its owner, it's jaw-droppingly spectacular. But it may as well be a prison, because the bedroom I've been escorted to has a lock on the outside, not on the inside. And when Priest left me here, I heard the deadbolt sliding into place. Like any good warden, he confiscated my phone. I'm standing at the window that overlooks the city. Lights and traffic and people swirl so many stories below, but I ignore the breathtaking view. I'm trying to find a way to open the window and get to the ledge beyond. It's terrifying to think about climbing on the outside of this building, but that's how desperate I am to escape this nightmare. I've been abducted, imprisoned. I'm in a hell of my father's making, because he's given me to the most brutal devil of all the Andrianis, the one who's beautiful enough to be an angel, the angel of death, and if I don't do what he wants me to do, he'll kill me. The reminder has me moving, my fingers traveling along the edges of the window, searching for any hint of a latch, a way for me to open it. There's nothing. The windows are sealed, no way to prop them open, no screens. Damn it. My head falls forward, dropping on the cool pane of glass. Nice try. The voice is soft and smoky, and it's disembodied, but it's his. Priest's. I jerk my head away from the window, swiveling around to find the source. You didn't think I'd lock you in a room where you could escape through a window, did you, Topolina? He's darkly amused, and he's watching me on a fucking camera that I haven't found yet. I'm not a little mouse, I snarl, feeling feral. If anything, I'm a fucking lioness, waiting to pounce on you and rip out your jugular. He laughs, his chuckle low and pleasant. This dickhead takes me hostage, locks me in a room, spies on me, and thinks it's funny. But then, he also kills people for a living, so yeah, I guess 2 + 2 = 4. I hope you don't ever sleep, I tell him cheerfully, because the second you close your eyes, I'm going to kill you. Oh, Bella. He tisks, his voice patronizing. You couldn't kill me if you tried. I'm still trying to find the camera when I finally realize it's hidden high in a corner and out of reach, nestled into the detailed crown molding. Give me half a chance, and I will, I tell him, staring straight at the camera. There's only silence on the other end. Andriani, I try again. Nothing. Answer me, you bastard, I cry out in frustration. You can't just leave me here like this, locked in a room. I've got no food, no water. You took my phone. This is torture. Is that what you're planning on doing? Starving me into marrying you? Can't pick up a woman the normal way, so you have to abduct one and torture her into saying yes? Is that it, you fucking lunatic? More quiet stillness descends. Nothing but my pounding heart. Not even the muffled sounds of traffic below. We're far above the city, overlooking it like mythical gods, and just as we can't hear them, they can't hear us. Specifically, me. I'm trapped here, some kind of modern-day Persephone, only the underworld he's dragged me to is a penthouse in the sky. Hands clenched into fists at my sides, I glare at the camera. He's either watching me but no longer speaking, or he's abandoned me. There's nothing in this sparse room to throw, nothing but a king-size bed, 2 pillows, and a comforter. There's not even a nightstand. So I decide to make a missile of my own. I take off one of my heeled sandals and launch it at the camera. "Take that, you fucker!" If he thinks I'm going to accept this forced marriage without one hell of a fight, he has no idea who he's just abducted. Game on.
Priest. Whistling because I'm in a good fucking mood now that I have Luna Ravello where she belongs, I return to the control room in my penthouse, where Rocco is monitoring the cameras. I throw an apple in the air, catch it, and take a bite, feeling like I just took that bite out of the whole damn world. "How's my lovely wife-to-be?" I ask him, chewing the apple slowly, relishing the crunch. It's crisp, juicy, and tart, just the way I like. "Pissed," Rocco deadpans. "You're lucky you had the boys take all the shit out of the room before you locked her in it." "Still throwing her shoes at the camera?" I ask, unperturbed. "She'll wear herself out eventually. She'll get tired, hungry, thirsty, docile. That's when I'll unlock the door. We'll talk. She'll see it my way, because she won't have any other choice." "What's left of them?" he says. I lean down, still eating my apple, looking at the monitors. "She break them or what?" "The heels came off an hour ago. Now she's got 4 missiles instead of 2. Thunk. Something hits the camera trained on the room where I'm keeping her. "Fuck you, you sadistic motherfucker," she shouts, and my dick starts to get hard. Yeah, she's not wrong about me. I am sadistic. And I am a motherfucker, too. "Feisty," I say. "I'll chop your dick off in your sleep," Luna yells, before launching a broken heel at the camera. Fuck, she's hot when she's riled. Maybe I don't want her docile after all. Rocco whistles. "The future Mrs. Andriani isn't a happy camper, boss." Mrs. Andriani. For some reason, I like the way that sounds. On her. I watch her hurling insults and pieces of her shoes at the camera, taking another bite of my apple. Her hair has worked its way out of her messy bun, and it's hanging down her back. She looks feral and fierce, and the next few weeks are going to be a hell of a lot more interesting than I thought. I hit the intercom. "Bella, if you don't stop being violent, I'm going to have to tie you to the bed for our little talk." She holds up a severed heel, pointing it toward the camera. "Try it and I'll stab you in the eye." I release the intercom, chuckling. This should be interesting. Rocco raises a brow. "You want me to send some of the boys in with you?" Jesus, Rock, do I look like I can't take a 5-foot-tall graduate student? What's she gonna do, slit my throat with poetry? "Course not. But you don't usually tangle with furious banshees." "Banshee? You fucking Irish now, or what?" I toss the rest of my apple into a nearby trash can, amused. "Never," he grins. "I'm too goddamn good-looking to be one of the O'Rourke crew." "Yeah, I don't know about that. You're all a bunch of ugly fuckers." I bust Rocco's ass all the time. He's immune to it by now, shrugging a shoulder. "What are you going to do about her?" He's back on the subject of Luna, who is continuing to sling verbal abuse and dismembered shoe pieces at the camera. Rocco muted the audio so we can't hear her, which is probably for the best. I'm no lip reader, but it looks like she just mouthed something particularly unkind. I sigh. "I'm going to marry her." Rocco winces. "You sure you want to do that, boss?" We both know I don't have a choice. The sooner it's done, the better. We need the Andrianis and the Ravellos aligned if we want to keep the Russians and the rest of the families under control. "I don't see why we couldn't have just taken care of Tommaso," Rocco says. "You know why. The old bastard has cancer, and it's only a matter of time before that crazy son of a bitch, Amadeo, the animal Ravello, makes a move to become the Don in his place. We need Ravello territory to fight the brewing turf war. Uniting with blood ties puts an end to the feud. Ravello saves his ass, we save his daughters, and with the families united, we face the Irish and the Russians. Rocco shakes his head. I don't like it. Feels like a trap. An icy feeling of unease rolls down my spine. Rocco has a sixth sense about shit like this. He always has. It's marriage, I say. Of course it's a fucking trap. He scrubs at his jaw, looking amped up. That's not what I mean, and you know it, boss. Tommaso Ravello giving you his daughter on a silver platter? Doesn't sit right. He didn't have a choice, Rock. People do crazy shit when you have a gun to their head, whether it was loaded or not. Rocco juts his chin toward the monitor where Luna Ravello is still yelling and throwing and having the world's biggest grown-ass woman temper tantrum. It's kind of like watching a fly buzz around the head of a lion. Amusing, till the lion decides he's had enough of that shit and swallows the fly whole. What if it's a setup, and this is all an act? Rocco presses. What if she's in on it, and the second you go through that door she shivs you? You check her for weapons? I'm ashamed to admit that I didn't think of that. Everything about Luna screams innocence and nerdy genius, right down to the ink stains on her fingers. Who fucking writes with pens these days? Her righteous anger feels all too real. But I didn't pat her down either, and that was a stupid mistake brought on by my fury over Tommaso laying a hand on her. I'll check her when I go in, I tell Rocco grimly, turning toward the door of the control room and sauntering out like I don't have a care in the world. Oh, and Rock, I stop and glance over my shoulder. Turn that fucking monitor off the second I'm inside. But boss, the instant I'm inside, I interrupt, not wanting to be second-guessed here. A little mouse like Luna Ravello can't hurt me. The words fall, an ominous taunt to the universe. But I don't believe in shit like that, so the universe can fuck right off. I've got an angry wife-to-be to tame.
Chapter 6. Luna. Miss me, baby? I spin around, the sole of my shoe clattering to the polished hardwood at my feet. And there he is, hot, dark, and deadly, Priest Andriani, standing smugly in front of a locked door I didn't even hear him unlock, let alone open and close again. You, I snarl, bending down to pick up my fallen weapon. I wouldn't if I were you, Topolina. The warning menace in his voice has me hesitating a second too long. Before I can reach the heel, he's on me, somehow tackling me with a sudden grace that takes me by complete surprise. Nothing hurts. This isn't a violent assault. He's simply outmaneuvered me, pinning me to the floor with his body, his knees on either side of my hips. My wrists are over my head, his fingers encircling them in a grip that's firm but not painful, holding them to the floor. His face hovers above mine, starkly beautiful, the dark shadow of stubble lovingly covering his jaw, making him look even more dangerous. And sexy as fuck, too. He's ditched the suit and is wearing only black trousers and a white shirt, his black silk tie rubbing sinuously between my breasts. His scent curls around me. I want to breathe him in deep and never let go. It should be criminal for a murdering psycho to smell this good. Let me go, I grit out. His smile is feral. Not yet. The weight of him on me is primal and masculine. Intimate, too. His cock is a blatant bulge I can feel against my lower belly. Heat snakes through me, unexpected and undeniable. I've got a serious case of swooning ovaries syndrome, and that's a problem, because right now, what I need to focus on is escaping the gangster on top of me. What took you so long? I demand, struggling against his hold to no avail. So you did miss me, then. His grin deepens, creases appearing in the corners of his eyes, and I swear to God, the man has dimples. But fuck him and his dimples. I need to get out of here. I need to return to my life, to my MFA, to the poetry book I'm working on, and the future that's waiting for me. A future where there aren't any hot, insane mobsters trying to force me into marrying them or holding a gun to my head and a big, hard dick to the rest of me. I missed you like I'd missed the stomach flu, I say, struggling to knee him in the balls. It doesn't work, of course. He's made certain there's no way I can injure him. He's stronger than I am, bigger than I am, and he had the element of surprise in his favor. Plus, he's definitely no stranger to fighting. He laughs, his breath coasting over my cheek, and it's fruity and tart like an apple. I'm touched. There's something ridiculously ludicrous about the thought of him snacking on an apple while he's kept me trapped in this room like a prisoner. You smell like apples, I say, struggling against him some more. Is it just my imagination, or is his cock somehow growing larger, harder? I was eating one. He's still smiling down at me, not at all winded, while I'm breathless, and his amusement is seriously pissing me off. Aren't apples too wholesome for psychotic murdering mob bosses? I demand, wanting to wipe that grin off his lips. Shouldn't you be eating the livers of virgins or something instead? I guess I could try. Are you a virgin? He leans down, rubbing his cheek against mine, the rasp of his 5 o'clock shadow making my nipples tighten. His lips find my ear. But then, it isn't your liver I'd want to eat, sweetheart. I jerk against his hold on my wrists, wanting to slap that conceited expression off his face. Let me go! The hot, wet glide of his tongue on my ear, tracing the whorl, makes me gasp. My clit throbs, wishing it were receiving this same treatment. Hold still, or I'll fuck you here on this floor, right here, right now. A rapist and a murderer, I bite out, breathless. What a lucky girl I am that my heartless father landed me such a catch. His tongue finds a sensitive dip just below my ear, and I have to bite my lip hard to keep from making any sounds. So hard, I taste fresh blood. It wouldn't be rape, and we both know it, Bella, he murmurs into my ear. You want me. He's not wrong. Unfortunately, I can't control my body's attraction to a despicably handsome man, despite the fact that my rational mind knows exactly what and who he is. Dimples, 5 o'clock shadow, and an 8-pack, and I have no morals. Go to hell, I tell him, tugging at my wrists. One day. His lips glide over my neck. But not yet. I'm not going to marry you, I warn him. And you can't keep me here like this. Let me go. You are going to marry me, and I have no intention of letting you go. He raises his head, looking down at me, his startlingly blue gaze dipping to my mouth. You're bleeding again. You probably caused it to reopen when you tackled me, I lie, wanting him to feel something. Compassion? Contrition? I'm not sure what. Let me make it better, he says, and then he dips his head and licks the blood from my cracked lower lip. This man is insane. He kisses me lightly, his lips fluttering over mine. For a moment, I forget to breathe, forget to think. The sheer dichotomy of such a tender caress from a man so deadly and venomous is something I can't wrap my head around. But then I remember. I'm on the floor. I'm powerless. I'm his captive. I remember, and I sink my teeth into his lower lip, biting him as hard as I can. He stiffens over me, but he doesn't make a sound, not a howl of pain. No reaction, but lifting his head to stare down at me, blood forming on his lip. I watch the bead grow, ruby red and ominous, until it spreads too far and drips down onto my mouth. His head swoops, his lips crashing on mine, sealing our mouths together. It's not so much a kiss as a brand, a claiming. There's pain and pleasure in it, force and might and warning, and the coppery tang of blood, mine and his, mingling together. Above my head, he moves my wrists so that they're pinned by his forearm, and then his hand is on me, sweeping over my sides, checking my pockets. I turn my face to the side, struggling for breath, severing the connection of our mouths. "What are you doing?" "Checking you for a gun or a knife," he says simply, as if it's totally normal to tackle me, kiss me, and then frisk me. I turn back to him, unable to look away. There is blood smeared on his sensual lips. Our blood. "I don't have a weapon," I force out. "I'm a writer. The closest we get to weapons is our pens and keyboards." He shifts, finishing his search of me, and I try to remain numb to that traveling hand, telling myself it doesn't affect me. Not at all. Lying, basically. He quirks a brow. "I've seen what you can do with shoes. We need to talk. I'm going to release you, but I need you to understand something. If you strike me or attack me in any way, it won't go well for you." "I already bit you," I point out, because clearly I'm asking for trouble. "Yes, but I liked that. It was hot as fuck." God, his words send more heat zinging through me, heat I should not feel. I don't want to marry this man. I don't even want to be in the same room as him. And yet, deep down, a primitive part of me wants him. What the hell is wrong with me? It's got to be shock from everything that's gone down today. Maybe Stockholm Syndrome? "Your promise," he presses me. "I could lie," I point out. "Yes, and then I'd tie you to the bed like I warned you. Or I'd send Saint or Scorpion or Lucky in here instead. And believe it or not, Topolina, none of them is as patient as I am." "Don't call me little mouse," I snap. "We've been over this." His grin turns a little nasty. "I call you whatever I want. Now, do you play by my rules, or do you get tied to the bed?" I don't want to be tied to the bed. I also don't want a visit from any of his crazy brothers. I definitely don't have the upper hand in this scenario. So I have no choice but to nod. "I'll play by your rules." "Not so fast. Repeat after me. I, Luna Ravello, promise to play by your rules, Priest Andriani." "You bastard!" He stares down at me, waiting, silent. His cock is an insistent ridge against me, his scent enveloping me in a poisonous cloud of stupid lust. This power dynamic between us is turning him on. But weirdly, he's not the only one. It's official. He's certifiable, and so am I. But more than anything right now, I just need some distance between us. I need to be able to breathe without thinking about his monster dick. "I, Luna Ravello, promise to play by your rules, Priest Andriani," I grit out, half mumbling, annoyance coloring my words. And just like that, he moves, rolling off me and rising to his feet with the same sinuous grace he used to trap me on the floor. He holds out a hand to me. I eye it like it's a rattler poised to strike. But in the end, I'm shaken. The last thing I want to do is make a fool of myself struggling to my feet. So I settle my hand in his much larger one. He hauls me to my feet with one tug. Our hands are still entwined, and I stare at them stupidly, intrigued by the ink swirling over his skin, my heart racing. but then he releases me just as quickly as he lifted me from the floor. "How much do you know about Amedeo Ravello?" he asks, and all the heat burning through my veins is cooled by icy dread.
Priest. Enough to know he's dangerous. Luna's voice is flat when she makes the pronouncement, and that alone tells me more than mere words ever could, because I've witnessed her battling me toe-to-toe ever since she showed up at Club Venere. She's been fearless and badass, but unless I'm mistaken, Amedeo the Animal Ravello terrifies her. Unlike with most of my opponents, her fear doesn't please me, but I will use it against her anyway. I have to. Then you know how ruthless he is, I press, watching her carefully for any hint of emotion, and that he wants to become Don of the Ravello family. My father is the Don, and Amedeo isn't next in line. Her brother Leo would have been, but Leo's dead. I know that, and you know that. Amedeo knows that too, but he doesn't respect it. In your brother's place, Tommaso has been looking to crown your cousin Francesco. Squeaky? She looks genuinely surprised. I've put out some feelers where she's concerned, and it's looking like what my informants have told me is correct. She really has been out of the game these last 5 years, on the other side of the country, immersing herself in her degrees. For a second, I feel a twinge of something that feels a whole lot like envy jolt through me at the idea of being able to escape this world. But then, as quickly as it hits me, it's gone. Pointless, too. I nod. Tommaso wanted Squeaky to become the new Don, and soon. Amedeo caught wind of the plan and has been working hard to start something. He's planning to have your father and Squeaky killed. What? I don't believe it. Amedeo is heartless and vile, but he always had nothing but respect for my father. He would never try to kill him. It can't be true. He's already tried. Fortunately, we have some moles in the Ravello ranks. We knew what was happening before it went down, and when the car your father and Squeaky were meant to take blew up last week, we had them miles away, safe. She's gone pale now, her bravado flagging as she hugs herself. Amedeo tried to bomb my father's car? I don't understand. Why would my father appoint Squeaky now? I hesitate, not wanting to be the bearer of bad news. And then I mentally kick my own ass for such ridiculous weakness where she's concerned. Daddy Dearest told you he's got cancer, right? I keep my voice cold and unaffected. Started out in his lungs and it spread. The prognosis isn't good. He needed to make a move for the future of the family. Unfortunately for him, it's one Amedeo doesn't like. So he does have cancer then? My father, I mean? He told me. It was my reason for coming back here. But I wasn't sure after what happened. So that was how Tommaso had lured her. He's got cancer, I confirm. He's been fighting it for a while now. How long? Do you know? Her gaze drops, her cracked lower lip trembling. He never said anything. We haven't kept in touch much. I've been so busy. I'm seeing a part of her she's kept hidden until now. It's like the walls she's erected around herself have lowered, and suddenly I'm in. I seize the advantage. I don't think he ever wanted anyone to know. The stubborn bastard thought he'd fight it and win. But that's changed. She's still hugging herself, looking disheveled and alone, tears welling in her eyes. The angry, shoe-wielding wild woman has been tamed. And all because of sadness over her undeserving prick of a father. This is where we come in, I add. The Andrianis and the Ravellos unite, and together we're stronger than Amedeo. We keep him in his place, and we keep the Irish, the Bratva, and the other families in theirs too. There's only one way to do it, and if we don't, Amadeo's going to kill not just your father, but you too. He can't afford to leave any stone unturned in a coup. Her eyes go wide. Me? But that's ridiculous. I don't even live here. I don't want to be part of this fucked-up crime world. If I had a heart, I'd feel bad for her. But I don't. That's the thing about the mafia, sweetheart, I tell her. We don't get to choose whether we want to be part of it. We're born into it, and we die in it. And there's not a thing any one of us can do to change that. You don't walk away. Because if you do, the minute your back is turned, there'll be a bullet in it. I'm being harsh but honest. Luna needs to hear this. Needs to let the truth sink in. Needs to understand that there's only one way to save herself and whatever time her father has left, and that's by marrying me. I lick the blood off my lips. I'm starving. Dinner will be served in 10 minutes. She stares at me like she's seeing me for the first time. I'm not having dinner with you. Her rejection shouldn't sting, but it does. Fair enough. This is a lot for anyone to process in the span of one day. I shrug. Suit yourself. But if you don't come out to eat, you'll go to sleep hungry. And you might want to eat up because tomorrow's a big day. Her brow wrinkles. Tomorrow? I grin. Our wedding day, Topolina. With that parting shot, I turn and head out the door, closing it behind me just in time. I hear the thud of a shoe clattering against the panel, but I leave it deliberately unlocked. The scent of homemade lasagna is in the air, and I have a feeling the future Mrs. Andriani won't be able to resist.
Chapter 7. Luna. That smell. God, it's heavenly. And it won't stop. My stomach growls in angry protest as I make what feels like my millionth pace across the room Priest left me in. Is this how he tortures his enemies? With the promise of delicious food? It certainly seems that way. Some mobster, I grumble angrily, tormenting me with lasagna. It would be ridiculous if it weren't true. I truly have no idea what the hell is going on. In the last 24 hours, I've flown across the country, discovered my father is dying from cancer, and was abducted by a maniac mobster who intends to marry me. Tomorrow. What the actual fuck? Have I wandered onto the set of a Lifetime movie without realizing it? Is this all just one big nightmare, and I'll wake back up in my cozy bed in my apartment in Iowa with a sigh of relief? The clatter of silverware beyond the door tells me that it's neither of those options, that this is all too real, and I am currently standing barefoot in Priest's penthouse, hair a tangled mess, lips covered in our mingled blood, and no way out of a looming marriage from hell. If what Priest told me is the truth, if I don't marry him, my cousin Amadeo is going to kill my father, and then he's going to come after me. And I was a fool to believe I could outrun the stain of this world. It will follow me forever. I find myself at the door, testing it to see if it's locked. The knob moves freely. I hold my breath, thinking that maybe I can get the hell out of here before he catches me. But when I open the bedroom door, all that changes. Because at the end of the hall, I can see the dining room, where candles are burning on a massive table, and there's a huge covered casserole dish. Undoubtedly the source of the delicious, mouth-watering aroma. There's a bottle of wine, too, uncorked and ready to pour. Crystal stemware is placed by the plates. It looks inviting and homey, and as if it were curated specifically for a glossy magazine. The kind that makes you feel woefully insufficient when you're lucky if you're dining on paper plates instead of eating greasy takeout with your bare hands. I'm moving like a sleepwalker, or maybe more like someone who hasn't eaten since the yogurt parfait I grabbed at the airport this morning when I got off the flight from Iowa. I feel dazed, confused. Who kidnaps someone and then serves them a candlelit dinner? Bella, you've decided to join me for dinner after all. The amused masculine drawl has me turning to find Priest sauntering my way, arrogant, tall, and hot as hell. His sleeves are rolled up to his elbows now, showing off what I'm instantly convinced was the inspiration for the phrase forearm porn, complete with black ink snaking upward. Shit. I was supposed to be finding a way out of here, and instead I've been drooling over the place settings and this man's muscular arms. Get it together, Luna. He flashes me a small smile I can't define. I was just telling Maria that you were in need of some rest after your journey here. I gape at him. Rest after my journey here, like I've arrived at his penthouse of my own free will? And wait, he has someone else here? A woman? Someone who might help me out of this nightmare? Maria? I echo. Don't look so hopeful, sweetheart. Zia Maria is like a mother to me, wonderfully loyal. Have I mentioned that she makes the best lasagna in the whole fucking world? I'm staring at him blankly. She does, he says, as if we're having a conversation. We're not having a conversation. I don't even know if I'm capable of coherent speech at this moment. The enormous dining table is made of solid marble, white with gray striations running through. It's stunning and must have cost a fortune. I always tell her so, don't I, Zia? He asks warmly as she trundles around the corner. She's shorter than I am, round-faced and smiling, her dark hair wound in a tidy bun at her nape. Of course you do, Matteo, my boy, but you must watch your language. I'll not have my food on a wicked tongue. She wags her finger at him, frowning. I watch the exchange unfolding, not sure which has shocked me more, the undeniable tenderness for the older woman reflected on Priest's face, or Maria's brazen scolding of one of the most feared men in the Andriani family. Now I'll have another woman to look after me, Priest is saying, sending a glance in my direction that I somehow feel like a caress. Maybe between the two of you, there's hope for me yet. This is the one? Maria asks in an aside I easily overhear. Forgive me, he says, playing the role of the consummate gentleman all too well. I should have introduced the two most important women in my life properly. Luna Ravello, my soon-to-be wife. This is Maria Andriani, my aunt, and the woman who feeds me. Maria beams with pride as she bustles to me, folding me in a big hug. I hug her back, weirdly grateful for the comfort. She's soft everywhere, but her embrace is tight and strong, and for a second, I'm so reminded of my own mother that my throat goes tight. But then the hug is over, and I'm recalling all the things Priest just said. Welcome to the family, Luna, Maria says, then cups my cheeks. What a lovely bride you'll make. Promise me that you'll treat my Matteo well. Matteo. Hearing someone call him by his real name feels so much more intimate. I don't want to think of him this way. Matteo is a charming, handsome man who dotes on his elderly aunt and lights candles on the dinner table. Priest is the vicious mobster who held a Glock to my temple earlier and told me I had no choice but to obey him. I can't reconcile the two. It's as if they're different men. But Maria is looking at me expectantly, and I'm guessing she doesn't know her beloved nephew kidnapped me and is holding me here against my will. Well, sort of against my will at this point. He did unlock the door after dumping a whole shitload of alarming information on me. So I force a smile I don't feel. I promise I'll treat him as well as he deserves to be treated. There. It's the most I can manage. I don't miss the way Priest is looking at me, or the inky eyebrow that flies up at my words. But Maria is pleased by my response. You'll do. She gives my cheeks another pat and then turns back to Priest. I'll see you tomorrow, Matteo. Be careful. I wonder if she is referring to me or to the life he lives. I don't ask. just watch her give him a motherly embrace. He leans down dutifully for a kiss on each cheek, and then she's off, a silent guard waiting in the shadows to offer her escort. I think it's the same man who was our driver earlier, but it's difficult to tell. Then they're gone, and it's just Priest and me. Alone. And my heart is pounding, because I don't know what to do with Matteo, and I'm not sure which man he is in this moment. "Sit, Topolina," he says, an order instead of an invitation. I know which one. Priest is back, unsmiling and forbidding, the hauntingly beautiful angles of his face carved from granite. "I told you not to call me Topolina." We're having the same battle we've had before, but I don't care. He gives me a thin smile. "Sit before I make you sit, Topolina." He's not wearing his Glock. At least, not that I can see. My eyes flit to the table where the silverware is carefully laid, gleaming. There's a knife. A dull one, but still. We're alone, and there's a knife. "Planning to gut me with a butter knife, darling wife?" he asks. "Don't call me that either." "Why not?" He closes the distance between us. "It's what you'll be soon enough. There's no other way for you, Luna. You see that now, don't you?" I shake my head. There has to be another way. "Not unless you want to die." He takes my hand in his and brings it to his lips, kissing my knuckles, the hot, velvety glide on my skin sending a shiver through me that has more to do with my body's reaction to him than with the ominous pronouncement he's just made. Maybe someone could talk some sense into Amadeo. He and I haven't always been the closest, but if he understands what's at stake, then— "No," he interrupts me, his denial curt and icy. I bristle at his high-handedness, yanking my hand away. "You don't have the right to tell me what I can and can't do. Amadeo is my cousin, my family. He's also someone who will shoot you at the first opportunity and see that your pretty little body is dumped into the concrete foundation of his company's next job site where no one will ever find you." A shiver goes through me, because I've heard rumors about what happens to the enemies of the Ravellos who abruptly disappear, and it's exactly what Priest is saying. Still, I don't like to think Amadeo would do something like that to his own flesh and blood. "If not Amadeo, then I need to speak with my father," I tell him. "Because I need to know if what Priest is telling me is true. Not that I can trust my father. God, I don't think I can trust anyone at this point. It's me against the world." "Tomorrow," Priest agrees, surprising me. "After the wedding." And just like that, he's infuriating me again. "I'm not marrying you." I cut myself off before saying it all, pausing. "Not without seeing my father first," I amend. "You'll see him after, and not a moment before," he insists, jaw hard, voice harsh. "We have a contract, and I intend to see that it's honored." Here is the man who threatened me, who held the barrel of his gun to my head without flinching. Here is the merciless sinner, the heartless assassin for the Andriani family, and, I remind myself, a man whose family was responsible for my brother's death. I can't forget that. "You expect me to trust your word?" I counter, far from finished. "The word of a man whose family has the blood of my brother on their hands?" "We had nothing to do with Leo," he says. And he's so quick, his gaze unwavering, that I want to believe him. For a nanosecond, until I remind myself this man is a conscienceless killer, a psychopathic enforcer who murders by day and dotes over his aunt by dinner, wearing a suit and tie. "If it wasn't Andriani's, then who was it?" I ask him, defying him to give me an answer. A real answer, which I haven't been able to pry from anyone in the wake of my brother's shooting. Not my father, not a single fucking soul. Priest looks away from me, a muscle tensing in his jaw. I don't know. He's lying. I can sense it. I want to shout, to take up the nearest butter knife and plunge it into his black heart. But it's no use. I've drawn closer to the table, and I can see the blade is far too dull to inflict any harm. Before I could even wield it against him, Priest would have me pinned to the floor, at his mercy again. Besides, if everything he told me tonight turns out to be true, then I may actually need this fucked-up monster. I swallow hard against a stinging rush of emotion. Fury, grief, resentment, fear. Fine. It wasn't you. It wasn't the Andrianis, he repeats, then jerks his head toward the table. The lasagna is getting cold. Let's eat. My stomach grumbles loudly, as if it's just been spoken to. Sit down, Luna, he tells me sternly, and we're in a battle of wills again. His blue eyes jerk back to mine, and he rakes a hand through his black hair, leaving it mussed. Jesus, woman, sit the fuck down. I hate this. I'm an independent woman. For the last 5 years, I've answered to no one. And now here I am, trapped back inside a gilded cage, told what to do, where to be, who I can talk to. Ask me, I say. For a long moment, silence stretches between us. I'm pushing him, and I know it, but I have to. I can't not. Fighting is ingrained in me. Say that again, he orders with quiet, silken menace. Ask me, I repeat. No. He stalks toward me, and before I can even try to run, he catches me, tossing me over his shoulder like I weigh practically nothing. Bastard! I pummel his lower back in outrage. Put me down! He stalks to the table and kicks out a chair before lowering me into it. He's none too gentle, and I think he's lucky he didn't break the chair, but then he's leaning into me, his face so close I can feel his breath ghost over my lips when he speaks. I give orders, and you obey them. Understand? I hold his stare, unflinching. Orders? Who the hell do you think you are? I'm the Dawn of the Andriani family. Soon to be the Dawn of the Andriani and Ravello families united as one. He bites out. And I don't care if you're the fucking Virgin Mary. You're still going to listen to me. Is that clear? Head of the Andrianis? I had no idea his father was no longer alive. And now he's aligning the two families. That means Priest is about to become the most powerful mobster in the city. Dear God, no wonder he wants to marry me. Nothing else to say, little wife? He asks snidely. Didn't think so. And then, as if he hasn't just shocked me to my marrow after manhandling me into a chair, he proceeds to serve me a heaping, steaming portion of lasagna that smells like pure bliss in food form. Garlic, fresh parm and mozz, and sweet baby Jesus, homemade sauce, and pasta. It's been a hot minute since I've had anything this good in front of me on a plate. Okay, maybe a hot decade, if I'm honest. I think about refusing to eat it just to spite Priest, but I'm starving. And besides, he didn't cook this. Maria did. We eat our dinner in strained silence. The wine is good, the lasagna even better. But I can't enjoy it. It's all like ash in my mouth. How the hell am I going to get myself out of this mess alive?
Priest. Drinking alone, brother? I'm sitting at my marble-top bar, the one with the killer view of the city I'm usually too fucking busy to ever enjoy. The night is alive outside the window, a glorious blend of darkness and glistening lights, the hulking behemoths of man-made dinosaurs shadowing the distance. I was drinking alone, I tell Saint pointedly. But in truth, I don't mind the company. My brothers and I are all gathered here at the penthouse for the night, watching over our prize, Luna Ravello, and one other. We've come too far, worked too hard to fuck this alliance up. Scotch? He asks, plopping onto a bar stool at my side. Everything I need is within reach, a lowball and the Johnny Walker Blue along with some ice. Cubes plink into the crystal, and then I pour carefully before sliding it to him. There you go, asshole. Saint takes the glass. Now I'm the asshole? I'm not the one playing Prince Charming with the Ravello girl. His words hit a nerve, because part of me wanted to treat Luna like a date tonight, like a woman I'm trying to impress and seduce. And the other part of me, the Don I've reluctantly become, knew that I needed a show of strength instead. Prince Charming? I bare my teeth at him like a feral dog. Do me a favor and fuck yourself. What would you call the way you stormed after her? And then tonight, Rock told me you had a candlelight dinner. Jesus, it must have been like, what's that fucking movie, the one with the dogs sharing the spaghetti? Up in here. 101 Dalmatians. One of Saint's most annoying traits is that he always fucks everything up. Movies, books, actors, bands, you name it, he mixes it up. None of us know if it's intentional or not, but we always feel compelled to correct him. Lady and the Tramp, I grumble, embarrassed that I know the name of an animated kids' film. Why the hell are we talking about this anyway? Because it's your last night as a bachelor, and we should be at a club celebrating, but we're sitting in your shitty bar in the dark drinking Johnny Walker. Saint holds up his glass in salute. To my brother, the patron saint of self-sacrifice. It's not that big of a sacrifice. I regret it the moment I say it. So to make up for my drunken stupidity, I clink my glass to his. Scotch sloshes onto my hand. Stop fucking wasting the good stuff, he growls before taking a sip. And don't think I didn't hear that. I need to marry, I add. Whether it's now or later, we have to carry on the Andriani line. Dad would want that. Doesn't matter how or why. I know you do, and you're Don. It has to be you. I shrug. At least she has all her teeth. And a truly impressive set of tits, Saint adds, whistling. I don't think she was wearing a bra. She's mine now, I warn him, a possessive rush going through me that's unfamiliar and uncontrollable. No more looking at or speaking about her tits, or I'll maim you. Easy. Down, boy. Saint holds up his hands in the low light, palms outward like he's in a robbery. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just pointing out the truth behind the not that big of a sacrifice comment. She's hot AF. Damn it, Saint. I slam down my scotch. She's gonna be your sister-in-law. Show some respect. And besides, who says AF out loud? Fucking nerd. Who says nerd anymore? My brother counters, unfazed by my criticism. A dig at my age? Kind of shitty, but I get it. Low-hanging fruit and shit. Saint toasts me again. I'm 32, the oldest. God knows I feel a fuck of a lot older than that most days. Saint and the others will never let me forget my advanced age. Speaking of which, where's everyone else? I ask, curious. Passed out? Nah, they're playing poker in the control room with Rock. I splutter on the sip I've just taken of my scotch. Jesus, Rocco is supposed to be watching the monitors and her door. She's smart and she's resourceful. I don't trust her. On top of that, she's basically the mafia crown jewels, and without her, we're fucked. Which means she needs to be watched. I can't afford a runaway bride on my hands. None of us can. Don't worry, Saint claps me on the back with more force than necessary. The boys have it covered. We won't let you down. You damn well better have it covered. If anything happens to her... I can't finish the sentence. I've only known her for the span of a day, but there's something about Luna Ravello that has fused with me. She's become part of me. Maybe it's that she's going to be my wife and I'm responsible for her protection now. Maybe it's the way she holds her ground with me, surrendering almost nothing. Maybe it's the way her lips felt against mine, the coppery tang of her blood on my tongue, or the fact that I want her, and far more than I was prepared for. Maybe all of the above. My brain is currently fogged by the scotch, and I can't dissect my own motives or feelings. Nothing will happen to her, Saint reassures me, voice low. We'll all be there tomorrow in the church. No one's going to get by us. He's giving voice to the other fear that's been haunting me ever since we devised this plan to outsmart Amedeo Ravello at his own game. Tomorrow is either going to be a bloodbath or it'll go off without a hitch. Either way, it's still going to be the most important day of my life. To tomorrow, I say, holding my glass up for a toast. And to the Andriani family. Long live us all. Saint clinks his glass to mine. Amen, brother.
Chapter 8. Luna. It's dawn, and I'm awake, standing at the window in a pair of slippers that are oddly my size, and borrowed pajamas. They were folded neatly and waiting for me on the bed when I was returned to my prison, likely courtesy of Maria before she left. I don't think Priest is capable of being thoughtful. Even last night's dinner wasn't an invitation, but a sit-the-fuck-down glare fest just to prove he has the upper hand. But I don't want to think about him now. I want to soak up these few fleeting minutes to myself, to prepare for the shit show that lies ahead. Below me, the city is coming slowly to life, the strains of night filtering away as another unrelenting day begins. I watch a crosswalk light up, a handful of people hustling to their next destination as they venture over the street. Cars move in a seamless blend of motion. Thanks to Priest's confiscation of my phone, I also have no way to check in with the world. No texts, no emails, no calls, no internet. God, no e-reader app. This might as well be 1995. I don't even have a way to record the poem that's stirring in my overstimulated mind as I watch the city waking up. At least, back in the 90s, people had pens and tablets. Today is also maybe my wedding day, which is exactly as insane and terrifying as it sounds. Needless to say, I barely slept at all last night. The king size was comfortable, the sheets smooth and soft, the comforter luxurious black velvet, the pillow and mattress so wonderful that I'm convinced they're made of puppies and clouds. Luxury is everywhere. No surprise. But the room doesn't look like a mobster's lair. It's tastefully decorated with framed nature photographs and neutral tones. Things I noticed after I calmed down, drunk on homemade lasagna. I stayed up, half afraid the bedroom was his and that he'd be sleeping with me, or worse, not sleeping, kissing me with those sinner's lips, touching me, demanding whatever it is a mobster demands of his captive bride on the night before their forced wedding. A blowjob? I wasn't sure. Relief only came around 3 a.m., when I heard his familiar low voice as he passed the guard at my door. I remained alone in the inky stillness of the night, the glow of the eternally awake city seeping around the edges of the curtains as my sole companion. A knock sounds at my door, jolting me from my thoughts and making me jump and spin away from the city. Already? I hold my breath, hoping that whoever it is on the other side, they'll think I'm still asleep. Yo, Agatha Christie, you up? The voice isn't Priest's. I'm not sure whether to be relieved or worried. Either way, I'm not answering. Another knock. Joan Wilder, I know you're awake. Whoever it is, he's a pain in the ass. I can tell already. I'm sleeping, I call out. Go away. No time for sleeping, Jane Austen, he persists. You got a wedding to attend. I cross my arms over my chest and glare at the door. First of all, I don't write mysteries. Second of all, Joan Wilder isn't even a real author. She's a character in a movie. And third of all, the door opens before I can finish, and it's none other than Saint Andriani strolling through, a garment bag in one hand and a pair of shoes in the other. He's tall, like Priest, and has the same black hair, but his eyes are a slightly lighter shade of the same icy blue. He gives me a cocky grin. You can take that third of all and shove it right up your ass, sweetheart. Time's wasting. He shakes the garment bag for emphasis. You need to get dressed. I'm peeved that he didn't let me finish, so I don't move. What's in the bag? Your wedding gown. He extends it toward me. I cock my head at him, thinking that he's not nearly as intense as Priest. Wedding gown? I thought you were a fancy author. Don't you know what the fuck that is? He tosses the garment bag at me. Instincts kick in, and I catch it. I'm not a fancy author, and at the moment, what I'm most known for is my poetry. Poetry? He makes a face. It's the same expression I imagine he might wear if he looked down at his shoe and found that he'd stepped in dog poo. Yes, poetry. I'm not sure why I'm telling this to a mobster, why I'm making the distinction. He kills people and breaks the law for a living. So, like Shakespeare shit? He wants to know. Maybe he paid a bit of attention in high school English. Kind of, I tell him, except vastly different forms than Shakespearean sonnets. Fuck. He shakes his head, grinning. I don't know how to take his sudden ease of the mafia killing machine persona. This entire exchange has been weird. Saint Andriani is being nice to me, which makes me feel the same way it would if I were in a cage with a docile lion. Where is Priest? I ask, hesitantly. It's bad luck to see the bride before the wedding, Saint explains seriously. Oh. He takes a few steps toward me and offers the shoes. They're silver and strappy, with a high heel, open back, and chain. And I must admit, inwardly only, that I kind of love them. Don't forget the shoes. Shit. You got a bra and stuff? I bite my lip to contain my amusement as I grasp the shoes. Andriani's are notoriously unpredictable and hot-headed. This one strikes me as just the sort of psycho who is even-tempered one minute and raging the next. I don't want to trigger him, literally or figuratively. I have everything I need, thanks. Besides the cozy PJs, there was also a sheer lacy bra and a pair of panties. Also the right sizes. But I'm not going to think about that now, or what it means. Maybe Maria is good at guessing, because the alternative is a place my brain doesn't want to go. Well, do your thing then, Charlotte Eyre, Saint says with a dismissive wave in my direction. Bronte, I correct. His eyebrows hike up his high forehead. Charlotte Bronte, I elaborate. You were confusing the author with the title of one of her books, Jane Eyre. Jesus, he mutters, and then turns on his heel. Just get dressed, sweets. You got 15 minutes. Hurry it the fuck up. Got it, I tell his back just before the door slams closed. At least he didn't shoot me? At this point, it feels like a win. I stare at the garment bag and the shoes, reality settling in like a fist to the face. This is my wedding dress. These are my wedding shoes. Wedding, as in getting married, as in marrying a crazy mobster whose family was responsible for my brother's death. The same crazy mobster who kidnapped me yesterday. But maybe I'm crazy too by now. Because what do I do next? I inspect the strappy heels. Gucci, made in Italy. No wonder I like them. Not going to try them on, though, even if they look like they're the perfect fit. My resolve lasts less than a minute, and then I'm slipping my bare feet into them, wishing I bothered with pedicures when I see how boring my toes look. The shoes fit. Of course they do. More of Maria's magic at work? I'm afraid to ask. Now I'm wearing fluffy pajamas and Gucci, walking to the bed where I lay out the garment bag. My trembling fingers find the zipper and open it, and just this dress. It's everything. Shimmery silk pools over the comforter. It's strapless, the bodice embellished with silver and crystal orchids. The gown is floor-length, with a long slit. The tag proclaims it's Oscar de la Renta. Designer. Also my size. Either Maria is the most astute Italian mobster auntie in the world, or my captor has been doing his research. How the hell does Priest know my shoe size, my bra size, and my dress size? And how does he know what I'd like? This is no wedding dress, to be sure, but I'm in love with it just the same. How could I not be? It's gorgeous. And expensive. And, dare I think it, thoughtful. Which is also weird, because this is coming from a man who kills people for a living. Heartlessly. Coldly. A man who had no compunction about holding a Glock to my head. A man who made me eat lasagna last night. This is beyond fucked up. And now I'm fucked up. More fucked up than I already was. A knock sounds at the door, interrupting my argument with myself. You getting dressed, sweets? I don't hear a lot of movement in there. It's Saint again. Don't call me sweets, I call, annoyed with him. Annoyed with myself, most of all. I'm not supposed to be thinking good thoughts about the enemy, about the mobster who basically kidnapped me and is now forcing me into a sham arranged marriage I don't want. I'm not the kind of girl who gets impressed by expensive things. Shit, I am in so much trouble right now. And stop listening at the door like a creeper, I add as an afterthought. Watch it, sweets. You don't call the shots around here. Thanks, Tips, I mutter. Need help? The door handle jiggles like he's about to rush in. Is he planning to force me to strip and get into the dress for him? Somehow I don't think Priest would go for that. But I don't really know what any of these assholes are capable of. I need to keep reminding myself of who these monsters really are. They're gorgeous psychos, beautiful mobsters, dangerous criminals, untrustworthy enemies. They're from the family who killed my brother. I don't care what Priest claimed last night. Guilty until proven innocent. Saint has a certain odd charm that had me off kilter, but I'm a big girl. I can handle today. All I need to do is take a deep breath, get dressed, and formulate a way to escape. Another jiggle. We're going to be late. I decide to drag my heels, to prolong this nightmare. Maybe if I waste enough time, I can miss the wedding altogether. I need a shower, I call. The fuck you do. He sounds annoyed. Every bride should look her best on her wedding day, don't you think? My voice is 100% sweet tea right now. A grunt sounds on the other side of the door. You look fine. Fine? Good, he allows grudgingly. Don't tell Priest I said that. Is that some brotherly rivalry I detect? This could work in my favor. I can use it to my advantage. Why should he care? I ask. Because you're his. I bite my lip to keep from denying it. The urge is strong, so strong. Are you seriously telling me that the ceremony is taking place today? I add, stalling. Don't the bride and groom have to apply for a marriage license in this state? Maybe. His voice suggests he doesn't care. I'm pretty sure they do, I venture, hope gaining steam. And since I never applied for a license, there can't be one. And since there isn't a license, we can't get married today. I realize I'm stroking my hand over the dress, and I straighten. That shit's made of poison. I can't wear the dress. I can't get married. Panic mode has yet to leave the building. It's like I'm in shock and mindlessly doing stupid things. Wrong. The door gets kicked open. Saint is standing there, gun in his hand, barrel trained on me. Look, I didn't want to have to do this, but you pushed me too far. Get into the fucking dress, or I'm going to have to put it on you, and neither of us is going to want to explain to Priest how I stripped you out of your pajamas and helped you into your panties and bra. I don't know about you, sweetheart, but I don't want to die today. I lick my lips, panic settling in. The good-natured mobster act is gone. The feral maniac staring at me right now will shoot me if I don't do as he says. I can read it in his stance, in the way his trigger finger is resting, in his cold and dead eyes. But I can't get married. Do you? He demands, nodding toward the dress on the bed. I swallow. What? Want to die today? I shake my head nervously. No. Do you want your father to die today? No. Unconsciously, I lift a hand to the tender part of my jaw and cheek where he hit me the day before. Then get dressed. No more stalling, no more questions. Got it? I hold his stare, feeling ice settle into my veins. Got it. How the hell am I going to get out of this mess?
Chapter 9. Priest. Pace in the sacristy, blowing out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. This is a rarity. First, that I'm in a church at all, and second, that I'm alone. On any given day, I'm surrounded by people. My brothers, my men, Zia Maria, customers at our private clubs. Every day is a sea of faces, of obligations, of problems. But this day isn't quite like the rest. Because, fuck, this is my wedding day. It feels heavier than I thought it would, the realization settling into my bones. Not unlike the day my old man died. The knowledge that from this moment forward, life will be forever changed. A double knock at the closed door tells me Rocco is here. I turn toward it, huffing out another sigh. Come in. Rock slips inside, his expression taut with tension. What is it? I demand, instantly knowing something is wrong. Is it Luna? I shouldn't have entrusted her to Saint this morning, but I didn't have a lot of options. I couldn't send her back to her bastard of a father, or take the risk of her running if left to her own devices. I needed to be here to make sure everything was prepped at the church and running smoothly. I also needed to avoid seeing the bride before the wedding. Andriani's is superstitious. There's enough bad blood between us, the Ravellos, the Irish, the Bratva, and the other families. I need all the help I can get. Rocco shakes his head. Saint is on his way to the church with her now. That's not the problem. Relief hits me, and I relax my clenched fists. And what is it? Amadeo Ravello is here, Rocco says. I rake a hand through my hair. Shit. We've got ourselves a fucking rat. I roll my shoulders, thinking about how we play this unwanted development. Everyone's being checked for weapons, yeah? He nods. Yeah. Who's with him? His wife and little Sal. Little Sal is Amadeo's right-hand man and bodyguard. He's a huge, sadistic fuck, capable of almost anything. But little Sal and Amadeo aren't an army. Amadeo has a crew who's loyal to him, If they're not here, I doubt there's much he can do. He'd be taking on the Andriani brothers and half the Ravello family. And let him in. Rocco works his jaw. Boss, I don't like this. He isn't one to question my orders. His concern is serious. I don't like it either. But I need this wedding to happen today. If Amadeo knows I'm marrying Luna, then it's best if he's a guest. He's only got little Sal for protection, and his men aren't going to bomb a church with him in it. Besides, if he tries anything with us, it'll be a suicide mission. He shouldn't have found out about this yet, Rocco points out. We've worked quickly. If Amadeo knows, that means he's got a guy inside, and if he's got a guy inside, he could have asked the bastard to stash a piece. Rocco's not wrong. But I don't want to have to think about this. 2 years ago, before shit hit the fan with some of the other families in the Bratva, and we found out Amadeo was working on cutting Tommaso Ravello out of the picture, we'd had an opportunity to take Amadeo down. A clear shot when he was leaving one of our clubs. But my father called it off at the last second, thinking it was too risky. Fuck. I turn and pace the room again. We should have done him when we had the chance. That wasn't your call. I know. But it doesn't make me feel any better acknowledging it. In fact, it makes me feel like shit. Because my father is dead, I'm done, and now I'm dealing with Amadeo Ravello on my wedding day. We can get him and little Sal out of here, Rocco says, quietly and without anyone getting harmed. His wife is along, so he's less likely to try anything stupid and put her in the crossfire. There's no guarantee of that, I shake my head. We can't afford to have an all-out war on our hands. What do you think is going to happen after you marry the Ravello girl and make your move? I know what's going to happen then, but it will be planned. I scrub my hand over my jaw, feeling the prickle of 5 o'clock shadow that pretty much appears the minute I shave. This is where I'm different from my father. I'm not going to wait for shit to happen before making a move. I'm making my fucking move first, seizing the goddamn kingdom and the princess in the tower, making her my queen. Rocco nods, working his jaw like he wants to say more before he shakes his head. I'll do whatever you want, boss. Nothing I'm doing today is what I want to do. I want to get married like I want to lie in an intersection in the middle of the city and wait for some asshole to run over my head. And I sure as fuck don't want Amadeo and little Sal presiding over the ceremony. But this isn't about what I want. It's about what's best for the family. It's about taking up the reins where my father left off and building something stronger, bigger, and better than he could have ever dreamed. It's about seizing what's ours. I stop pacing just in front of Rocco and lay my hands on his shoulders. Look at me, Rock. I wait until we're locked in a death glare before continuing. By the time this is through, Amadeo Ravello is going to be in hell where he belongs, and the Andrianis are going to be the kingmakers of this city. For a few seconds, Rocco doesn't say anything. He just stares back at me, unflinching. And then he breaks into a grin. I'll tell the boys to give him an extra frisk or two just to piss him off. Thanks, Rock. I watch him go and tug at my bow tie, which suddenly feels like a noose. We're going to run this fucking place, or we're going to die trying.
Luna. Our driver pulls up to the city's most impressive church, a proud and beautiful cathedral that stands in stark contrast to the behemoth of skyscrapers, busy streets, and sidewalks that have proliferated around it. I shouldn't be surprised. This is where I'm supposed to be marrying a mobster, but somehow I am. It's clear that Priest isn't keeping this whole farce a secret. The fucking bastard. He's rubbing this wedding in the whole city's faces. Cops, mobsters, DAs, and all. Shit, I mutter, my stomach tightening into a massive knot of dread. It's getting real now. I haven't been able to think straight, let alone make a run for it, ever since the knock on my door this morning. I've had about 30 seconds alone, total, just long enough to, as Saint the Gentleman put it, cover my tits and ass. "What's wrong, sis?" he asks cheekily from the other side of the G-Wagon. He's been in a pleasant mood, which, given he's armed and dangerous, is probably a good thing for me. Except that my nerves are shot, and his grin is hateful. So is his presence. He's the enemy, just like the rest of his brothers, and every one of them is the reason I don't have mine here to protect me now. The reminder sends bitter ice chasing through me, my heart aching at the thought of Leo. "I'm not your sister," I snap at Saint. "Thank fuck, because it would be weird for you to be marrying my big bro if you were." Another reminder I don't want. With every minute that ticks by, I'm one step closer to getting married. My chances of escaping this life, which seemed so high a mere few days ago, are dwindling faster than toilet paper on a pandemic-era Costco shelf. "I don't want to marry him," I tell Saint. "It's not too late for you to do the right thing and let me go." I implore him with my eyes, thinking of how easy it would be, how seamlessly I could melt into the crowds and never look back. Either way, I'm going to run when I have the chance. With his blessing or without, it doesn't make a difference to me. "No." He shakes his head, his grin fading as he leans toward me. "The right thing is the two of you getting married. The families need to be united under one dawn. You marry Priest, everyone wins." Except for me. That much is true. If my marrying Priest succeeds in bringing the families back together and staving off my greedy cousin Amadeo, the Andrianis become kings of the city. My dad is spared, and the only one who suffers is me. In an instant, Saint unclicks his belt and slides across the Napa leather bench seat, his face as dark and angry as a summer thundercloud. He gets in my face. "Listen to me, Luna Ravello. You are going into that fucking church, and you are marrying my brother today. If you try to run, I will shoot you. You understand that, don't you?" I swallow hard, but hold his stare, unflinching. "If you kill me, how is your asshole brother going to marry me? He may have pulled strings to get the marriage license, but the last time I checked, not even a mafia don could marry a corpse in this city." Saint shrugs, callously cruel. "If you refuse to marry Priest, we're all as good as dead anyway, so you may as well be too. Don't think you can escape this. There's only one way out." Death. I don't say it, but marrying Priest is the same thing to me. It's the loss of my freedom, my future, everything I want for myself. It's surrender. "Say that you understand how important this is." I understand. I agree tonelessly. I do, but not in the way he means. I bite my lip, staring forward, not looking at Saint's feral expression. I look at the driver as a last resort, but he's calm and as emotionless as a statue, pretending like he hasn't heard a thing, like this is a Saturday night Uber ride, and he's brought us to where we want to get out at the club. "Look at me when you say it," Saint demands. I want to cry. I want to scream. I want to kick him. I want to run. But instead, I jerk my head toward him. "I understand." And then, in an instant, I turn into someone else. Someone who headbutts Saint Andriani in the nose. Everything happens so fast. I scramble for the door, and then I'm leaping out of the G-Wagon onto the pavement, the warmth of the morning sun hitting me and reminding me I'm still alive. There's a crowd gathered, women in dresses and heels, men in suits. They look like they're here for a funeral. Maybe mine, because Saint is growling and swearing, holding one hand over his nose as he lunges from the back seat of the car, Blood is gushing from between his fingers. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! I break into a run, tearing off down the sidewalk, desperate to make my escape. Pain shoots through my feet, but this is my only chance. My heart is pounding as I turn the corner and sprint down the side street. I may as well be running on spikes. These shoes weren't made for this kind of punishment, and neither was I. But that doesn't matter. I'm hurtling myself forward with desperate purpose, arms pumping, feet pounding on the concrete, until my ankle overturns and I'm pitching forward. Before I can go head first into the pavement, I'm snatched up by an oversized Andriani. I'm not even sure which one. "Wrong way," he growls, and then throws me over his shoulder. And I instantly know who it is. He smells like pine trees and citrus and everything bad and good rolled into one. He's in a black suit that fits him perfectly, clinging to his tight ass. "Priest!" I gasp, the blood rushing to my head as he starts walking with me. Long-legged strides that bounce me with every step. "Put me down!" I demand when he refuses to answer me. Still nothing. He just keeps walking, taking us around the rear of the cathedral. I pound on his back. That gets his attention. He smacks my ass. Hard. "You don't make demands of me." Another spank. "And you don't make problems for me." Spank. "Understand?" We've reached a door, and he opens it, stepping into the church. My ass stings, and so does my pride. "Fuck you," I tell him, blinking back tears as the grim reality of my situation hits me. I haven't escaped. I'm trapped, and I have no choice but to marry this monster. He sets me on my feet abruptly. I have a second to take in my surroundings, now that I'm right side up. We're in a shadowy little hallway with a black and white tiled floor. It smells like musty church. The far-off strains of an organ are playing somewhere above us. We're in the cathedral's underbelly. In the next second, his body is against mine, a hard wall of muscled power. His head dips low, so that we're eye to eye, his palms flattened to the wall on either side of my face. He's furious. "Do you have a fucking death wish?" he snarls. "No, that's why I was trying to escape. Running away is going to get you killed. Not if no one catches me. Someone will always catch you, Topolina. You're in this too deep now." I shake my head, wishing that my body weren't reacting to his. "I'm not in this. Let me go. I don't want to be here. I don't want to marry you. Let me go back to Iowa and forget any of this ever happened. You'll never see me again." He doesn't say anything, just gives me a hard stare, his jaw rigid, eyes sparking with fury, like live electric wires downed by a vicious storm. My heart is still beating fast, so damn fast, but not just from my escape attempt anymore. Now it's partially because of him. He drags a finger down my throat, just one, stopping to rest in the hollow at the base. He's so beautiful. I want to be immune to him, but Priest is as sexy as he is psycho, a devil with the face of an angel. He moves his hand, palm flattening, fingers wrapping around me. "Do you know how easily I could snap your neck right now?" He squeezes gently, proving his point. I think he's deadly serious about this threat, but I also like the way his hand feels on me. I like the power he's exerting over me, the dominance, the control, his big body pressing into mine, trapping me here. It's something I never knew I would crave, and the knowledge scares me more than anything else. "Do it," I taunt him. But he doesn't listen. Instead, his lips slam down on mine, hot and demanding. The kiss is cruel, and it's powerful and drugging. His tongue is in my mouth, claiming, taking. I should bite it, but I suck on it instead. My hands are on his rock-hard chest, but I'm not pushing him away. Instead, I'm grasping his expensive suit, clinging to him like a barnacle, like I'll fall apart if I let go. And maybe I will. My ankle throbs from the spill I almost took on the pavement, but my enemy is kissing me like his life depends on it, and I'm kissing him back the same way. "Boss?" The voice has him freezing and wrenching his lips from mine. Priest is still furious, glaring down at me like he doesn't know if he wants to fuck me or tear me into tiny pieces and scatter them where no one will ever find me. "What is it, Rock?" he asks without looking away. A lock of dark hair falls across his forehead, and I narrowly resist the urge to smooth it away. It's too wifely, and I don't want to be this man's wife. I don't want to be his anything. "Scusa," his bodyguard says from somewhere down the hall. "I didn't mean to interrupt." My heart has never pounded so hard, and I've never felt more alive. Priest's fingers are still wrapped around my neck in what I suspect is a deceptively loose hold. "Care to explain why I caught my wife running down the sidewalk?" he asks casually, still not bothering to look in Rocco's direction. "It may have something to do with Saint's broken nose," Rocco responds, his tone flat. I bite my lip. I broke his nose? That explains why my head aches almost as much as my ankle. Part of me feels guilty. The other part of me knows I did what I had to do. "You punched him?" Priest asks me softly. "I head-butted him," I admit, not proud of myself. "I didn't mean to break his nose." "Fuck," he swears, then releases me so quickly that I have to struggle to keep from falling over in my uncomfortable heels. My back is pressed to the cool wall, my palms flattened on either side to keep me steady. The familiar musty church smell of candles, old wood, and books replaces Priest's intoxicating scent, which is just as well, because I swear to God, that combination casts a spell on my ovaries. He stalks over to Rocco, and the two of them confer quietly. I can't hear what they're saying. Maybe they're plotting to kill me, trying to figure out a good place to dump my body. Idiot that I am, I'm still dazed from those kisses, from the way Priest sets me on fire, the way my body reacts to his. No ex has ever made me feel the slightest hint of what he does. It's wrong, and it's terrifying. I don't even know who I am right now, dressed up in a designer gown and heels that cost more than everything I own, and about to marry a mobster who worked his way up the ladder by mercilessly killing all his father's enemies. Slowly, I push away from the wall, wondering if I can take advantage of Priest's and Rocco's distractedness. But Priest's head swivels back to me instantly. "Don't even think about it," he bites out. "You've caused enough trouble for one day." "I'm a lot of trouble. You should probably take that into consideration." He chuckles, the sound like velvet and whiskey, and then gives me a slow, wolfish smile. "I like trouble." Nothing works against this man. I've fought him every step of the way, and I'm still standing here in the basement of the church where we're about to be married, wearing the wedding dress and shoes he picked out. Never mind that they're gorgeous. Never mind that they fit perfectly. "Maybe I'm the kind of trouble you can't afford," I tell him boldly. I'm not some quiet mafia wife who does what she's told and looks the other way. I don't know why I'm even saying this. I have no intention of being Priest Andriani's wife. Even if he forces me into a ceremony today, even if I sign my name on the license, I'm going to get out of this hell. One way or another, I'm not giving up my life. He strokes his jaw, looking at me thoughtfully, and I try not to notice how beautifully stubbled the sharp angle is, try to keep the unwanted attraction I feel for him, as magnetic as it is electric, at bay. "Don't worry, Topolino," he says with a smug look of a man who knows he's hot as fuck and isn't afraid to flaunt it. "I keep my women in line." His women. I think about taking off one of my shoes and throwing it at him the same way I did with his camera. But I clench my jaw instead. Keep them in line all you want. Just know I won't be one of them. "Not to interrupt, boss," Rocco says then, "but Amadeo's through security. We good to go?" For a minute, I forgot Rocco was here. It was as if Priest and I were the only two people in the world, locked in a battle of wills and want. Amadeo. My cousin Amadeo. The one I vaguely remember from my childhood, who used to give Leo and me cherry cordials at Christmas whenever there was a Ravello family gathering. They were disgusting, but I ate them because I wanted male approval, and God knows I didn't get it from my father. And now Amadeo is trying to kill my father, plotting to become the new Dawn. If what Priest says is true, Amadeo will kill me too. Priest is still looking at me, his eyes practically burning into me, like he can see inside to a place I want to keep hidden from the world. "I'll leave that up to Luna." I lick my lips, and it's a mistake, because I taste him, whiskey and sex and everything I shouldn't want. "What do you mean, you'll leave it up to me?" "Easy way or hard way?" A muscle in his jaw ticks. "The easy way is you marry me in front of everyone waiting upstairs. The hard way is you keep fighting me, and I'm going to have to take out your cousin and all his men. Who knows who'll get caught in the crossfire? It's going to be messy. The choice is yours." He's playing games with me again. Sick games, acting like I have a say in this nightmare when we both know I don't. It's either do what he wants or people die. I die. "Easy way," I bite out. But he hasn't won, because the war between us is just beginning, and I have no intention of letting him emerge the victor. I'll destroy him and every last one of the Andrianis before I'm done, and I'll do it in my brother's name.
Chapter 10. Priest. Luna Ravello is a beautiful bride. She's also a pissed bride, but she's putting on a pretty damn good show as we walk through the line of wedding guests inside the packed church where we've just promised to love and honor each other till death do us part. There's makeup covering the little knot on her forehead, the lingering proof of the damage she did to Saint's nose, and the bruise on her cheek is also hidden. Her dark wavy hair is down. Her ass in that gold-sparkling gown is a spankable dream. Sadly, I wasn't able to enjoy it earlier. I was too fucking furious with her for running and putting everything I've worked so hard to make happen today in jeopardy. Especially with a slippery bastard like Amadeo Ravello waiting in the wings. And the slit in the skirt that goes up to her right thigh? Pure torture. I want to tear off her dress and devour her. I want to fuck her, to sink my dick inside her, fill her up with me. I want the whole world to know she's mine. I didn't expect to feel like this. Not for her. Not so quickly. But it's like a switch has been flipped in my mind. It doesn't help that she's hot, brainy, and defiant, a combination I can't resist. There's something about knowing she's mine that makes my dick harder than granite. We head out of the church into crisp fall air, hand in hand. My grip is tight. She's not escaping this time. She's holding her bouquet of red roses like it's a weapon she's planning to use to bludgeon me with later. We reach Amadeo and his wife. Her hair is teased. She's dripping in gold and diamonds, and her tits are popping out of her dress. "Julia," I greet with a nod, and then turn to her snake of a husband. "Ravello, thank you for coming to our wedding." "I wouldn't miss it for the world," Amadeo tells me, grinning. I can't help but wonder which one of our men is on this prick's payroll. When I find out, I'm going to tear the bastard in two. "Cousin Luna," he adds, directing his hard onyx stare to the woman at my side. "Looking like a vision. Last I heard, you were in some school out west." I give her fingers a subtle warning squeeze. She smiles politely, giving away nothing. "Things change." Good girl. Thank fuck. We're about to move on when she says something else. "Cherry cordials." I slant a narrow-eyed look at her. Is this some sort of fucking code between them? A message she's trying to send? Amadeo cocks his head, his brows slamming together in confusion. "Pardon?" "Cherry cordials," she repeats. "I was just thinking about how you gave them to Leo and me at the big Ravello Christmas gathering every year." He runs a hand down his chest, like he's brushing off a speck of lint. "You remember that?" "Of course, I remember a lot of things." She turns to me, flashing another smile I know she doesn't mean any more than she did the first. "Shall we, darling?" I suspect the term of endearment is intended to rankle me, but it does the opposite. I kind of like it. More importantly, she's not wrong. I'm itching to get out of here. I don't like our position out in the open. I don't like being this close to Amadeo without my gun, which I've had to leave behind thanks to the public nature of our wedding, and the DA's facing public pressure to take a bigger stance on crime. I nod. "Let's go, my love." Bringing our linked hands to my lips, I kiss her knuckles, and even here, she's smooth and soft and tempting. Fuck. When have a woman's knuckles turned me on this much? Luna Ravello is dangerous. We start moving past Amadeo and his wife, past a line of a few more fawning Ravellos and Andrianis. Her father is next, standing with Squeaky. He looks like shit, and the urge to knock him flat on his ass is strong. I don't, though. He's Luna's father. This is her wedding day. Even a shitty father should have a moment with his daughter. I hang back, letting her go to him. "Bella," Tommaso moves in for a hug. "You are a beautiful bride." She says nothing, standing stiffly as he embraces her. "Congratulations, Mrs. Andriani," he says. In the next instant, a bullet goes into Tommaso Ravello's head. Blood sprays all over Luna's wedding dress as he collapses against her. She screams. I'm on autopilot, adrenaline out of control as I haul her away, letting her father fall to the ground. I know a dead man when I see one, and I have no idea where that bullet came from. For all I know, there's another one for Luna and one for me too. The bastard who hit Tommaso is bold, taking him down in broad daylight in front of the most famous church in the fucking city. "My father," she protests, eyes wide, her pretty face splattered with red. She puts up a struggle, but she's in shock. I see the signs. "We have to go," I tell her, moving her faster, trying to shield her with my body. The wedding guests are in a panic, fleeing, screaming, dispersing. My brother's around us, getting us to where Rocco is waiting in the G-Wagon. I shove Luna inside first. The G is like a tank, fully armored with bulletproof glass. She'll be safest there. "Meet me back at the penthouse," I tell Lucky, Saint, and Scorpion. "Keep your fucking heads down and don't act on anything without me, got it?" They all nod. There's another armored car parked behind us, waiting for them to pile in. Sirens are already blaring, heading this way. I've got to get Luna out of here. The cops can question us later, when it's safe. "We good?" I ask them. All clear. Saint jerks his chin towards the G-Wagon. Tend to your wife. Wife. Yeah, she is that now. But nothing that happened today went according to plan, and now Tommaso Ravello is dead. Had he moved his head an inch in either direction, it could have been Luna instead. Everything's a blur as I slide into the back seat of the G. Luna is trembling, weeping. Her father's blood mingles with the tears, and something inside me breaks open. Drive! I order Rocco just before I take her in my arms, pulling her into my lap. He hits the gas, and none of us look back.
Luna. I'm sobbing uncontrollably, deep, body shuddering weeping that makes it almost impossible for me to catch my breath. Panic is threatening to choke me. I don't know where I am. It's not Priest's penthouse. The ride through the city was a blur. He held me in his lap and let me scream and cry into his chest the whole way to this place. But there are a few things I do know. My father is dead. He was shot and killed today, on my wedding day, in my fucking arms, and I'm the wife of a mafia boss. Luna. It's his voice, Priest's, coming through the door. I'm on the floor of a windowless room, hugging my knees to my chest. I don't want to see him now. I don't want to see him ever again. I wipe my dripping nose with the back of my hand. Go away! I'm coming in. I really don't want him anywhere near me. This is all his fault. If it weren't for him, my father wouldn't be dead. I wouldn't be married to my enemy. Stay out! The door clicks open. I bury my face against my thighs, curling into a ball. I feel his presence rather than hear or see him entering the room. It's dark and powerful and magnetic. A hand presses between my shoulder blades, hot and calloused and big. I think the gesture is meant as a comfort, but I can't help my instinctive reaction to flinch and jerk away. Baby. I wish I could tell him not to call me that, but another garbled sob leaves me. I can't describe the tangled mess I'm feeling. I wasn't close to my father. I hated the man he was. And because I'm a daughter instead of a son, I never measured up. I never mattered. But that doesn't mean I wanted him to be murdered in my arms. Priest strokes up and down my spine. His hand is hot on the bare skin my strapless dress reveals under my hair. I like the connection, even though I shouldn't. I can't escape him without scooting on my ass all over the floor, so I stay here, hiding my face, curling into myself, hoping to disappear. You need to get cleaned up. His voice is low and deep, rumbling into my ear. With a jolt, I turn my face toward him. He's watching me with that intense, deep blue stare that sees to my soul. Looking at him was a mistake. He's too much. Go away, I tell him, and then I humiliate myself by punctuating my demand with a huge, hiccuping sob. His hard expression softens, his jaw moving as if there's something he wants to say, but can't, or won't. And then he scoops me into his arms and lifts me like I'm a child. I don't even bother to protest as he carries me across the room to the bathroom. Gently, as if he fears I might break, he deposits me on the counter. His heat radiates into me, but I'm still cold. My teeth chatter. I close my eyes. Luna. Go away. I'm shivering now. Look at me, baby. No. He cups my face. Look at me. The stern command and his touch have me obeying. You're in shock, he tells me. I want to say, no shit, but nothing emerges. All I can think about is those horrible seconds that feel like a lifetime. My father embracing me, the violent twitch of his body as the bullet made impact. The blood. It's still on me. Priest washed my hands and face when we got here, and I was too numb to protest. But I'm still in my wedding dress, and I'm a bloody mess. Can you stand? Yes. At least, I think I can stand. He grasps my waist and helps me to my feet on the cold tiles. Another shudder goes through me, and he makes a growling noise, then flips 2 switches on. A heated fan starts blasting from above, and it's a relief, because I'm cold, so cold. You need a shower. I can do it myself. His gaze is relentless, his jaw sharper than a knife, his lips set in a stern, forbidding line. You shouldn't be alone after what you've just been through. He moves to the shower, opens the glass door, and turns it on. The inside is gray and white marble, accented with brass, and it's big enough to fit a family of 4. I struggle to control myself, but my breath is hitching, and I can't catch it. Priest turns back to me. He's still wearing his black tux, a fine smatter of rusty red flecking the white shirt. My father's blood. Nausea claws at me. I'm going to be sick. I barely make it to the toilet and sink to my knees, throwing up the freshly cut fruit I ate for breakfast this morning, courtesy of Maria. When the last of the violent heaves subsides, I see Priest's elegant tattooed fingers flushing the toilet and realize he's holding back my hair. I'm sorry, I choke out, embarrassed that he's not only just witnessed me puking my guts out, but was there to take care of me. Don't be. It's your body's natural reaction. Can you stand? I nod. Priest hooks an arm around me and helps me to my feet. Tenderly, he guides me to the sink before opening a medicine cabinet that's flush with the wall. Inside, I see a shelf of small glasses. He grabs one, fills it with water from the tap, and offers it to me. Rinse out your mouth. I take the glass, and our fingers brush. I don't need to be looked after like a child. But my chattering teeth aren't particularly convincing, I know, or the fact that I probably look like something dragged out of the maws of hell, or all the puking I just did. Rinse, he repeats. And I do. There's an eerie calm in his voice, and it's deep and low and somehow soothing, even though I know it shouldn't be. What I should be doing is smashing this glass on the marble counter and using it to cut Priest's jugular. Was he responsible for my father's assassination? Oh, God. It doesn't feel like he was. But who? My cousin Amadeo? The Russians? Other families? And whoever it was, will they come after me next? My hand trembles as I bring the glass to my lips and take a tentative draw from the water. Slowly, as if I'm performing each task for the first time, I slosh the liquid in my mouth and then discreetly spit into the sink. Again. I do it a second time, not even bothering to use a guest towel to wipe the dampness from my mouth, but swiping the back of my hand across my lips instead. He watches me, patient but intense, radiating that raw sense of barely leashed power I've only ever felt from him. I still feel sick, like I'm trapped in a nightmare and can't wake up. I take a sip of the water to distract myself, and then swallow harder than necessary. Where are we? You don't need to worry about that. Why aren't there any windows? Why do you think? This is a safe house of some sort. The lingering hitch in my breath is as annoying as my body's reaction to his proximity. Smart girl. Now let me help you out of that dress. I cross my arms over my chest like they're a shield that will keep him from me. No. We've been over this. His voice gentles again, and there's a new expression on his handsome face that looks almost like pity. Except it couldn't be. Priest Andriani is a heartless, ruthless, stone-cold killer. I'll do it on my own. But Priest clamps his hands on my waist and spins me so quickly that I don't even have time to react. The sound of the zipper being undone zings through the silence. I instinctively hold the dress to me, keeping it from falling, but then I see the blood, and my stomach lurches, and I let go. The once gorgeous Oscar de la Renta falls to the floor, ruined. I'm standing there in a lacy bra and panties, feeling far too exposed. It's getting warm and steamy in the shower, thanks to the running water. I feel hot and slightly lightheaded. I'm still panicked, but now there's an added element of something I can't define. You don't need to do it on your own, he says at my back. You have me now. And then I feel his fingertips grazing my back as he unclasps my bra with one deft move. It gapes, leaving me more exposed. I flatten an arm over my breasts and the lacy demi-cups, keeping it from dropping to the tile like my dress. I'll take it from here, I protest. You're in shock, baby. I don't want you to hurt yourself. I don't understand what he means. Does he think I'm suicidal after my father's murder? You could pass out, he adds. I'm not going to shower with you. Take off the bra and the panties, or I will. Panic rises, clawing at my throat. I can't do this. Priest, no. Fuck. He blows out a breath. We're going to wash the blood off the both of us. That's all. You'll feel better when you're not covered in it. Trust me. I almost ask him how he knows, but then I remember. He's a murderer. Killing people is how he made his living, as the top Andriani confessor, until he became Don. Do you promise you're not going to try anything? I demand, the chill coming back to me now that I'm thinking about death again. Death. Blood. My father. The limp way he fell into me. The screams, mine and others. The terror. Around me, the room suddenly spins. Priest is there to catch me against him, to keep me from falling, with an arm banded around my waist. He grunts. You see, don't be stubborn. I'm not going to fuck you in the shower. I'm going to get you cleaned up. His crude words light something inside me on fire. The dichotomy is so strange that if someone else tried to describe it, I wouldn't believe them. I'm freezing cold and completely aflame at the same time. I give up, letting go of the bra just in time for him to hook his thumbs in my panties and pull them down. His hands glide over me, a caress that somehow, strangely, isn't sexual. He's all business as he helps me into the shower. The door closes softly, and I'm engulfed in the hot spray. I lower my forehead to the cool marble wall, feeling the water sluice down my spine, and start sobbing yet again. I hear another low curse from his direction, followed by the hasty rustling of fabric that suggests he's also taking off his clothes. Then the door opens, and I'm not alone. He draws me into him, and we're both standing under the spray of the showerhead, the water washing the blood from our bare skin. Dimly, I register that he's still wearing his boxer briefs. His embrace is platonic. There's nothing suggestive about the way he holds me. I tuck my head into his wet chest and wrap my arms around him, too fucked up to care that Priest is the one offering me the comfort I so desperately need. And as he slowly, gently washes me like I'm a child, I don't even put up a protest. I just close my eyes and let him pass the soapy cloth all over my body, taking away the lingering traces of death and destruction I've witnessed today.
Chapter 11. Priest. For the fourth night in a row, I wake in the darkness to Luna's screams. I'm instantly alert, hitting the low light on the bedside table, scanning the room for any hint of an intruder. But there's no one here but us. She jolts awake, blinking blearily, holding up her left hand toward the offending light. There, on her ring finger, is a single gold band, the one I gave her on our wedding day. It takes me by surprise, the same way it does every time I see it. The reminder that we're married. She's my wife. It's okay, I tell her, dimming the lamp to its lowest setting. You're not in danger. That's a lie. As far as I know, she is in danger. That's why we're still here, at the Andriani stronghold 4 floors underneath the casino we own an hour outside of the city. But she's not in danger in this moment, here with me. With me, she's the safest she's going to be. She sniffles, and I realize she's been crying, and that she's still half asleep, totally out of it. My gut clenches, and that same protective instinct I've had for her from the moment we met hits me like a fist. Come here, baby. I reach for her, and she nuzzles into my bare neck, the wetness of her tears on my skin. She's shaking, her breath catching with every inhale. Luna Ravello is one tough woman, but watching her father's murder unfold while she was in his embrace hit her hard. She's spent the days since struggling to adjust to this new normal. It doesn't help that we're in a safe house, and that she hasn't seen daylight since the morning I hauled her away from the church, bloody and in shock. I whisper all the nice words I know in Italian, admittedly not all that many. I'm far from fluent in it, knowing mostly profanity, but I make do with what I've picked up from my father and from Zia Maria. My hand goes up and down Luna's spine in slow motion, and I swear I can feel her bones even more than I could a few days ago. She's been only picking at her food. Zia's not here with us, and the shit Saint's been bringing down from the casino just doesn't have any soul. I've made a mental note to switch up our kitchen staff and menu when I'm not on 24-hour watch, trying to protect my wife and find out who the hell is responsible for Tommaso Ravello's cold-blooded hit. Gradually, she comes out of her catatonic state. I can tell the instant reality sets back in, because she stiffens in my arms. "Sorry," she whispers, turning her face into my shoulder. "I guess I was having a nightmare again." You don't have to apologize. It happens. Does it happen to you? My hand pauses just above the dip in her lower back. I know what she's asking. It's a question no one has ever dared before. It did, I say finally. A long time ago. When? I was probably 17. I grimace into the shadows, thinking about the first time I killed a man. I haven't thought about it in years. How old are you now? 32. She doesn't say anything to that, and I wonder what she's thinking. Too old? Doesn't care? She's fallen asleep? Also, why do I give a shit anyway? Ancient, she says finally. And for a second, I'm so lost in my head that I don't know what she said. Pardon? Her breath is a hot little puff on my clavicle when she speaks. I said you're ancient. A reluctant smile kicks up the corners of my lips. Feels that way sometimes. Because of your age or because of what you do? She tilts her head back, studying me, her honey brown eyes searching mine. Seeing me. I want to kiss her, to roll her onto her back and pin her to the bed with my dick. The urge is so sudden and forceful that it takes me by surprise. I may want her, but I'm not a complete asshole. She's just lost her father. We're pretty much strangers who are married. I let go of her because she's fire, and I need to get burned to feel alive. And everything about this moment feels dangerous. Both, maybe, I say, rubbing a hand over my chest, like I can scrub away the feeling of her. I can't. It's like she's branded me. Luna isn't finished examining me. She props herself up on an elbow, her midnight hair a wild tangle around her shoulders. She looks sleepy and sexy. It doesn't help that she's wearing a flimsy nightgown that's doing nothing to hide her hard nipples. "Haven't you ever wanted a normal life?" she asks. "What's normal?" "Not having to worry about being killed or arrested. Having a job that's not illegal." "Anyone could be killed or arrested at any time." She rolls her eyes at me. "You know what I mean." Damn, the balls on this one. "My job's not illegal. I'm a business owner." "You're a mobster." I rub my jaw next, feeling the prickle of my beard because I haven't shaved in a few days. "I'm an entrepreneur." "If that's what you want to call it." We stare at each other. And fuck. I realize I'm smiling at her. Priest Andriani doesn't smile. I wipe the stupid expression off my face before she notices it and thinks I've gone soft. I haven't. Every part of me is hard. Very fucking hard. "It's what we both have to call it," I tell her, serious now. "Don't ask what I do, and I won't tell you. My business is mine. You can't tell the cops what you don't know." "You don't trust me?" "You've been out of this life for 5 years, and you don't want to be a part of it." She doesn't argue, just sits there with her pouty tits about to fall out of her nightgown. "So no, I don't trust you." "You've been sleeping next to me every night." I tuck my chin down and give her a look. "Do you trust me?" "No." Her answer is instant, without hesitation. I shouldn't be disappointed, but somehow I am. Loyalty isn't something I'm going to get from Luna Ravello. Not yet, anyway. Maybe not ever. I rub my chest again. "You should try to sleep. It's 2 a.m. I've got to be up at 5 to meet with my men. A hell of a lot has happened on the outside since I brought her here, and more shit is about to go down." "I'm not tired." The tiny strap of her nightgown slides over her shoulder. She doesn't do anything to right it, so I do, pulling it back into place, touching her in the process. "You should be." "I'm not." "If you stay awake, I'm going to fuck you." It's not a nice thing to say. I don't even mean it. But she's playing with fire, and we're both going to get burned. She needs the reminder, so do I. Her lips part, the sleepiness disappearing from her eyes. "You wouldn't." I hold her stare, letting her see everything, the darkest depths of my non-existent soul. "Try me." She swallows, and for a second, she looks alone and scared, and her terrified screams echo in my head until I force them out. I married her for power, to protect my brothers and our big fucked up family. She's just a pawn. She means nothing to me. Luna gives me a jerky nod. "Good night, then." She pulls the blankets up to her chin and rolls away from me, presenting me with her back huddled under the comforter. I turn out the lights again, telling myself I feel nothing. But as I lie on my back, staring up into the darkness, my dick hard as stone, I know that's a lie. I feel way too much where Luna Ravello is concerned, and I'm going to have to do something about it soon.
Luna. When I wake in the morning, just as with every day for the last week, Priest is gone. His half of the bed is made. Not a hint of him remains, aside from the faint scent of him on the sheets that I find strangely comforting. Psychotic killers shouldn't be allowed to smell as good as he does. I roll out of bed and stretch, trying not to focus on the fact that I'm essentially a prisoner in a windowless dungeon, and failing. To say I'm going stir-crazy is the understatement of the year. I miss the sun. I miss my life. I miss books, my phone, the outside world, the sound of birds, walking to class, the clickety-clack of my fingers on the keyboard, wind ruffling the leaves of trees. And, yeah, most of all, I miss my father, too. Some of the shock has worn away, but the nightmares linger. Maybe they always will. We weren't close. He was a shitty father and an even shittier human, but he was still my father. And I don't know if that should even matter, given everything that's gone down, but it somehow does. Besides, someone put a bullet in his head when I was in his arms on my wedding day. At the very least, I need to get justice for him. I need to find out who murdered him and make that person pay. I pad over to a dresser and open it. Inside the drawers, my things are neatly folded, all of it taken from my carry-on. I grab a pair of pajama bottoms, a tank top, and panties before heading to the bathroom. I have nothing to do here in my grim little cell, so I start the day with a long shower and try to shake the darkness that's never far. At least the shower is amazing. I go through the motions. Even my shower gel and shampoo are here. I have everything but my phone and laptop. I'm not allowed to have them yet. Maybe not ever. As I scrub my scalp, I go through all the scenarios again, just as I have every day since I've become a prisoner. What can I use as a weapon? When can I utilize the element of surprise, etc., etc.? And yet the answers are always the same. Anything with an edge has been removed. I don't even have shoes. I know I'm no match for Priest, even when he's asleep. And besides, if I were able to harm him, there's no way in hell I'd get out of here alive. I'm fucked. Closing my eyes, I lean back and rinse the suds from my hair. I'm almost finished when that magnetic sense of awareness hits me, and I realize I'm not alone. Panic hits me, instant and uncontrollable. I start screaming. I'm dimly aware of low cursing, the sound of the shower door being wrenched open. Then someone is here with me. He's big and solid, a wall of muscle, fully dressed and saying my name, pulling me into his arms like it's where I belong. "Luna, baby, it's me." The voice is as familiar as the scent, the feel of him. It's Priest. Weirdly, I feel safe. And, yeah, that's fucked up too. I don't look at him. His arms are tight, protective bands that somehow feel comforting instead of caging. Touching them reminds me that I'm naked. Shit. My instinct is to push away from him, but at least this way he can't get a full view. I cling to him, the wide shower head spraying us both in water. He's wearing a white t-shirt that is glued to his chest like a second skin. Why is there something so hot about a drenched 6'3" mobster standing in the shower with me, his blue eyes burning into mine? "What are you doing in here?" I blurt, the panic subsiding, annoyance with myself taking its place. He's got this intense look on his face that I can't read. "I brought you breakfast. I called for you when I came in, but you didn't answer." "You could have knocked." "I did. You didn't answer that either." "Did you hear the shower running?" "Yeah." Silence falls between us, punctuated by the rhythmic fall of the water on the tiles, on us. "But you came in anyway." His chin goes up. He hasn't shaved, and the dark stubble makes him look extra dangerous. "Needed to make sure you were all right." The emotional whiplash of the last week overwhelms me. I'm angry. I'm resentful. I'm terrified. Everything is one big, sick ball of dread in my stomach. "I'm not okay," I blurt. "I'm never going to be okay again, and that's your fucking fault." His, my father's, and whoever pulled that trigger. It could have been Priest. Not literally, of course. He was standing right next to me when it happened. But he could have given the order. This isn't the first time the thought has occurred to me, and I know it won't be the last. He catches my chin and tilts my face toward his. That mouth. You need to watch it, Topolina. He's staring at my lips, and for a second, I think he's going to kiss me. But he doesn't. Instead, he does something even more surprising, gently running his knuckle along my cheekbone to my temple, like a caress. I must be staring at him stupidly, naked and wet, my breasts pressed into his t-shirt because he cocks a half grin at me. Shampoo. It wasn't a caress then. He was just wiping away some suds. Still, the gesture was strangely intimate and caring. You okay? He asks. And I have to blink hard against the stinging rush of tears, because I've already cried in front of Priest too many times. I'm not about to humiliate myself again. The dichotomy of this man is perplexing. Part rough gangster, part gentle lover. I never know which side of him I'm going to get. I'm fine, I bite out. You can let me finish my shower now. A dark brow kicks up. You sure you don't need help? Positive. He shrugs. Suit yourself. Priest steps away from me, and the look he gives me is scalding. Then he calmly leaves the shower, soaked and hot as fuck. When the bathroom door closes behind him, I exhale and press my forehead against the cold, slick marble wall. I feel like I'm on fire. Everything about this situation is wrong. The water runs down my back, and I finish rinsing, trying to forget that Priest just saw me bare-assed naked, and not for the first time either. Worse, my ovaries are insistent little bitches. They don't care that he is a kidnapping mafia kingpin who's been holding me captive in a basement bunker for the last week after forcing me into marrying him. With a low groan of embarrassment, mingled with frustration, I scrub my face under the warm water. My stomach growls, reminding me that I'm finally starting to get my hunger back, and Priest had mentioned breakfast. I turn off the shower, wring out my wet hair, and then step out to towel off. My makeup is in a travel bag on the marble counter. Another reminder that he is in control of what I'm allowed to have. He's thorough, and his connections are alarming. It's a sobering thought, how trapped I am, how reliant upon him. I should probably try to stay on his good side, at least until I get out of this hellhole and back into the real world where I have a chance of actually escaping. The first moment I'm alone, I'm going to run as fast and as far as I can. He'll never catch me. I get dressed, then throw my damp hair into a messy bun using the lone hair tie I have. I'm about to put on makeup when I realize that's stupid vanity. I don't want to look good for Priest. I want to smother him in his sleep. I want to make him pay for what his family did to my brother, for what they've done to my father. Except I'm more confused than ever, because I don't know for sure who was responsible for Leo's murder, any more than I know who was behind my father's. I throw open the bathroom door, ready to fight. But the scent of pancakes is in the air, and I instantly go soft, like a cat picked up by the scruff of her neck. Priest set the small table, and he's standing at it, partially obstructing my view. But I can see there are silver domes dotting the center, plates for each of us. And OMG, do I smell? No, couldn't be. Could it? We've got bacon, he says, as if he read my mind. Pancakes, eggs, fresh fruit, hash browns. I think there's even a Danish. Those are hard to sneak past, Saint. It's like Thanksgiving and IHOP had sex and made one amazing breakfast feast of a baby. For the past week, I've been existing on the protein bars he left me on the nightstand every morning. I could almost cry again, but this time at the prospect of a proper breakfast. It's my favorite meal of the day. Coffee, too, he adds. There's coffee? I haven't had coffee in over a week, and I would happily surrender my life for one drop of it on my tongue. I stagger toward the table like an extra on the set of The Walking Dead. Cream? And sugar. I'm in love. He grins. I know I'm irresistible, but so soon? I shoot him a glare. With the food, gangster, not you. He flattens a palm over his chest. I'm wounded. The tattoos tracing over the back of his hand catch my attention again, along with the fact that he's changed out of his wet shirt. Where'd all the food come from? Some of the harshness in his face softens for a second. Zia Maria sent it. I think I'm in love with Maria, too. His eyes narrow. She's a bit old for you. I shrug, just to annoy him. I love the age gap trope. The age gap trope, he repeats, lips curling in a sneer. He says it like it's a foreign language. It's a romance novel thing. Where's the coffee? He steps to the side and reveals a whole carafe of delicious caffeinated brew. At least I hope it's caffeinated. It's not decaf, is it? I'm already reaching for the handle as I ask. At this point, I would drink anything. No? Why? You got a problem with caffeine or something? Not at all. I pour a steaming stream of coffee into my mug, sighing with contentment. I'm a grad student. I live on it. Not anymore. I set the coffee pot down with more force than necessary. You can't just expect me to cancel my future. To cancel it? No. But circumstances change, Luna. Yeah, well, I haven't changed, and you don't get to play God with my life. I'm not playing anything. You're my wife. We're joining the families. Your place is at my side. It's too early for crime lord shit. I reach for the small jug of cream and pour some into my coffee, then go for the sugar. Too early for reality? I grab a spoon and stir violently as I sit at the table. That's not what this is. Yes, it is. And the sooner you reconcile yourself to that fact, the better off you'll be. The scent of the coffee is teasing me, and I want nothing more than to take a deep sip. But I'm pissed at the cold, ruthless mafia don who's watching me with icy, calculating eyes. I want to lash out, to draw blood. What is reality? That I'm a prisoner? So you're going to keep me locked against my will in this basement fortress of yours forever now? That's called kidnapping, you fucking psycho. The last time I checked, it was illegal. A muscle in his jaw clenches. Watch that mouth of yours. I've already warned you. It's going to get you into trouble. Or what? Or I'll put my dick in it. A flood of heat goes straight to my clit. I like the idea of his big cock in my mouth. I like it, and I don't know what to do with this knowledge, with the fact that his cocky attitude ruins my panties every damn time. What is wrong with me? Stockholm Syndrome on overdrive? I grip the handle of my coffee mug so hard it's a miracle it doesn't shatter. Go ahead, and I'll bite it off. Oh, baby. He laughs like I'm a stand-up comedian who just closed the show with her best line. It's so much more than a mouthful. Says every guy who's worried about the size of his cock. Priest is still smirking. I don't have anything to worry about, and you know it. He's referring to the times I've felt that monster dick pressed against me, and he's not wrong. But I'm not about to let him get the win. I shrug. If you say so, sweetie. He goes still. Did you just fucking sweetie me? Apparently, Sweetie is a step too far for callous, kidnapping mafia dons. I don't give a shit. Yup, I say, popping the pea. I think I did. And then I take a sip of my coffee. Finally, like I don't have a care in the world, and definitely not like I'm currently at this man's complete mercy, locked in some kind of underground bunker with no release date in sight. He makes a sound that I would classify as somewhere between rabid animal and soul-stealing demon. And then he moves, so quickly that I have zero time to react. My coffee cup hits the table, and he's on me, lifting me out of my chair, hauling my ass onto the edge of the solid marble. He invades my space, palms slammed on either side of my thighs, and lowers his face into mine. You are my wife. You need to learn to show me some fucking respect. Then earn it. Fuck. He shakes his head. You're the most stubborn woman I've ever met. I bite my lower lip, wondering if that's an insult or a compliment. I decide it's a compliment. #guilty. You didn't just say that. Say what? Hashtag, like it's a thing. It is a thing, I point out. It's a hashtag. But not that people say. I raise a brow, all soap opera style, feeling invincible for absolutely no reason. This man could crush me with a fist, with a word, with a decision. I'm not people, I tell him. Damn it. Of course you aren't. You're you. And that's the whole fucking problem. He snarls that into my face, his breath hot on my lips. And then, in the next millisecond, his mouth is on mine, and I forget everything, including all the reasons I shouldn't like the way he kisses me. He feeds me kisses, devouring me, and I can't get enough. He cups my face, his mouth hot and hard. I don't know why, but the thought of that tattooed hand that has done so much damage, cradling me with such tenderness, does something to my insides. I'm on fire. I'm not even angry now. I'm just needy. Needy and greedy. Forget breakfast. I'll have him instead. I wrap a leg around his hip and scoot closer, grasping a handful of his hair. It's like we're battling each other. I'm not sure which one of us is winning. I don't even think I care. He groans into my mouth, giving me his tongue. He tastes like coffee and darkness and sex. It's intoxicating and terrifying, and I've never wanted another man the way I long for this one. My captor, my enemy, my husband. He kisses me until I'm breathless, until my body is on fire with need. And then he bites my lower lip, bites it hard enough that I think he might draw blood, and my clit pulses. I bite him back, and then he lifts his head, and we stare at each other. His eyes blaze into mine, as slowly, he grasps a handful of my tank top and lifts it, exposing one breast. I'm not wearing a bra, a fact I'm grateful for when he takes my nipple into his mouth and sucks hard, so hard that all I can do is moan and run my fingers through his black hair, my back arching. Looks like Priest is winning this battle. He nips me, and I gasp. The stinging sensation makes my pussy contract. The hand on my face disappears, only to glide past the waistband of my pajama pants. I should probably stop him, but I don't want to. It feels too good, the slide of those calloused fingertips under the elastic of my panties, stroking over my swollen clit until I make an embarrassing sound of desperate need. It feels better than good, and I'm not prepared for this. Fuck. So wet for me, baby. I am, and God, it's super embarrassing. I don't want to be wet. I don't want to like what he's doing to me, but I can't stop. I don't have my vibrator, and with him sleeping next to me every night, I haven't been able to relieve any of the sexual tension that's been building up inside me. When he leaves, I don't dare do it because I'm paranoid that there are cameras. I make a helpless mule. He sucks my nipple again, strums over my clit faster, playing with me, taking me to the edge. I need to come so badly, but not this way, not with him. I bite my lip, trying to stave off the pleasure, but that only heightens every sensation. And then his fingers slide farther under my panties, and he sinks too inside me. My heart is beating so fast, and he's fucking me with knowing strokes as he keeps licking, biting, and sucking at my nipple. His thumb settles on my clit, rubbing over it, and I can't take it anymore. When he finds my G-spot, I lose control and come hard. He finger fucks me through the climax, and just when the pleasure begins to ebb, he withdraws from me and delivers a quick, stinging spank to my pussy. My aching clit pulses in response. No one has ever done that to me before, and I should probably be furious with him, but the awful truth is that I liked it. He lifts his head, jerking my shirt back down, and gives me a smug smile as he slips his hand from my panties and pajama pants. I think I've just proven to us both who's in charge here, Topolina. My reaction is instant and instinctive. I try to slap the look off his handsome face, but he catches my wrist in an iron grip, stopping me before I can connect. "Not a good idea," he warns. And then he lifts his glistening fingers to his mouth and sucks them clean. You do have a sweet pussy, Luna Andriani." "Ravello," I correct. He shakes his head. "Andriani, you're mine now, and don't forget it." He pushes away from the table and stalks from the room, leaving me sitting on the marble, dazed and sated, breakfast cooling around me.
Chapter 12. Priest. I'm in a vile mood by the time I meet up with Rocco and Saint. My energy is dark and I know it. In the kitchen of the safe house, I rage pour myself a cup of coffee, slamming everything I can until I actually crack my cup and coffee starts seeping all over the marble counter. Grinding my jaw, I dump the coffee in the sink and get a new cup, filling it. Saint flashes me a shit-eating grin from where he's sitting over a bowl of half-eaten sugary cereal. "Case of blue balls? Fuck you." "Hey, look, it's not my fault if the wifey isn't putting out." "Wifey? What are you, a 19-year-old girl talking about her best friend? And the next time you fucking talk about my wife putting out, I'll feed you your teeth, understood?" "Nope. Last time I checked, I was a 29-year-old man with a giant dick and a face women can't resist. Also, I highly doubt you'd be able to feed me my teeth, but I invite you to try." He shovels a spoonful of cereal into his mouth. "How can you eat that shit?" He swallows. "How can you not eat this? It's fucking delicious." Rocco pauses in downing his eggs and bacon. "You eat breakfast with Mrs. Andriani, boss?" "No. I'd intended to eat breakfast with Luna. But then she pissed me off and turned me on, and I ended up finger-fucking around the breakfast table and storming out with a rock-hard dick and a foul temper. Yeah, not one of my finer moments. I can still taste her, and it's all I can do to keep from going back for more. So fucking sweet." "Maria sent enough to feed an army." Rocco gets up like he's going to serve me. "Sit, I'll get it myself." I heap whatever I can find onto a plate and storm over to the table. There's not much left, and it's cold, which pisses me off even more. But I eat it anyway because we've got work to do, and today's going to be a long one. Saint starts drinking out of his cereal bowl like a little kid. I glare at him. "Swear to God I'm going to break that fucking bowl over your head if you don't stop slurping." He blinks innocently and keeps at it. "I'm serious, Saint. I'll break your nose a second time." It's still lightly bruised from his run-in with Luna's head. She may have the soul of a poet, but she's tougher than a grizzly bear. Saint puts the bowl down. She didn't break it. She only bruised it. I shrug. If you say so. I do say so because it's the truth. Mm-hmm, I agree around a mouthful of cold scrambled eggs. The last thing he'd ever admit is to having his nose broken by a girl. Not gonna lie, I get an evil amount of enjoyment from the fact that my wife headbutted the shit out of him. My wife. Fuck. It still doesn't feel real, even if I've been sleeping beside Luna every night. She hasn't slit my throat yet, which is a minor miracle, likely aided by the fact that everything sharp has been removed from the room. But Saint is right. I do have a case of blue balls. Asshole. She didn't break it. Saint makes an elaborate show of slurping the last of his milk. I think she did, boss, Rocco says. I grin at him. This is why he's my right-hand man. I can always count on Rock to have my back. He'll say whatever you want him to say, Saint grumbles, setting his bowl back down on the table. But listen, as much as I'd like to argue with you two about my pretty face, we've got more important things to do, like figure out who the fuck clipped Tommaso Ravello. I need the reminder. Luna has me off my game. We've spent the last week in defense mode, trying to figure out what the hell went down that day. Working out of the safe house isn't ideal, but the main goal is to keep me alive and make sure Luna is safe. If I go down, hell will break loose, and the Ravellos and Andrianis will be in an all-out war. What do you have so far? I ask Saint. We got access to more security footage from the businesses surrounding the cathedral. Not every business yet, it's been a week. Saint shakes his head. The feds have been sniffing around. I set down my fork. Fuck, again? I thought you talked to your guy. I did talk to my guy. Then why the hell are they poking around in the surveillance cameras we need to access? Relax. He'll get us what we need in another day or so. This is taking too fucking long. Is Lucky still on Amadeo and his men? Like a hawk. I nod, feeling edgy and restless. And Scorpion? He put a call into his Bratva connection. You think the Bratva would have the balls to take down Tommaso Ravello at his daughter's wedding? Saint shrugs and flicks a look in Rocco's direction. I look from Rock to my brother. What aren't you two telling me? Nothing, Saint says quickly. Too quickly. It's not nothing. Out with it. Right now, or I'll re-break your nose. You can't re-break what isn't broken. I pick up my fork and wield it like a weapon, which, coincidentally, wouldn't be the first time I've used a fork this way. I'll gouge out your eye. Saint sighs. Antonio and the boys set up an underground casino in Bratva territory. I slam my fist onto the table. The fuck? We have an understanding with the Russians. My brother winces. Correction, we did have an understanding. One that we've technically broken. Fuck. Where's Antonio right now? Antonio is our cousin on our mother's side, a Rossi. For years now, the Rossis have been under the umbrella of the Andriani crew, with the understanding that they follow our code. Our friends are their friends, same with our enemies. And there are lines, like a tentative truce with the Bratva, that they don't fucking cross. Or else. Saint pulls out a burner phone, ready to call Antonio, but I hold up a hand to stop him. No, this isn't a phone kind of conversation. Take me to him. Saint sends a wary look in Rocco's direction. Irritated, I slam my fork down before standing. And stop it with the fucking Morse code, or you two will be next. I crack my knuckles, abandoning my sad breakfast. Slamming my fist into my cousin's jaw could be just the distraction I need. He's lucky if that's all I do to him. Stupid asshole.
Luna. I know the second he's back, before the door to my glorified prison cell opens, I can feel a shift, like the way the air changes just before a storm. I'm in the middle of doing yoga, which I've reverted to as a way to pass the time and release my pent-up energy, currently in downward-facing dog. I have just enough time to unfold my body into a standing position before the door bursts open. He hesitates before entering, eye-fucking me with that pale blue stare. He's wearing blue jeans and a white undershirt that shows off his muscled arms. As he stands there at the threshold, I see my chance. It's now or never. I bolt toward him, running as fast as I can, determined to escape. But he's faster. With lightning-swift movements, he enters the room and slams the door shut, and I'm suddenly barreling into his chest, caught in his arms instead of running free. "Fuck!" I burst out. "So eager to see me, baby." He grins, but it doesn't reach his eyes. There's a coldness there, a sharpness that was missing this morning at breakfast. "If I'd have known, I would have come home to you sooner." He smells incredible, and I have to resist the urge to press my face to his neck and inhale deeply with all the willpower I possess. Suddenly, I notice that his hair is damp, like he's showered recently, but not here, somewhere else. I don't know why the thought of him showering elsewhere makes my stomach clench, but it does. I shove at his chest, and he releases me. "Let me out of here! It's been a week since you kidnapped me and brought me to your secret gangster dungeon." He passes a tattooed hand over the shadowed edge of his jaw. "You're my wife. I can't kidnap you." His hands are sexy, and he used them on me this morning. I've had a hard time thinking about anything else since, and I hate myself for it. Where did he shower? And why? Was he using those fingers on someone else? "You can't disappear me just because we're married either," I point out. "Actually, I can do anything I want to, and we both know it." He's talking about what happened this morning, about how he finger-fucked me until I came all over him. My clit pulses. Something is very wrong with me, hideously, alarmingly wrong with me. I can't think about this now. Maybe not ever. "Can I have my phone back?" I ask, changing the subject. "Not yet." "You don't trust me with it." "After what happened at our wedding, I don't trust anyone." Fair enough. I'm in the same boat. And you know who I especially don't trust? Gangsters who kidnap me, force me to marry them, and then keep me locked in some kind of insane mafioso basement vault. I was under the impression I'm the only man you've married, Topolina. I glare at him. Don't be a dickhead. Don't push me, wife. I'd be more than happy to give you another lesson, but then I think you might enjoy that too much. My nipples are hard, and I hate him. How is it possible to simultaneously want to ride a man's dick and murder him in his sleep? I hug myself, trying to shield my body from his knowing gaze. Please, I need something, some sort of distraction, or I'll go insane. He works his jaw, staring at me, and then he nods. I'll be right back. He leaves, and I'd be lying if I said I don't check out his ass as he exits the room. Priest Andriani has a fine backside, the kind that you want to grab and hold on to while he's railing you. He returns with a reusable grocery bag that he extends to me like a peace offering. Here. I take it from him, not knowing what to expect, and definitely not anticipating what I do find within. Lorene Niedecker, I exclaim, extracting a copy of My Life by Water. How did you know to get me this? First editions of her poetry collections cost hundreds to thousands of dollars. They were printed in limited runs and haven't been available in literal decades because she passed away in 1970. He doesn't answer, but he doesn't need to when my eye catches on the familiar, slight tear in the upper right corner of the dust jacket. I glance up at Priest in shock. This is my copy. It is. Looking into the bag, I see my hardback of The Granite Pail as well. They're all mine. How did you get my books? Priest doesn't answer, so I look back at him. He's watching me, unsmiling. There's darkness in his eyes, mysteries I shouldn't want to solve. You broke into my apartment? When? How? I didn't break into anything, Topolina. One of your minions, then. I wave my book at him. You know what I mean. Your belongings were carefully packed up and are being sent east. I took the liberty of having your books shipped faster. I thought you might want them. What the fuck? I know Priest is heavy-handed, but this is some next-level shit. I'm outraged. You can't just have your men go into my apartment and empty it. It's my apartment. Those are my things. I try not to think of strangers packing up my underwear drawer. My rent is paid up through the end of the year. I need to go back. You're not going back. You don't own me. I start pacing. I need access to my email, Priest. I need to ask for a leave of absence. Your university has been informed of your change of plans. You can't just contact them like that. He stares at me, unsmiling, telling me without words that he can and that he did. I pace back toward him, grinding my molars. I'm going back to school. No, you're not. I'm finishing my MFA. You don't have a choice. He's being super calm, and the calmer he is, the more I want to scream and hit him. But I know Priest well enough by now to understand that attacking him won't do me any favors. I decide to try reasoning with him instead. Look, I married you to protect my father and myself, but he's gone now. The danger to me should also be gone. We'll file for divorce, I'll go back to Iowa and forget this ever happened, and you can carry on being a gangster. I'll sign an NDA or whatever it is that mobsters use these days. I won't file charges. I won't breathe a word about anything that's happened to law enforcement. It's a win-win. He shakes his head, exuding danger the way some men wear cologne. Wrong. Because your father has been killed, the danger to you is greater than ever. We're not just at war with Amadeo now. We're at war with the Bratva and the other families, too. At war. My level of panic, which was already higher than the Rockies, shoots practically to the moon. For the last week, I've been telling myself that this is temporary, that the smoke will clear and I'll be released from this subterranean gangster lair and go on with my life. There is no we in this, mobster. I am not at war with anyone. I'm just a graduate student trying to finish her degree. I hold the Lorene Niedecker volumes against my chest like I'm a 6-year-old with a stuffy to ward against the nightmares. He crosses the room to me, thunderstorms in his eyes. Listen to me, Topolina. Do you know what I witnessed today? No? I'll tell you. I saw my cousin and 2 of my guys, lifeless, on the floor of an East Side kitchen, with holes drilled in their heads and their tongues and eyes cut out. They died slowly, tortured to death. My stomach lurches. Priest is unrelenting, his face harsh as his head dips lower toward mine. And do you know what the note on them said? I shake my head. I don't want to know. I'm going to tell you anyway, he growls, because you need to understand that Luna Ravello is dead. She died the day you got on the plane to meet your father. Luna Andriani is who you are now. The old Luna is gone, and she isn't coming back. Priest dips his head, his lips against my ear. Because the note on my cousin's body said you're fucking next. His breath is hot against my ear, but I'm frozen with icy fear. Suddenly, I'm on my wedding day again, standing outside the cathedral, with the sun shining so brightly I'm squinting, and my father is taking me in his arms as a shot rings out. And there's blood everywhere. So much blood. On him, On me, the scent of it, the stickiness. This can't be real. The books drop out of my hands and hit the floor. You need me, Luna. He kisses the side of my neck, and I'm struck by a weird combination of hunger and terror. His hands clamp on my waist, holding me to him. Realization hits me then, in a way that it somehow hasn't, not through the violence of my father's death, or through the resulting shock. Priest isn't wrong. My old life is gone. My friends, my work, my writing, my professors, even my family. All I have left is a distant cousin who may or may not be trying to kill me, and the mobster I married. My bestie, Isla, is likely out of her mind with worry right now. It's been over a week since I last answered a text. She's probably tearing through the local police department, demanding I be found. A hysterical sob bubbles up inside me. I try to swallow it down, but an embarrassing noise that's half hiccup, half dying mouse comes out of me. They might as well get it over with, I tell him harshly, angry with myself for not being able to control my emotions. I'd rather die than stay here, trapped in this hellhole with you. No, you wouldn't. He kisses my temple, still holding me close, enveloping me in his warm strength. And I'll get you out of here eventually, but we need to know you'll be safe first. I don't care if I'm safe. This is not a life. He pulls back, tucking his chin down to study me. You want out of the room? That he's even asking me is a shock, but maybe he's not entirely evil. He did get my books shipped to me, even if he managed to do so using nefarious means and against my will. My God, what is wrong with me? Of course I want out of this room. It's making me go crazy. He gives me a stern look, his brow furrowed. Then he surprises me again by releasing me and stepping away. Stay here. I'll be back. Priest starts to leave, and new panic hits me. Suddenly, as much as I don't want to be stuck in this room with him, I also don't want him to go. I don't want to be here in the silence, alone with my thoughts. Wait, I manage. Don't leave me here. Please, take me with you. My heart pounds, and my chest feels tight. I can't stay here alone, and as much as it pains me, Priest is all I have. He stops and turns back to me. Whatever he sees must be proof that I'm a mess. With a low, muttered Italian curse, he stalks back toward me and takes my hand in a firm grip. Come with me, Topolina. Where are we going? As desperate as I was to escape this room, now that he's willing to take me, I'm suspicious. You'll see, he rumbles, his voice low and sexy. Even panicked and fucked up as I am, my ovaries flutter to life. If only this man weren't 100% sex, it would make hating him like I'm supposed to so much easier. I dig in my heels, hitting the brakes like my childhood dog Daisy would when she wasn't ready to go back inside after a walk in the summer sun. Tell me! He makes a sound of irritation and gives me a look that I imagine more than a few of the men he's tortured into spilling their guts have seen. Do you want out of here or not? Yes. 100 million zillion fucking times yes. Then you have to trust me. Can you do that, Luna? I tense up, feeling like this is some kind of fucked up test, like regardless of what I say here, it won't matter. He catches my chin in his thumb and forefinger, forcing me to hold his gaze. Don't look away when you answer. Look me in the eye and say it. Have you given me a reason to trust you? I demand. You're alive, aren't you? Still kicking. He rubs his calloused thumb over my lower lip, one sensual stroke that makes me ache. Then that's your reason. Because if I wanted you dead, Luna Andriani, you wouldn't be here now. He's right, but I don't like that he has the upper hand yet again. I don't even think about what I'm doing. I bite his thumb. Not hard enough to injure him, but hard enough to make it hurt. He chuckles. The last reaction I wanted. You didn't even draw blood. I'm disappointed. And then he releases me, pulling me by our still linked hands. Come. Hang on. I go to my precious books, still on the floor, and scoop them up, setting them on a table, as he watches me like I'm losing my mind. And maybe I am. Next time, I'll bite harder, I warn him as he tugs me to the door a second time. My heart beats a little faster, because maybe, just maybe, being on the other side of this perpetually locked door will take me one step closer to freedom. Priest just laughs, tugging me along. Who am I kidding? This gorgeous, fucked-up gangster isn't the slightest bit afraid of me. Somehow, I'm going to have to change that.
Chapter 13. Priest. Where are we? Luna asks, sounding adorably befuddled. It's a welcome change from the choked-up fear that laced her sultry voice earlier. She might be Tommaso Ravello's daughter, but it's more than clear she's been raised isolated from the violent world that was her father's playground. I knew that, of course. I've done my digging on her. But there's looking at facts on a screen or hearing them listed off by one of my men. And then there's actually experiencing her. She's tough when she needs to be, but Luna is all smooth and soft around the edges. She's not accustomed to this kind of life. I doubt she'd ever even seen someone else's blood until her father's shooting. Scraped knees and elbows, yes, but real wounds? Never. She's been too sheltered, spoiled and treasured and sent away to school, far from the ugly stains of our world. You'll see, I tell her, releasing her hand to find the switch I'm in search of. One press, and the glass panels before us illuminate, bringing to life the world below. Oh, she breathes, and I understand the wonder in her voice, because we're in an office that overlooks the main floor of the casino, 2 floors up. Under us is a hive of activity, people and servers and dealers everywhere, slot machines whirring, lights flashing, blackjack tables, roulette, the curl of cigarette smoke that we don't have to smell. This massive main office shares an HVAC system with the safe house below, separate from the casino's nicotine-coated ductwork. Can they see us? She asks next. No. To them, this is nothing but a part of the decor. Basically, where we are is like taking in the fun and games of the boardwalk, only without the seagulls shitting on your head. We can watch, but we don't have to hear the slots or smell the cigarettes. Are we in a casino? Give the lady a drink. She raises her eyebrows at me. Are there drinks in this place? I like seeing the anxiety fading from her. It feels good, even if I don't want it to. I turn from her and move to a built-in wine rack and refrigerator below the marble bar, distracting myself. Of course. What's your poison? You have any wine? What kind of a question is that? I quip, and for a hot second, it's easy to forget that we aren't just a regular couple on a date. Everything between us is unexpectedly easy, smooth. I'll have a glass, she says. Red or white? Red, always red. I flash her a grin. I have something I think you might like, from Piedmont. I do a ridiculous bow, like I'm Wesley from the Princess Bride movie. All I need to say is, as you wish, while I'm rolling down a fucking hill. Mother Mary, somebody put me out of my misery. I pull a bottle of wine from the rack, uncork it, and pour a generous amount into the glass. This is one of the finest batches from my cousin's vineyard in Italy, what we serve for $100 a bottle. I'm usually adept at reading what kind of wine will suit a woman, and this has Luna written all over it. So your bunker is under a casino? Your casino specifically? Her voice is over my shoulder. I have my back turned to her, but I can feel her there, hotter than a brand. My body is deeply aware of everything to do with Luna. My dick even more so. You could say that, I agree, corking the bottle and leaving it on the counter. Taking my time, I find a low ball and fill it with ice. Then I reach for the Johnny Walker Blue and pour it slowly. Why so non-committal, gangster? She props a hip against the marble alongside me. She's wearing yoga pants that were clearly designed by the devil and a tight tank that does nothing to hide her hard nipples. I can't stop thinking about how wet her pussy was this morning when I finger-fucked her. Trying to play it nonchalant, I offer Luna her glass. Try this and tell me what you think. She accepts it, eyes on me, her fingers brushing mine. You didn't answer my question. I pick up my glass, offering it for her to cheers. I'm not non-committal. It's just that my bunker isn't technically directly under the casino. It's down and to the left. Our glasses clink. Semantics, she says. Your graduate school words make my dick hard. You think about your dick a lot, don't you? I wink. I guess we have that in common, baby. I don't think about your dick. If you say so. I do say so. I say that I don't. Think about your dick. Not in any way, either hard or soft. Her cheeks are pink. I've never seen a woman blush before. Fuck, she's adorable. I want to kiss her and fuck her and fill her with my cum. I'm an asshole. I lean into her, enjoying myself. It's always hard when you're around. She gulps her wine and almost chokes on it. And you like it, I add, pushing her. Why did you bring me up here? She asks quietly. To distract myself. I can't allow my mind to linger on the memory of my dead cousins. If the Bratva really are responsible for clipping Antonio and his boys, I'll need to retaliate, and it won't be pretty. I wasn't lying when I told her this is war, and shit's about to get even more dangerous. But I don't say any of that. Instead, I take a long pull of my scotch, relishing the burn. I swallow it, holding her stare. And then I set it on the marble. My hands land on her waist, and I'm steering her away from the counter, toward the wall of glass, my forehead dropping to press to hers. I brought you here for this. We stop when she's trapped between me and the glass, just looking into each other's eyes, our breathing harsh. She's still holding her glass of wine. I don't give a shit. I'm an animal right now. Behind her, a kaleidoscope of 1,000 different lights whirls on machines, but she's all I see. I slant my mouth over hers, trying to blot out the ugliness of today. She tastes like wine, and she responds the way I knew she would, kissing me back like she's starving for me. I've been giving her time after what happened with her father, but I don't know how much more I have in me. I want her like I want power, like I want revenge, like I want to own this city and everyone in it. She sucks my tongue, and my cock pulses. I grind into her, grasping a handful of her hair, my knuckles rapping against the cool glass, and let her feel me, showing her without words what's next for us. I kiss her until she's breathing hard, until I am too, drinking from her lips. She's better than any scotch, and my cousin's finest wine. Taking my time, I kiss along her jaw, all the way to her ear. I suck the lobe, then bite it, my lips grazing her as I speak softly. Do you know what I could do to you right now, Topolina? I could pull down your hot little yoga pants and bury my tongue in your pussy. Your bare ass would be pressed against this glass while you ride my face, and no one down there would even know. She inhales sharply, gripping my shoulder with one hand. You'd have to have my permission first. I tongue the hollow behind her ear. Oh, I think we both know I already have it. You were so wet for me this morning. She makes a throaty sound and hooks her leg around my hip, holding me to her. I work my way down her throat, licking and nipping. She smells so fucking good, and she feels even better, her hard nipples begging to be sucked as she presses them into my chest. I brought her here for a distraction, to give her a change of scenery, but now I'm on fire. You like the idea of me fucking you up here, don't you, baby? I find the place where her pulse is fluttering fast, like a butterfly's wings, and I kiss her there. You like the idea of me filling you with my dick while all those people below don't have a clue. Luna makes another sound. You talk too much, gangster. I smile against her smooth, warm skin. Why? You have better uses for my mouth? She doesn't say anything, so I fist her tank and yank it up, watching as her tits pop free. I've seen them before, but that doesn't mean I don't appreciate them, because they're perfect just like the rest of her. High and full, her nipples jutting toward me. I take the glass of wine from her and tip it toward her left breast, ever so slightly. A thin stream of red drizzles over her bare skin, running down her nipple. It's traveling quickly, so I don't waste any time licking it off and swirling my tongue around her nipple. Luna makes a soft sound of surprise, arching her back. I suck hard, making sure to clean up every drop of wine. Then I pour a thin rivulet on her other breast and do the same. I don't stop until she's writhing against me, until her fingers are tunneling through my hair. Then I raise my head and hold her gaze. Her big brown eyes are almost eclipsed by dark, dilated pupils. I hold the wine glass to her lips and tilt it gently, allowing her to take a sip. Moving it away, I tilt it again, sending wine down her throat. With a groan, I lick it up, liking the game too much. It dribbles down between her tits before I catch the last of it on my tongue. My cousin's wine has never been so fucking good. But I want more. Playing isn't enough. With one hand, I slide my fingers under the waistband of her yoga pants and panties, and then I yank the elastic down. Sinking to my knees, I pull everything to her ankles. She watches me, lips parted, dark red from my mouth on hers, and from wine. She's like a dream. I hold out the wine glass for her. Your turn. For a second, I think she'll argue, put up a fight. But I must have taken her over the edge, and her resistance is gone. Swallowing hard, she tips the wine glass toward her. Red trickles down, starting between her breasts and then sliding lower. I watch as it pools in her belly button and then spills again, running straight to her pussy. Fuck yes. I don't even bother starting at the top. Holding her hips in my hands, I sip at her belly button and then follow the wine all the way to her clit. I lap at her, tasting wine and her mixed together as she makes a strangled sound from somewhere above and pumps her hips towards me. Catching her gaze, I rock back onto my heels. Delicious, baby. Give me some more. She drizzles wine on herself again, and I lick her clean, this time lingering to suck and bite at her. A man consumed. Then I hook her leg over my shoulder and spear her with my tongue, fucking her deep. Priest, she cries out. Holy shit, fuck. I know the feeling. She tastes amazing, and I love fucking her pussy this way, drinking her up and making her wild for me. She's so hot and wet, moaning, rubbing her pussy on my face. And it's the single most erotic moment of my life. I'm relentless, driving into her, then sucking her clit until she's whimpering. Wine spills on the carpet, splashes on her, on me. We don't care. We're both lost to everything but each other. I grip her firm cheeks and then can't resist slicking some of the wetness seeping from between them over her tight hole. She stiffens and clenches, pushing forward onto my face. I tilt my head back so she can see herself all over me, keeping my finger pressed tightly to her ass. Someday I'm gonna fuck you here, baby. She catches her lower lip in her teeth, watching me, obscenely beautiful against the backdrop of the never-sleeping casino. While she watches, I suck on her clit and increase the pressure on that tight ring of muscle, working my way into her. "Priest," she says again, breathless. "Please." I love making this woman beg for me. It's more addictive than any drug. I keep sucking, pushing, giving her body time to adjust. I'm knuckle-deep when she twists against me, the pressure of my finger in her ass and the suction I keep on her clit leaving her with no choice. She comes hard, falling against me, and it's beautiful. I need to be inside her, now. I withdraw from her and stand, reaching for my fly. My dick is already leaking, more than ready. Her eyes are closed, head tilted back against the glass. "Luna, look at me." Long black lashes flutter open. Her eyes are glazed, her cheeks flushed. "It's time," I tell her, and she knows what I mean. It's past time we consummated this marriage. She's mine, and I'm not letting her go. She bites her lip, not saying anything. "I need a yes from you," I add. I know she wants me, but we're doing this the right way. Not that fucking my wife for the first time against a glass wall high over my family casino is necessarily the right way. "Yes, but this doesn't change anything," she says. "I'm still going to finish my MFA, and I still want a divorce." She's kicked out of her yoga pants and panties by now, and I lift her leg to hook around my hip again. The tank is still yanked up, so I take it the rest of the way off. And then she's reaching for my undershirt, pulling it over my head. "You can tell yourself anything you want, baby," I say. She's fiercely gorgeous, defiance burning back to life now that her orgasm is faded. But still she wants more. I abandon my fly in favor of playing with her clit. Light strokes, teasing her. She's fucking soaked, and I know it won't take much to get her off a second time. "I mean it, gangster," she huffs out, her breath faster, hips chasing my touch. I kiss her, devouring her, and she kisses me back like it's the last kiss she'll ever have. Our tongues play. I don't stop until we're both almost out of our minds. Then I rub my scruff along her jaw, my lips at her temple. "Unzip me." Luna doesn't like being told what to do, but she doesn't hesitate now. Her fingers are on my fly, the metal teeth gliding down. "Take out my cock." She does, the feeling of her fingers wrapped around my dick almost enough to make my head explode. "Feel how hard you make me." She strokes me, tentatively at first, and then with more enthusiasm. I know she hasn't had a lot of boyfriends. She's been too caught up in her studies. "I'm clean," I tell her. She blinks, then nods. "Me too." "I know." Her brow furrows, and I can see her brain whirring, thinking. I don't want that now. I just want her. I kiss her again, increasing the pressure on her greedy clit. She makes a desperate, throaty sound that has my balls going tight and strokes me harder, faster. I'm on the edge, so I break the kiss. "Take my cock now, baby." Our foreheads are pressed together. A trickle of sweat glides down my spine. She guides my dick to her pussy and then grinds against me. I feel the hot, wet kiss of her on my cockhead, and then I'm inside her. And fuck, It's so good. So damn good. Better than I ever imagined. Going bare inside Luna. She's strangling my dick, almost forcing me out. One roll of my hips, and I'm deeper. This is where I belong, deep inside her. A raw, feral surge of possessiveness hits me. She's mine. Hold on to me, I warn her. She grasps my shoulders, clinging to me, obeying. I kiss her while I fuck her. Hard kisses to match my deep thrusts. Her head bounces off the glass. I plant one palm on the window, leveraging myself as the other hand stays between her legs, working her clit. We're kissing and fucking, a tangled mess of breath and bodies and tongues. She comes on me, and I swallow her cry with my mouth, drinking it down, ravenous for her. For every part of herself she has to give, I want it all. And as her pussy clinches on my dick, I thrust one more time before I lose control, coming inside her and filling her up just like I promised I would. My heart is pounding along with hers, our bodies slicked with sweat, and below us, the casino carries on like nothing has changed, when everything has. I'm keeping you, Luna Andriani. Her head dips to my shoulder, almost as if in prayer, and she says nothing.
Chapter 14. Luna. What the fuck have I done? Oh, that's right. I've fucked Priest. That's what I've done. It's so mind-bendingly stupid that I can't even wrap my head around what happened in that casino viewing room. During the walk of shame I take back to my prison, I blame it on my ovaries, on the fact that I'm skating closer to that time of the month and my libido is raging out of control as usual. I blame it on Priest's cologne, on that fucking shirt that showcases his tatted, muscled arms, on the wine, on his tongue, on his finger. OMFG, his finger. In my ass. And I liked it. I liked what he did to me, what he said to me, the way he took control, the way he dribbled wine all over me and then licked it off, the way he fucked me, standing up against a glass wall while hundreds of unsuspecting people made him richer below. Fuck my life. I'm not even on birth control. I dodged the appointment for my last shot because I'd been having really bad migraines, and I was trying to narrow down the source. As it happened, the headaches stopped with the shots. I let them lapse because I was single. I had no intention of sleeping with anyone. I was focused on my thesis and the last year of my MFA. I wasn't thinking about the potential complications that could arise from stopping the shots and not taking any additional steps to be safe. All of which means I could have a gangster baby on board, right fucking now. I feel like I may pass out. The urge to whip out my phone and text Isla hits me, and I'm slipping a hand inside my pocket before I remember I have no phone. Well, I do, but it's no longer in my possession. Everything is a blur until we reach the elevator that brought us up from the bowels of his safe house. Sleek doors greet us, along with a pad for his thumbprint and a retinal scanner. The doors are flanked by 2 armed guards who are careful not to make eye contact. There are cameras overhead, following our every step. Security is tight. No one is going to get into the safe house who doesn't belong there. "Good evening, Mr. Andriani," says one of the guards as we wait for the elevator to zoom to our floor. I can hear it whirring, coming closer. "It is a good evening now, Joey," Priest says, sounding more chipper than I've ever heard. And then he presses a possessive palm to my lower back, as if to make it clear, in case my sex hair and rumpled clothes aren't an indication, that he just fucked me in the observation room. I want to crawl into a hole. No, I want to crawl into a bed and pull the covers up and not come out for a week. Not just any bed. My bed. The bed I left in my apartment in Iowa. Now that my mortification's complete, the doors open with a ding to reveal the cavernous private elevator with its mirrored walls, gilt sconces, chandelier, and marble floor. It looks like something out of the Palace of Versailles. "Tell your Uncle Giuseppe I send my regards," Priest adds, sweeping me into the elevator. "Thanks, boss. He'll be happy to hear it." I half expect the guard to give Priest a salute, but he doesn't, just turns back to his station like the cold killing machine he's designed to be. The elevator doors close, and I move to the opposite side, keenly aware of Priest's nearness and of the fact that he smells like mouth-watering cologne and sex, and that his cum is still inside me. What the hell was I thinking? I wasn't thinking. That's the problem. I was caught up in the moment, allowing my body to rule over my brain. Stupid, stupid Luna. "Something wrong?" Priest asks quietly after he punches in a code he doesn't allow me to see, and the elevator jolts into seamless motion, taking us into the belly of this beast. Yes, I just fucked the enemy. I can't tell him that, though. "You may as well have made an announcement about what happened in the observation room," I snap instead. "All they had to do was take one look at you to know exactly what we've been doing for the last hour, which is exactly what everyone expects newlyweds to be doing." I cross my arms over my chest, feeling defensive because I gave in too easily. The last hour? Try 15 minutes tops. And we're not newlyweds. We're soon-to-be divorcees. He chuckles and rubs his stubbled jaw. Priest looks way too damn good in a white shirt and jeans. "What's so funny?" I demand when he doesn't say anything. "You. You're laughing at me after we... I wave my arm wildly in the general direction of the scene of my crime and then start looking for a weapon. My feet are bare, so that won't be an option. "Looking for something to bludgeon me with, baby?" He grins, and it's sexy and devastating, and I want to throw myself at him and kiss him, but I also want to smack his handsome face for making me surrender. "This is why I haven't given you shoes yet, yeah?" With a sound that's embarrassingly animalistic, I launch myself at him. But it's the rough equivalent of a kitten charging a bull. He catches me against his chest, his arms wrapping around me to hold me there. I hate him, and I want him, and this is so fucking confusing. I'm also emotional, about to cry, tears pricking my eyes. I blink furiously, trying to clear them before they fall. "Don't laugh at me," I manage tightly. "Hey." He catches my chin in his thumb and forefinger, tilting my face up to his. "I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at how adorably stubborn you are. You can't bear to accept what just happened between us. How bad you wanted it. You can't even say it." He pauses, his look shifting, going curious. "Fuck. You weren't a virgin, were you?" I think of my high school boyfriend and the sweet, furtive fumbling in the back seat after prom. Then the college boyfriend who lasted until someone better came along. "No." I shake my head. "It's just been a while." "No one since the asshole who made it to the NHL?" he asks. He's talking about Jackson, my college boyfriend who dumped me for a puck bunny after he led the team to a championship, and who, last I heard, plays for the Baltimore Blades in the NHL and is dating a very famous pop singer. My mouth falls open with shock in the same moment the elevator doors open. "How do you know about that?" His cruel mouth kicks up in a half grin. "I make it my business to know everything there is to know about you." Exes I haven't seen in years? Social media, Topolina. It's painfully easy to find out almost anything. You two lovebirds going to come out of the elevator, or do you need a minute? Intrudes a familiar voice. With a jolt, I turn to see we have an audience. Saint is standing there, watching us with undisguised curiosity. His nose looks better. It's not even crooked. I do regret headbutting him, but not taking the chance to escape, even if I failed. I jerk myself out of Priest's arms, my face on fire, and glare at his evil brother as I march off the elevator. We're not lovebirds. Didn't look that way to me, Jessica Fletcher. Do I look like an elderly Maine mystery writer to you? I demand, throwing up my hands. Ah, shit. I think I meant that other one. He scratches his chin, the intricate ink on his fingers dancing. The one who writes the romance books they made into movies with Dakota Fanning. I shake my head at him. Oh my God, it's Dakota Johnson in the 50 Shades of Grey movies, and the author of those books is so not Jessica Fletcher, who isn't even real, by the way. Priest strolls up to me, all calm and smooth, oozing sex. Ignore him. He's a shit-stirrer. Nothing entertains him more than riling people up. Basically, he's an internet troll in real life. I narrow my eyes at an unrepentantly grinning Saint. Everything makes complete sense now. You're all a bunch of crazy motherfuckers. Welcome to the family, sis, Saint says. I'm not a part of the family. I'm getting out of here before I lose my mind. Which, judging from what I just did with Priest in the observation room, maybe I already have. Priest's hand flattens on the small of my back again. Any word from Lucky and Scorpion? He asks Saint over my head. And it's like a switch has flipped. Saint's grin fades. Yeah, we do need to talk when you've got a minute. Priest nods. Give me 5. He starts steering me back toward my prison, but I put on the brakes. Wait! Priest, please. I don't want to be locked in that room again. He pauses, his expression pensive, like he's actually mulling over giving in to me. I didn't have sex with him to gain leverage over him, but I won't turn it down if that's what caused it either. At this point, I'm so desperate not to be trapped in a room that I'll take anything I can get. You can stay in the living room if you promise to behave. How about giving me back my phone? He shakes his head, his jaw tense. Living room. There's a TV. You can stream some chick shit. So you trust me enough to do what we did back there, but not enough to give me my phone? And by the way, calling something chick shit is super sexist. He chuckles, the sound dark and sinful. You still can't say it, can you? I look around wildly to make sure Saint isn't within earshot. He isn't. He's standing back down the hall, by the elevator where we left him, looking at his phone. How nice that someone around here is trusted enough to have one. I'm starting to feel like Edmond Dantes, trapped in the dungeons of the Chateau d'If and closed off from the outside world. As far as I'm concerned, it was a one-off, and it certainly won't happen again. Priest cups my face, his eyes intent. You can tell yourself that if it makes you feel better, but we both know the truth. And then he kisses me, hot and hard and possessive. I'm so taken aback that I do nothing for a second, just stand there in the hall with his mouth on mine. And then some stupid instinctive part of me snaps to attention and kisses him back. I kiss him like this is our last goodbye before he goes off to war, wrapping my arms around his neck and pressing our bodies together. Why do I want him so much? Why does kissing him feel so perfect, his hot, muscled body pressing into mine with such perfection? It dawns on me that I still taste myself on his lips, the knowledge making a flare of heat go straight to my pussy before he ends the kiss. He takes my hand, his expression inscrutable, and laces his fingers with mine. Come, I'll show you the living room. I mean it, priest, I insist weakly as he pulls me down the hall and into a living area that's as cavernous as it is ornate. If I thought the elevator was palatial, this so-called living room is next level. Marble floors, a huge chandelier, an impressionist painting flanking the biggest flat screen I've ever seen, and a massive black velvet sectional. Here we are, he says, releasing my hand and going to a marble-topped table where a remote sits neatly in the center. If you need anything, call for Basil. Say, hey, first. That's his wake-up phrase. I blink. Wait, I'm sorry, what? Basil's our virtual assistant. He can turn lights on and off. Same with the TV, the volume. He can even call me if you need me, which is why you don't need a phone. This shit just gets weirder by the moment. I don't know if it's the post-sex oxytocin that's making me feel lightheaded and confused, or if it's the parallel universe I seem to have fallen into, the one where dangerous mobsters locked me in an underground bunker, and they have a virtual assistant named Basil. Somehow, I feel like this is information that would have been helpful, I don't know, maybe a week ago? Also, the reason I need my phone has nothing to do with you. You're the last person I plan on calling. A muscle ticks in his jaw. From now on, I'm the first. I'm your husband. Temporarily, it's a formality that will soon be rectified. He gives me a look that's dark and dangerous, and yet somehow makes something deep inside me melt. You're my wife, Luna. Mine. And I protect what's mine. So sit down, prop up your fucking feet, and watch whatever you want to watch like the good, nerdy little poet you are. I'm not a nerd. Yes, you are. And it's hot as fuck. He kisses me again, aggressive and fast. I like it way more than I should. Sit. I glare at him. I'm also not a dog. The corner of his mouth kicks up into a half grin. Oh, I know that, baby. Believe me, I know. Sit. I'll be back in half an hour or less. He's bossy, but I don't feel like putting up much of a fight. Suddenly I'm tired. Maybe it's the after-sex glow descending. Orgasms will do that to a girl. Please, he adds when I don't respond. Is it wrong that I think it's kind of adorable he's trying to persuade me rather than barking out orders? Yes, I need to have my head examined. But I relent anyway, settling myself onto the couch. He leans down and brushes a kiss over my forehead, then grabs a plush throw and tucks it around me like I'm a child. Stay here until I'm back. I raise my brow as if to say, really? Where can I possibly go? Also, it's not lost on me, the tender way he's taking care of me. Even if he's keeping me here against my will, there are unexpectedly tender sides to this brutal devil. I just can't keep forgetting that he's my enemy, that despite what he said about Leo, it's entirely possible the Andrianis did kill my brother. He straightens and starts to leave. Hey, Basil, I call out. A disembodied male voice with a British accent answers, Yes, madame. Tell Priest that he's an asshole for me. I am unable to complete your request at this time, says the voice from a speaker overhead. Please try again later. Priest doesn't look back or break his stride, but his laughter trails after him as he goes. Damn that man. Even his laugh is sexy. I reach for the remote and turn on the TV.
Chapter 15. Priest. By the time I get back to Luna, she's curled up on the couch, fast asleep, while a crime documentary rolls across the screen. Something about some piece of shit who murdered his wife and tried to stage it as a suicide. Jesus, is this what she watches? Hardly a chick flick. I think about her telling me that phrase is sexist earlier, and can't suppress a grin as I gently take the remote from her still fingers and hit the power button. I wonder what she would prefer I call the movies that women always seem to drool over, the kinds with happily ever afters and a Hollywood heartthrob effortlessly charming the female lead out of her panties. And then I wonder at this newfound urge to change myself, to want to please her. I've been with women before, but never like this. And I've never known anyone quite like her. She's special, different. Not just because she's my wife, but because she's her. I don't know what to do with the terrifying feelings boiling up inside me. Men like me aren't made for emotions or tenderness. We're made for brutality and death and power, for doing whatever the fuck we need to do to get what we want, for retaliating when someone dares to challenge or betray us, for going toe-to-toe with the most dangerous, ruthless men there are. That's what I have to do tonight. I don't want to think about that now, in this quiet moment where the only sound is Luna's deep and even sleep breathing. For a second, I have the illusion of happiness, of serenity. I can pretend that all the fucked up shit I've done, all the fucked up shit I've seen, doesn't exist. There's nothing but the two of us. Until there isn't. The air in the living room shifts. Rocco's at the door, looking hesitant. Sorry to interrupt, boss. The car is waiting. I nod. I'll be there in a few minutes, Rock. He disappears, but the spell has been broken, and Luna is shifting on the couch, stretching as alertness returns to her honey-brown eyes. I must have fallen asleep. She looks tired and adorable and infinitely fuckable, and all I want to do is carry her off to the bedroom and make her come all night long. But I can't have that. Understandable. It's been one hell of a week for you. You must be exhausted. And I know she hasn't been sleeping well. Her dreams filled with nightmares. Nightmares I helped put there by being partly responsible for bringing her back to the world she fought so hard to flee. A sharp pang of something foreign, something that feels a whole lot like guilt, stabs through me. I am tired, she agrees, still half asleep, her voice low and sultry. I remember what it sounded like earlier, throaty and sexy as fuck, when she was moaning my name while I licked her pussy. My dick twitches, but I tamp down the arousal. I don't have time for anything more than a quick goodbye. Listen, I scrub a hand over the scruff on my jaw. I have some work I need to do. I'll be gone for a bit. She sits up, the throw falling around her lap, and I'm momentarily distracted by how amazing her tits look in that top. For how long? A few hours if everything goes well. Saint is going to be here if you need anything, and Zia sent more of her famous lasagna to keep you two fed. I'll be back as soon as I can. Luna stands, frowning. What kind of work? I'm not going to tell her that. For one, she'll worry. For another, if things don't go according to plan, I don't want her to know anything the authorities can use against her. I kiss her cheek. The less you know, the better. I won't lock you in the bedroom. You can have your run of the place. What else is here? A gym, a game room, a pool, a kitchen, and a few other bedrooms. There's also a surveillance room, but she doesn't need to worry about that. There's a pool down here? Yeah. I rub the back of my neck as I think about her floating in the water in nothing but a tiny bikini. If I don't get out of here now, I'll never want to leave. I can't believe you've been keeping me locked up in that room when there's a pool. She glares at me, giving me the sass I can't help but find irresistible. I needed to know I could trust you before I let you roam freely. That gives her pause. And you trust me now? Like I would a feral cat, I grin at her. But I've had my men remove anything that could be used as a weapon. I have hardback books, she points out. A tendril of dark hair has fallen across her cheek. I sweep it back and tuck it behind her ear. Those books are too precious to you. You don't want gangster blood on them. Her eyes narrow even more. We both know I'm right. But I don't say so. Instead, I dip my head and kiss her again. Fuck, her lips are soft and responsive even when the rest of her is all prickly and defiant. I like this woman. Like her way too much. I end the kiss reluctantly. Behave, Topolina. I'll be back as soon as I can. With that, I turn away from her, stalking toward the door. Gangster? Her voice stops me. I pause and throw a look over my shoulder. Luna is standing where I left her, looking like a dark-haired kick-ass fairy. Yeah? Be safe. My gut clenches. There's no way she knows the danger I'm about to walk straight into. But she's smart. She senses it. I've never had a woman to come home to before. Not like this. Warmth rushes inside all the cold, dead places where my heart used to be. I hold her stare. Always. As I turn and walk away from Luna, I can only hope that my promise to her is true. You sure you want to go in there alone? Through the darkness of the night, I stare at the flickering neon sign outside the Diamond Club. It's a run-down, rambling building on the outskirts of the city in an area that's more known for the size of its rats and the quality of its sex workers and drugs. Highly dubious, to be clear, than anything else. Flexing my fingers, I look back at Scorpion. He won't touch me. I don't trust Amedeo Ravello as far as I can throw the asshole. And with all the cannoli he eats, that isn't too damn far. Fair point. I don't trust Ravello either. But we need to come to an understanding. Namely, that I'm Don of the joint families, or he's a fucking dead man. Squeaky will be there, I remind him. Tommaso's right-hand man is the one who arranged this meeting. Given the war we may be about to head into with the Bratva, we need a united presence, a solidified family without any revolting factions. Scorpion makes a low sound that I think he may have learned from his dog. I don't trust fucking Squeaky either. Squeaky knows we'll clip him if he lifts so much as a pinky to help Amedeo. His loyalty was to Tommaso. Yeah, but Tommaso's dead. Tommaso's daughter isn't. And that's why I've secreted Luna away at our safe house. Because I can't trust Amedeo not to try to take her out. She's the last impediment from the Ravello family, with the Tommaso gone and her brother Leo long dead. You going to use the wifey as a bargaining chip? Scorpion wants to know. Fuck no, I bite out, irritated with my brother at the mere question. Luna's off the table, off limits. I don't do deals that have anything to do with her. And what's with this wifey shit? You and Saint trading notes? He may have mentioned it pissed you off. My brothers are dicks, all of them. They're lucky I love them. It's stupid, I grumble. Just like this conversation, I'm going in now. If I don't come out in half an hour, you and the boys know what to do. Scorpion's on edge again, all the amusement fading from his face. You know I don't fucking like this, Priest. This could be an ambush. I'm more than aware of that. I crack my knuckles. Or it could be the beginning of our ability to assert dominance over the Bratva, the Irish, and the other families. Just think of what we'll be able to do with the families unified again, how strong we'll be. Or fucking Ravello takes the opportunity to do his biggest rival and Squeaky sticks the knife in your back. I feel a pang deep inside at the thought of being wiped out. Gone. I wouldn't be the first. The streets of this city are bathed in mafia blood. They have been forever. But now that I have someone depending on me, now that I have Luna, it feels different. I feel like there's so much more at stake. If they kill me, I want you to kill them, I tell my brother. I want you to mercilessly, ruthlessly torture them. And then I want you to put a bullet in their brains and dump what's left of them in the Atlantic, attached to a fucking cement block. You got me? Scorpion nods. I got you. I know you do, brother. We shake hands. I strip off my cell, my burner, and my gun and leave them on the console. I'm going in bareback. It's what Amadeo agreed to, and I'm honoring it. If someone isn't upholding his end of the bargain, it's not going to be me. Outside the G-Wagon, lightning flashes, followed by a crack of thunder. It's about to start raining, and I hope that's not an omen. Be safe, Scorpion tells me. I think of Luna, defiant and intelligent and beautiful, waiting for me at the safe house. I nod. I will. And then I'm slipping out of the G-Wagon and into the night. As I reach the door of the Diamond Club, big, fat drops of rain start to fall. In seconds, it becomes a deluge. Lightning arcs across the sky, and thunder rakes the clouds. But I don't give a shit about the rain. I'm ready.
Chapter 16. Luna. "What else should we watch?" Saint asks, crossing his booted feet at the ankles. We're sitting in the living room, binge-watching crime shows. Saint's been providing real-time commentary on all the ways the bad guy dropped the ball and left behind incriminating evidence. It's kind of like watching an emergency room documentary with a doctor. After Priest abruptly left, I showered and changed, and then had a Zia Maria dinner with Saint before we crashed on opposite ends of the sectional. Having the distraction is kind of nice. It's taking my mind off how long Priest has been gone. But the credits are rolling on the last episode of the series, and now I'm going to have to find something new for us to binge-watch. "Do you like rom-coms?" I ask him. "Hard pass." "Fine." I scroll through the options. "Reality shows?" "Fuck no." I sigh. "Do you know when he'll be back?" "Priest starting to grow on you, sweets?" I slant a glare in Saint's direction. "Like a fungus." He laughs. "Perfect description. Just don't let him hear it." "I can't wait to tell him when he gets back," I drawl. Saint's phone buzzes, and he checks the screen. "How do you have cell service in this subterranean lair?" I ask, craning my neck to see if I can get a glimpse of what's on his screen. Or Wi-Fi, for that matter. I'm not going to say that I'm going through phone withdrawal, but I might be going through phone withdrawal. Also, I'm desperate to know what Priest is doing and when he'll be back. Not because I like him, but because he's all I have right now, enemy or no. If something happens to him, I have no idea what will happen to me. Saint frowns down at his phone and taps out a terse response, angling the screen away from me so that I can't see a thing and ignoring my nosy questions. My stomach clenches. "What is it?" "Business." His response isn't helping things. "Is it about Priest?" Saint stops texting and glances up at me. "You worried?" "No." "Yes. Damn it, I am worried about him, because I'm actually starting to like the man. I'm starting to like a murderer, a criminal, and a psycho. But the weird thing is, being down here with Priest and Saint for the last week has shown me that despite everything, nothing is as black and white as I thought it was. These men are gangsters, yes, but there are also parts of them that can be good. It's all a big, confusing gray area. "He's not as bad as you think he is, you know," Saint says, like he was reading my mind. "Right," I say sarcastically. "He's such a great guy, forcing me into marrying him and then imprisoning me in a basement mobster lair, keeping my phone from me, and allowing me no contact with the outside world after my father was murdered in front of me. Saint winces. It's for your own good. Your father knew that, and it's why he wanted the marriage between you and Priest. Reuniting the two families is what's best. Maybe it's what's best for the Ravellos and the Andrianis, but what about what's best for me? I'm getting worked up again. So many new emotions rebelling inside me. What's best for the families is what's best for you. Being Mrs. Matteo Andriani is what's best. I choke out a bitter laugh. Of course it is, because it's what suits the Andrianis. You're the Don's wife. Most women would kill to be you. The thought of other women falling all over Priest makes me want to throw something. It's an irrational reaction. Despite the fact that we're temporarily married, and I had sex with him, I have no claim on the man. As soon as this shit show is cleared up and I can leave the safe house, I'm getting my life back. He can have all the women in his bed he wants. Then he can have any of those women in my place. I bite out, annoyed at just how much the thought of Priest and other women bothers me on a cellular level. Or all of them. I don't think you really mean that. Because I don't. Or at least the stupid, weak, hormonal part of me doesn't. That part of me is all in for more rounds of Priest going down on me and then giving me his magical mobster cock. I allow none of this to show on my face, keeping my expression carefully indifferent. I raise my eyebrows and give Saint a so-what look. I do. Priest is doing his best to keep you safe. I know you've been out of the life for the last few years, and your father did his best to insulate you from his business. But this is some serious fucked up shit, Luna. You think I don't know how serious and fucked up this world is? I do. That's why I've spent the last 5 years doing everything I can to stay far, far away from it. I'm so worked up now that I want to throw something. I'm angry. Angry with myself for coming here at all. Angry with whoever murdered my father. Angry with Priest for keeping me here against my will. Angry with how electric we are together. Angry that I'm actually sitting here, a lump of dread in my stomach, worrying over a gangster I barely know. A gangster I married. A gangster who fucked me so good that my body is still humming with the after effects, hours later. Oh, God. I hang my head and hide my face in my hands. That last part is the worst, and there's no way I can pretend it didn't happen. Do you really believe your father was going to allow you to leave this life? Saint asks quietly. I stiffen and jerk my head back up. He promised me. He sent me away. But he broke that promise when he ordered you home under false pretenses. Saint's not telling me anything I don't already know. I'm more than aware of who and what my father was. His death didn't magically expunge his record with me. The Andrianis didn't leave him with much choice, did they? Your father arranged the marriage with Priest. It was Tommaso's idea from the beginning. Saint looks and sounds earnest. But he could be lying to me. He is an Andriani, the enemy. He might be oddly endearing now that I've gotten to know him a little, but I have no reason to trust him. I think back on the day I met them all at Club Venere, how convinced I was that the Andrianis were using leverage against my father to force me into marrying Priest. That's news to me. You mean Priest never told you? We haven't exactly had a lot of heart-to-hearts, I point out, because we've been too busy either being at each other's throats or, more recently, fucking like animals. Not one of my finer moments. I'm still furious with myself for what happened in the casino's observation room. We found out about Amadeo's plan to clip your father and Squeaky, and become dawn. The bloodshed between the families had finally started to calm down in the last few years after... Saint's words trail away, and I realize he's talking about Leo's murder. The rush of tears pricks my eyes. I suspect it always will whenever I'm forced to think about my beloved brother being gunned down in a dark alley and left to bleed in the street. "Sorry," Saint says gruffly. "I didn't mean to bring it up." It's still hard for me to think about him. I blink hard, and a tear escapes, rolling down my cheek. Fuck. He gets up and stalks off, coming back with a tissue box he holds out for me. "Here." For a second, I debate pretending I'm not crying, and that this show of weakness isn't happening. But then another tear breaks free, so I swallow my pride and grab a tissue. "Thanks." "So, like I was saying, there's not been much love lost between families," Saint continues. "Your father was an asshole, but he knew the rules, and for the most part, he didn't break them. The animal is a different fucking story. He's unpredictable. A crazy fucker." I nod. I had forgotten about Amadeo's nickname. He earned it by chewing off a guy's ear before shooting him in the face. It's a heartwarming tale I didn't learn until I was a teenager, old enough to be curious about the whispers I'd heard and to ask questions I quickly discovered I didn't want the answers to. Amadeo is volatile, I agree, understanding why the Andrianis wouldn't want to face someone like him as Dawn of the Ravellos. The animal has a crew who's loyal to him, but most of the Ravello family doesn't want to see him become boss. One of them came to us with the plot against your father and Squeaky. The animosity and tension of the meeting at Club Venere makes sense. Priest was reluctantly helping a rival he hated, but only because doing so would ultimately put the Andriani family in a better position. It was hardly altruistic of Priest to go to my father with Amadeo's plot, I point out. He was trying to protect the Andrianis. That's his job as Dawn. True, but he didn't need to force me into marrying him to protect the Andrianis. Yes, he did, Luna. I wad up the tissue in my fist, my tears dried up by anger for now. Explain, then. When Priest went to Tommaso with the plot, your father proposed a marriage between the Ravellos and the Andrianis to reunite the warring families. He knew at least half the capos in the family would side with him against Amadeo, and that the family would unite stronger with blood ties. Bringing the Ravello faction back into the Andriani family would neutralize Amadeo with the least amount of bloodshed and restore peace. It would also ensure that Amadeo the animal would never become Dawn. It's a lot to take in. Priest has shared some of this with me, but not all of it, and I wonder why he didn't tell me this whole arranged marriage was my father's idea. True, Priest agreed to it, but I've spent all this time thinking it was the Andrianis who forced my father's hand, who made him lie to me and lure me across the country for their own selfish gain. The truth is, my father is the one who orchestrated this entire fucked-up situation. So my father wasn't forced to sell me off, I say, allowing it to sink in. Some part of me had been clinging to the hope that my father hadn't had any other recourse, that there had been no choice for him to go back on his word and marry me off to Priest. That little part shrivels up and dies inside me, like a plant in a drought. In a way, he was, and in a way, he wasn't. The circumstances didn't leave him with many options. He didn't want the animal to become Dawn, not after finding out that he was plotting to murder him. There was only one way to keep that from happening. He wanted vengeance so badly that he chose it over me. As I say the words, a kind of icy tranquility overtakes me. My father was dying, and even then he put the family first. I wonder if he cared for me at all, or if I was only ever a bargaining chip. Saint's expression is filled with pity. Alliances by marriage are common in our world. It would have happened sooner or later for you. It wasn't supposed to happen for me. I shake my head, confused. Why did you tell me all this? And why didn't Priest? I don't know if it would have made a difference, if I would have seen him in a different light. He's still the gangster who held a gun to my head at our first meeting, but he's also the man who washed the blood off me like I was a child, the man who sleeps beside me and holds me when the nightmares come. I told you because I know my brother won't, Saint says quietly, jerking me from my thoughts. He didn't want this any more than you did, but now he's putting himself on the line to keep you safe. By kidnapping me and locking me away against my will? I can't keep the bitterness from my voice. Regardless of how I ended up where I am and who was responsible, I'm still here, and I don't want to be. Where do you think he is tonight? Saint asks. I don't know. He didn't tell me. Saint's blue eyes, so like his brother's, are on me, intense and serious. He's meeting with the animal. I hiss in a breath. No wonder Priest didn't tell me where he was going or why. I was right to worry about him. Amadeo is dangerous, and it's becoming increasingly clear that he was likely the man behind my father's murder. Give Priest a chance, Luna, Saint adds into the silence. Who knows? The two of you might end up happy one day. Yeah, or we might end up dead. My stomach curdles at the thought of something happening to Priest tonight while he meets with my cousin. Sooner or later, we all do. Saint shrugs. May as well make the most of the time you have. It's the careless world view of a gangster who has seen and participated in more violence than most people can even fathom. But he's also proving my point. Forgive me if I don't want to spend my time as the wife of a gangster trapped in an underground bunker, I retort. You won't be down here forever, Luna. This is temporary, and it's to keep you safe. His phone lights up again, and he reads a new message before tapping out a response and then tucking his phone away. So, back to streaming. What should we watch next?
Priest. It's still raining by the time I slip back inside the G-Wagon. The lightning is electric, illuminating the sky above the buildings that preside over us like urban giants. My feet are wet from having splashed through puddles in the parking lot. Drive, I bite out. Rocco doesn't waste a second. He's on the gas and we're on the road, heading on a circuitous route back to the casino in case we're being tailed. You okay? Scorpion asks, his voice sharper than a knife. What the fuck happened in there? I'm fine. I slick rain from my hair. Nothing went down. He's grim. That was a fuck of a long talk for nothing going down. I was ready to storm the place and burn it to the ground. The Ravellos had a lot on their minds. I shrug out of my suit jacket. It's fucking soaked and seeping through to my shirt, and I hate the sensation of wet fabric against my skin. Unless it's from climbing into the shower with Luna. Now isn't the time to think about my wife, I remind myself for at least the 100th time today. I'm fucking obsessed with her. Even through the tense meeting between myself, Squeaky, the animal, and a few other Ravello capos, my mind kept darting back to her, like a favorite song stuck on repeat. What I really want to know is if there's going to be a war, Scorpion says, losing patience with me. I don't blame him. I'm distracted, and it has nothing to do with the whiskey I half-heartedly nursed for the entirety of our meeting. There's not going to be a war for now, I say cautiously, replaying everything that happened in the Diamond Club. For now? The families are united, like they once were, and should have been. The overwhelming majority of the Ravello family wants to put the past behind us. Tommaso getting clipped has them spooked. They're looking for our protection. Scorpion whistles through his teeth. So it's over then, and without a shot fired. I wish I shared my younger brother's optimism in this situation. I shake my head. I don't know about that. But you just said Amadeo ceded power to you. The Ravellos want to join forces. They're scared. Amadeo says he's got his guys working on proof that the Bratva was behind Tommaso's shooting. The Bratva? Scorpion's skeptical. There's no way. Their hits are never this messy. I don't disagree with him. And if anyone knows the Bratva, it's Scorpion. He's got a guy who's high in their ranks that he can trust. He keeps the identity of his mole a tight secret, but I'm reasonably sure it's Dmitry Sidorov, also known as Pollock, or in English, Executioner. What did your guy have to say about Antonio and his boys? I asked next, thinking about our cousin. What happened to him was beyond messy, and the note that was left behind, directly threatening Luna. My blood runs cold at the memory, followed swiftly by rage. No one dares to threaten my wife without swift and brutal retribution. My guy says it wasn't them either, Scorpion says. He might have had a lead on it, but he has to get his ducks in a row before sharing more. And you believe him? There's a pause. He's never lied to me before. But you aren't sure if you believe him, I dig. Jesus, I don't think I believe anyone. Not 100%. You believed Vittoria, I remind him. Vittoria Barone is the daughter of another high-profile family here in the city. Scorpion fell hard and fast for her. But she did him dirty and it fizzled. Don't fucking remind me, he growls. I told you I never want to hear her name again. It's my way of pointing out that his judgment hasn't always been stellar. I'm a prick and I know it. But I'm not convinced the Bratva connection of Scorpion's is telling us the truth. Easy. Forget I mentioned her. She's long gone. I heard she married what's-his-name? Vito Antonelli, Scorpion mutters. Antonelli's a nasty piece of work. From what I understand of what happened between my brother and the Barone girl, she and Antonelli deserve each other. That's right, I say, calmly picking up my gun and returning it to its holster. I feel naked without it. Why the hell are we talking about this? Because we need to be sure we can trust your fucking Bratva guy, I snap. This is some serious shit we're in. As the newly anointed Don of the United Andriani and Ravello families, I can't let what happened to Antonio and his boys, or Tommaso Ravello, go unanswered. Heads need to fucking roll, but I want to make sure they're the right heads. And that's the thing. I don't trust Amadeo. The animal was willing to murder his Don and the Don's consigliere just so that he could usurp the throne. Everything from the plot against Tommaso and Squeaky to Amadeo's uninvited presence at the wedding makes him suspect. It hasn't escaped my notice that Amadeo could have attended the wedding specifically to throw suspicion away from himself. He was a guest, standing relatively close to Tommaso when the shot went off. He was calm and even friendly at our meeting tonight. A rational man, so willing to practice forgiveness and humility, wouldn't arrange for his Don to get clipped at his daughter's wedding. He wouldn't have my cousin and his boys whacked so brutally. No, it must have been the Russians. I'm telling you, priest, I don't think the Bratva were behind this shit, Scorpion insists solemnly. What went down with Antonio and his boys? I say, rubbing my jaw. It doesn't make sense. Why the fuck would Antonio try to start a turf war? He knows we've been playing nice with the Bratva and how hard-fought that tentative truce was. To do something so stupid, expose us this way. He had to have known what he was doing, Scorpion agrees. The operation he started was nowhere near our territory. It was so deep inside Bratva grounds that it may as well have been up to Pecan's ass, and he didn't run it by any of us first. He was totally out of line. Neither of us says it, but if Antonio hadn't been clipped, I would have had to give the order myself. Those kinds of reckless mistakes can't happen, and if they do, they need to be dealt with swiftly. A message needs to be sent to all our capos and soldiers. You think someone put Antonio up to it? My brother asks. It's a possibility, and one I've been considering, ever since I saw my cousin's corpse. But who and why? It could be Amadeo. He put on a good show tonight, happy to sacrifice himself for the greater good of the united families. But that could be nothing more than a front. It's also possible that Antonio got greedy, and he was trying to make a move. It wouldn't have been the first time, or the last time, that a capo decided to break ranks to show himself worthy enough to oust a don. I've seen it done before. Made men who work their way into a position of trust and authority, only to try to undercut the don who put them on the fucking pedestal. Sometimes it worked. Either way, it ends in blood. No good either way, Scorpion says, echoing my thoughts. Right. We have to find out who's behind Tommaso and Antonio and his boys. I'm on it. My brother's voice takes on a hard edge. I know I can trust him. My brothers and I have an unbreakable, unshakable bond. We're all we have left. Or, at least, we were. I have Luna now. The thought makes a strange burst of heat flare to life in my chest. I rub it absently, the damp fabric cool and smooth. I want you to give Amadeo a security detail. Tell him it's for his own safety, since whoever was behind clipping Tommaso is still out there. But I want those men on him like hawks on a fucking mouse. I want daily reports on everything he says and does. I want to know when he eats, when he sleeps, and when he shits. Scorpion nods. It'll be done tomorrow. And get back in touch with your Bratva connection. I want his complete assurance that the Russians weren't behind Antonio or Tommaso. If I don't have it, I'm going to have to strike. Also done. I pat him on the back. Good. Thank you, brother. I know I can always count on you. Feeling restless and grim, I settle into the seat and turn my attention to the nightscape passing rapidly by as rock shoots through familiar streets. When and if I strike the Bratva, it's going to turn into an all-out bloody war. The Russians are fearless, and they don't go down without a fight. After years of brutal infighting between us and the Ravellos, the last thing I want on my hands is another decade of death and violence in the streets. I'm going to have to play this next hand very, very fucking carefully. Because the future of the unified Andriani and Ravello families is hanging in the balance, along with everything and everyone I care about.
Chapter 17. Luna. I'm being carried through the air, floating like I'm weightless. Something brushes over my temple. A delicious warmth is seeping into me when I didn't even realize I was cold, and I burrow closer to it, pressing my face into something soft yet firm, slightly prickly. The scent of pine trees and citrus wraps around me, and it's so wonderful, and yet not quite right, because there's a hint of cigarette smoke, too. That concerns me. The smoke is wrong. And I'm not floating. There's a rhythmic thump, 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 like someone is walking and I'm being carried. But that doesn't make sense. My eyes flutter open, and I see the underside of a granite jaw covered with 5 o'clock shadow. It's a jaw I'd recognize anywhere, a scent I'd recognize anywhere. Priest is back, and he's carrying me in his arms. I'm awake, I protest through a sleep-rasped voice. You can put me down. In my still half-asleep, just woken from a dream state, relief surges through me. Priest is alive. He went to meet with Amadeo tonight, and the fact that he's carrying me to my bedroom is proof he left that meeting uninjured. Maybe my cousin's not the monster I feared. Or maybe Priest is. Did he kill Amadeo? Oh, God. Did he kill him in cold blood, and now he's holding me in his arms? I start wriggling. Priest, I said to put me down. I heard you, he says, not even bothering to spare me a glance as he stalks down the hall, carrying me like a child. I just don't want to do it. You don't want to put me down?
No.
I make a sound, frustrated. Well, I don't want to be carried, so kindly consider that I'm one half of this fucking equation, gangster.
I thought I told you to watch that mouth,
he growls, and then he cups my head and kisses me. Kisses me like he's starved for me. My body's response is instant. Heat washes over me, my nipples tightening to hard points. I whimper and open for his tongue, the visceral memory of everything that happened between us in the observation room melting me from the inside out. Emotions swirl inside me at the taste of him, whiskey and dark hunger. I realize I'm relieved. He's safe. He's here. My palm flattens against his hard chest, right over his heart, absorbing the steady thumps of its beat. I was worried about him, and not just for my own sake, but for his. Somehow I've come to rely on him, oh God, care about him. I'm vaguely aware of Priest elbowing through the door and slamming it behind us. We're alone, in my bedroom, and he's still feeding me deep, drugging, possessive kisses I could get addicted to. His mouth lifts from mine, and suddenly I'm falling. I let out a squeak of surprise and land on the soft, welcoming mattress of our bed in the next instant. Our bed. When did I start thinking of this piece of furniture that way? Now? Priest's jaw is hard, his blue eyes even harder as he pulls at the black tie around his neck, loosening the knot. Take everything off. I blink up at him, not understanding. Arousal licks through me, my clit pulsing. He looks so hot in his suit, or what's left of it. He's wearing a white shirt, black tie, and matching slacks. His dark hair is damp. He's not just hot, he's beautiful. Off, he repeats, yanking his tie and working on his buttons. I'm mesmerized by his hands. Those long fingers, the intricate ink on them, the way they felt inside me. My pussy clenches at the reminder. But just because we had sex earlier, it doesn't mean he can come raging in here like a caveman and demand more from me, even if I want it. My chin goes up. Didn't anyone ever teach you any manners? Zia tried. The corner of his mouth kicks up in a half-smile, and a lone dimple carves into his cheek under that sexy scruff. It didn't work. He's unbuttoning his shirt now, each one revealing more and more of his ridiculously muscled chest. I lick my lips, watching him. His grin deepens, all cocky and smug. Like what you see, baby? He knows I do. I shrug with just one shoulder and prop myself up on my elbow. It's okay, I guess. A wicked glint enters his two blue eyes. Oh, yeah? I swallow because he's whipped off his shirt now. Hello, 8-pack. Where have you been all my life? No, Luna. I instantly chastise myself. Bad Luna. You've got to get control of yourself. Yeah, I retort, clinging to the obvious lie that I don't find him drool-worthy, drop-dead gorgeous. You'd have to be dead not to be attracted to Priest. It's not just that he's got the body of an athlete and the face of a male model. There's something potent and powerful about him, some insane magnetism that makes him irresistible, no matter how badly I want to be repelled by him. His fingers go to his waistband and pause. I'm holding my breath, waiting for him to step out of his trousers, waiting for the rigid outline of his cock I can see tenting the expensive black fabric to be even more defined. Luna. My gaze zings back up to his face. What? Take off your clothes. 4 words. That's all it takes to set me on fire. I shake my head despite that. I'm not having sex with you. So, don't have sex with me then. Wait, what? My brow furrows. But you want me to take off my clothes. If it were up to me, you'd be naked all day long, in my bed, filled with my cum. He says this calmly, nonchalantly, as he undoes his fly, like he's talking about making a trip to the grocery store. But I'm a reasonable man, so I'm willing to take it slowly. You don't want to have sex tonight? Fine. But I've spent the last few hours thinking about burying my face in your pussy and licking you until you scream my name, so that's what I'm going to do, and nothing is going to stop me except you telling me no. My clit pulses, and a rush of wetness surges to my core. I can already feel that my panties are soaked. I want him to do everything he just said. I want his tongue on me, in me. I want him. Shit. His pants drop, and I'm equally relieved that he's wearing boxer briefs, and frustrated. I wanted to see his big, thick cock, hard and ready for me. I wanted to see the effect I have on him, to know I turn him on this much. Priest gets onto the edge of the bed, on his knees, the hot look in his eyes enough to incinerate me. You gonna say no, baby? I swallow hard. I'm on fire. My heart is beating fast. I should say no. I should tell him to stop, but I can't seem to make myself do it. Didn't think so, he rumbles, and then he grasps my ankle, the contact of his skin on mine making all the pent-up need inside me 100 times more intense. But then he moves quickly, taking me by surprise again. 1 second I'm lying flat on my back, and the next he's maneuvering me, rolling me onto my stomach. Priest, what the... My words are cut off by a sound smack on my ass. The sting of it is blunted by my cozy PJ pants, but there's no denying that Priest just spanked me. My outrage is instant, even if I also think it's kind of hot. What are you... Smack. I told you to take everything off, he says. And you didn't listen, did you? I cast a glance over my shoulder to find him on his knees behind me, towering over me, exuding so much raw sexual energy and potent masculinity that I actually whimper. My poor body can't take this kind of sensual torment. Of course I didn't, I tell him defiantly, because I don't take orders from you or anyone else, you... Smack. That last one stung a little. The arrogant asshole. I'm going to get even with him for this. I'm going to smother him in his sleep tonight. I'm going to... With one swift movement, he yanks down my pajama pants and my thong, and the kiss of the cool night air on my skin has me gasping. Then he's kneading my cheeks with his big hands, and it feels so good that I lose my train of thought. Time for you to learn your lesson, baby, he rasps, jerking my panties and PJs off and throwing them over his shoulder. In the next breath, he lowers himself over me. His lips graze first one cheek, then the other. I feel his hot breath on my skin. I've never had a man this close to my ass before, and I'm self-conscious and aroused at the same time. Priest, I protest. The nip of his teeth sends a new pulse of heat to my clit like a jolt of electricity. You going to tell me no? I'm breathing fast. He bit me, and I liked it, so much that I can feel the wetness seeping out of me. He must see it, must know how badly I want him. No, I manage softly. He bites my ass cheek, his big hand massaging the other, opening me to him. Is that a no I can't lick this beautiful, sopping wet pussy of yours. He kisses me again, getting closer to where I want him, to where I ache for him. His lips skate over the outer edges, avoiding direct contact. Priest, I gasp out. This time, it's a plea. You didn't answer me. His fingertips knead my flesh, parting me farther. I've never been so on display before. I'm feverish, a fine sheen of perspiration on my skin, so desperate for his touch that I grind my clit into the mattress, seeking friction. It's not good enough, because it's not him. He inhales deeply, like he's drinking in my scent, and I should be ashamed, but it only turns me on more. I feel like an animal, driven by instinct and the need to be fucked. But no, that's too easy, because I don't just want sex. I want it with Priest. I want everything he's promised me, and more. He bites my inner thigh. It doesn't hurt, but it sends a wicked jolt to my already swollen clit. A helpless moan escapes me. What kind of a no was that, wife? He demands. It was a no. I'm not going to tell you no, I manage, breathless. The way he called me wife makes my nipples ache. I'm such a mess. He rewards me with a long, slow lick from my ass to my entrance. Then tell me what you want me to do. I don't know if I can say it. The words feel filthy, wrong. So does what I want him to do to me. I try to remind myself that he's a gangster, that having sex with him again is only going to further muddle the waters. But then he spanks me, one sharp rap, and soothes the sting with his tongue. I clench my jaw, not wanting to give in, to give him what he wants. But the longer I hold out, the more he denies me. He nudges me up onto my knees, my ass in the air, and then he lightly strums over my dripping pussy. Just a light caress, nothing more. He's edging me into surrender. Take your time, he says. I've got all night. His fingers glide through my wetness, skimming over hot, aching flesh until he finds his way to my other hole. He rubs over me lightly, then with increased pressure. I think about how it felt earlier, his finger fucking me there, and make a helpless noise. I like being at this man's sensual mercy. He doesn't do anything more, just rubs over me there, and it feels foreign but good, and it's not enough. My hips buck on their own, trying to get more of what I need. I hope he doesn't notice, but of course he does. I hear a dark chuckle, and then he growls, Fuck, you're perfect. I'm not, but I like that he said so. I like the reverence in his voice. I need to come so badly that it's a physical ache, making me lose control. If I don't have his tongue or his dick or his finger in me in the next 60 seconds, I'll die. Fuck me, I bite out. Fuck me, Priest. Good girl, he praises. And then he gives me what I want. His tongue sinks deep inside me as his finger presses with firm pressure, sinking into my ass. My thighs shake. The sensation is intense. I'm still sore there from what happened in the observation room, but it doesn't matter. I love the way he feels, working into me with slow, masterful devotion. He starts fucking me with both finger and tongue, making low sounds of delight as he laps at my pussy and thrusts his finger in and out of me. Oh, God! I press my face into the sheets that smell like him, already on the edge of coming. But he's not ready for that yet. He withdraws from me and flips me onto my back. I lie there, looking at the ceiling, trying to catch my breath, my body desperately needing more. He shifts so that he's between my spread legs, his gaze hot and admiring, glued to me. Such a pretty pussy, baby. I need another taste. And then he dips his head, and his face is buried between my legs just like he warned me. It's so much more real now that I can see him. I can't hide my face in the sheets and pretend I'm not getting deliciously, wickedly fucked by a gangster. No, it's all him. His dark hair still damp, his beautiful face pressed against my bare pussy as he latches onto my clit and sucks hard enough to make my back bow. I should push him away and put an end to this madness, but I can't. Instead, I sift my fingers through his hair, cup the back of his head, and offer myself to him. He makes a deep sound of approval and guides my legs over his shoulders, his mouth never leaving me. Then he finds a particularly sensitive part of my clit and sucks there, while his finger presses back into my ass, and I come completely undone. My orgasm is intense, hitting me so hard that all I can do is curl my toes into the comforter and scream out his name just like he said I would. A rush of wetness seeps from me, and he's there, drinking it up with a victorious growl, his tongue sinking deep, thrusting in time to his finger. I ride out the waves of my orgasm, trembling from the force of it as he withdraws and then yanks down his boxer briefs. His cock emerges, huge and beautiful, a bead of pre-cum leaking from the tip. I want to taste it. But before I can reach for him, he's on me, his big body pinning me to the bed as he sinks his cock home in one thrust. He lowers his head to kiss the curve of my breast, to take a nipple into his hot, wet mouth and suck. I love the way he feels inside me, like his body was made for mine, and mine for his. He starts fucking me in earnest then, driving into me. Every thrust takes me closer to the ledge I already leaped off. I drag my nails down his back, wanting to mark him, to claim my territory. It makes him fuck me harder, faster, deeper. I'm sliding up the bed from the force, and then my head hits the headboard. He releases my nipple and kisses me, and I taste myself on his lips, our tongues tangling. I'm vaguely aware of him positioning a pillow as a barrier between my head and the wooden bed frame. I wrap my legs around him and meet him thrust for thrust. His lips leave mine, and he gazes down into my eyes. I'm going to fill your pussy up with my cum, and then, while it's still dripping out of you, I'm going to fuck you again. I come in the next second, clenching on his rampaging cock, breathing his name into his lips like a prayer. Fuck, baby. His thrusts grow more frenzied. He grips my hip and slams into me as the pleasure soaks through me. And then he's coming, too, coming hard and fast, filling me up just like he promised. My pussy flutters around him, milking him, greedy for every last drop as he collapses atop me, his body heavy and warm and strangely comforting. His heart pounds fast against me, his breathing as uneven as mine. I cling to him, holding tightly to his shoulders. He shifts, trying to relieve his weight, but I hold him tighter. It alarms me to realize I don't want to let go. I don't want this moment to end, him deep inside me, our hearts beating as one. Not yet, I murmur. He kisses me again, and it's slow, deep, and possessive, like he's fucking my mouth the way he just did my body. And then he rolls to his side, careful to keep us joined, and holds me in his arms, my face tucked into his neck. We didn't even bother to turn down the blankets. But it doesn't matter. I'm not cold, and I have Priest to keep me warm. My eyes grow heavy. I'm sated and blissed out. I allow them to flutter closed and fall asleep to the steady beat of my husband's heart.
Chapter 18. Priest. I wake up with my morning wood pressed into the cleft of Luna's ass. I could get used to this. She's warm, soft, and she smells like my shower gel and her crisp apple shampoo. Last night, after I returned from the meeting with Amadeo and the Ravello capos, I came back to find her passed out under a blanket in the living room on one end of the couch, and a snoring saint passed out at the other end. A crime documentary was still playing, so I turned it off, took her in my arms, and then turned into a fucking animal. No doubt about it. I'm obsessed with Luna Ravello Andriani. The more I get of her, the more I want. I've never felt anything like this before. My driving force has always been the family, growing our power, expanding our territory, making us wealthier, making us feared. My days have been steeped in duty, obligation, and blood. I never expected to take over as the Don in my early 30s. I always worked hard as my father's consigliere and heir apparent. But when he died a year and a half ago, I worked even harder, because I knew I needed to prove myself. There hasn't been much time for women in my life, and anyone I slept with in the past was to blow off steam. Luna's different. And I don't think it's just because she's mine, my wife. It's also because she's Luna. She's tough, she's resilient, she's fucking smart and talented. I've done some digging and read her work. I've never been much for poetry, although I do like a good thriller. But Luna's poems? Reading them split me open. They were personal and intimate, like looking inside her and finding all the pieces that made her whole. I listen to her steady, even breathing and hold her like this, in the quiet space before she's awake, and spitting sparks at me again. I love her fire, but I also love her this way, vulnerable yet trusting in my arms. I made good on my promise to her last night. We fell asleep after the first round, and then I woke her up with kisses. I made her come twice again before I finally sank my cock inside her sweet pussy and filled her with my cum a second time. Then I carried her to the bathroom and we showered together. Getting off makes my angry tigress into a docile kitten. She lets me wash her with my shower gel, shampoo her, and then she hooked a leg over my shoulder while I sucked her clit and fucked her with my fingers until she came on my tongue. After that, we crashed into bed and fell asleep. I've never been a cuddler, but this, with Luna, is nice. I nuzzle her temple, my hands splayed over her belly. Better than nice. The only thing that would make it better is if we were in my penthouse instead of the safe house. My lips curve into a smile. My secret gangster dungeon, as Luna called it when she was angry with me. No doubt she'll be angry with me again when she wakes up. Furious even. But maybe I've discovered the key to softening her up, smoothing out her edges. All I have to do is make sure she's too distracted by my tongue and my cock to think about anything else. Not a bad plan. If I had my way, I'd keep her here like this, naked and in my bed. I'd fuck her every way I could. It still wouldn't be enough, and I know it. Unfortunately, I can't spend the next few weeks naked with Luna, listening to her scream my name while I bury my tongue and my cock in her pussy. I've got turf wars to settle, and I've got to get to the bottom of who was behind clipping Tommaso and Antonio. I stay here another minute, listening to her breathing and drinking in her scent, savoring this rare moment of the two of us being totally in tune. Our marriage wasn't what either of us bargained for. Luna was trying to run from this life. I'm planted firmly in it. Still, when Tommaso Ravello came to me with the alliance proposal, I was hesitant to accept it first. I didn't know if I'd be ready to be a husband. My father was apparently a shit one. Either that or having 4 sons and being a mafia wife was enough to send my mother running. She left us. I've seen a lot of marriages in the families, but none of them has been a shining example. Most of them are forged in misery and duty. I know it's early. We're only a little over a week into this, but I'm hoping things can be different for Luna and me. Last night proved we're more than compatible. Together, we're fucking combustible. My dick hardens even more, but as much as I'd love to roll Luna over and wake her up slowly, I've got work to do. I drop a kiss on her throat and then roll away, taking care not to wake her. In the darkness, I gather up some clothes and hastily dress before slipping out the door. I leave it unlocked. I'm not stupid enough to think that I've won Luna over with a few orgasms, but I trust her enough to allow her free rein in the safe house, at least until she proves me wrong. I hope she won't. I hope that we're slowly reaching an understanding, not just sexually but emotionally, as partners. Sweet Mother Mary, listen to me. Maybe I fucked the brains right out of my head last night because none of the things I'm feeling right now make any kind of sense. They're not me. I'm not me. I'm different with her. I don't know if I want to be different, if I can afford to be. As the Don of the Andrianis and the new Don of the combined families, I need to keep a sound head on my shoulders, to keep my eye on the fucking prize, to keep everyone safe, including Luna. And I sure as hell know I can't allow my brothers or even Rock to see the slightest hint of what's going on inside me right now. I school my features into an implacable mask and take a deep breath as I stalk down the hall toward the combined kitchen and dining area. The potent scent of espresso lures me in, but there's also more. Fuck, is that some of Zia Maria's pastries I smell? My brothers are gathered in the kitchen with Rocco, all of them seated around the oversized marble table. Their plates are in various states of emptiness, which tells me they've been hanging around for a while. Fuck, what time is it? How long did I oversleep? I didn't even bother to check the time on my phone, for fear the glow would wake Luna. Saint is the first to greet me. He's my consigliere, the oldest of my younger brothers, and the least likely to show me respect in private, even if he's most likely to kill a man for disrespecting me in public. And he has, 3 times over. "Sleeping Beauty awakes," Saint says, grinning like the asshole that he is. "Sleeping Beauty is still asleep," I say pointedly, going to the espresso machine. "You do know it's after 8, don't you?" My brother persists. "You ordered all of us to meet here at 7. We've been waiting, half starving. Thank God for Zia's pastries, or we'd have all perished from malnourishment by now." No one dares to speak this way to me except for Saint. He's useful, fearless, and loyal. He's the best damn right-hand man I could ask for, and he knows it. "Maybe you misheard me," I tell him, fixing myself a cup. "Or maybe you just slept through your alarm." I glare at him over my shoulder. "Nah, I don't think so." "Pretty sure the text last night said 7. Lucky ventures into the silence. "It did," Scorpion agrees. Fucking traitors, all of them. I look at Rocco, who shrugs, looking sheepish. "Mine said 8:15, boss." Finally, a man who wants to keep his position in this family, I say, gesturing toward Rock. If only my brothers were so loyal. Apparently, a man can't even spend time with his own wife without being taken to task. "Spending time? Is that what they call it these days?" Lucky laughs darkly. "You should have seen Priest with Luna last night," Saint chuckles. "It was some Neanderthal shit. Scooped her up and carried her off to his cave." "She's my wife," I bite out. "I took her to our bedroom and put her to bed." Saint isn't appeased by my explanation. He whistles. "Fuck, brother. I think you have a breeding kink." The urge to deck him is strong. So strong that my fingers are flexing at my side while I wait for the damn espresso, opening and closing into a fist that longs to find flesh. "I don't have a breeding kink, asshole," I inform him. which is entirely correct. I don't have a breeding kink. Making Luna pregnant is the last thing on my list right now. We have way too much to figure out. We need to get to know each other, to figure out who's behind the murders of her father and my cousin, to win a fucking mafia war. Fill her with my cum, though? That's another story. Yeah, what I actually have is a fucking kink. Specifically, I have a fucking Luna kink. But that's none of my dickhead brother's business. What I do with my wife and how often I slide deep inside that hot, wet pussy of hers is my concern. All day long. I want to fuck her all day long, and all night, too. Being inside her is like paradise. And the way we're together, it's incendiary. I push the thought from my mind and take my espresso to the table, picking up a plate of some of Zia's pastries along the way. Saint grins. Give her a brat or two. Maybe she'll soften up, eh? He's trying to piss me off, to get to me. Contrary to his name, my brother is no saint. Far from it. In fact, he might be the most fucked up of us all. And that's saying something. I grab a napkin and fold myself into a chair next to Rock, keeping my expression carefully neutral. We might have kids one day if the timing is right, but not yet. You'll need to have kids, Lucky says. Of the four of us, he's the most traditional. You need an heir, he adds, nodding. Saint is just jealous. Jealous? Saint snorts. Of what? Of the fact that Priest is settling down with someone, Lucky explains. Saint laughs. You think I want to settle the fuck down? I'm too busy sampling every wet pussy I can find. Charming, I drawl. And this is who you entrusted your wife to last night, Scorpion adds wryly. Damn it. The good mood I woke up with has gone straight to hell. Enough of this stupid, childish squabbling, I say gruffly, ready to tuck into my pastries because I'm fucking ravenous. We have a lot on our plates this morning. Let's focus on that. You've all been tasked with various duties. I want reports right now. I've switched the subject abruptly, and it shows on everyone's faces. But no one will dare to contradict me. We're brothers, and we bust one another's asses like anyone. But at the end of the day, I'm the fucking Don. Scorpion goes first. I spoke with my Bratva connection. He reassured me that they weren't behind Antonio or Tommaso. They knew Antonio had just moved into their territory, but he wasn't putting a dent in their operations. I can believe Antonio wasn't anything more than a mosquito buzzing around their heads, I allow. But why not act on it? Not sure I buy them allowing Antonio and his boys to set up shop that far into Bratva territory without retaliation. My contact was firm. It benefits the Russians to deny it, Saint points out. Particularly if they're planning something bigger. That's what I've been worried about. Something bigger like what? Lucky wants to know. I pass a hand over my jaw. They could be looking to take some of our turf. The Bratva has been getting deeper into gambling, especially with the DA cracking down on their drug chain. Recently, a handful of Russian mafia have been arrested. The high-profile cases have been splashed all over the front pages of the news and across the internet. It's not a good look for a group trying to hide in plain sight. Our casino is legal, but that's just to keep the feds off our asses. Basically a front. We also run an extensive network of underground illegal gambling and betting operations, and that's where the big money is. I've been hearing rumblings about the Bratva wading their toes in the water for a while now. It stands to reason that if they wanted to crowd in on our territory, they'd strike us. They want to work with us, not against us, Scorpion insists. You sure you trust your connection? I ask again, my voice sharp. Somehow it feels like there's so much more on the line now, more than ever before. I can't afford to fuck this up. I want to know that when we emerge from the safe house, Luna won't have a target on her back. My brother holds my gaze, unflinching. I'm really fucking sure, Priest. I nod, then take a sip of my espresso. Could be Amadeo the animal, Saint adds. Or one of the other families trying to sow discord, Lucky adds. Could be that word of the alliance between the Ravellos and the Andrianis got out, Someone found out about the wedding and decided to make a move. Fuck. I set down my espresso. We're not any closer to an answer. And I can't keep hiding Luna away from the world down here. Sooner or later, she's gonna have to emerge. We sent a security detail over to Amadeo this morning, Rocco chimes in. 3 of our best guys. They're reporting back to me. I nod. Good. The sooner we can see his movements, the sooner we can rule him out or clip him. I take a bite of one of Zia's pastries. Madonna, the woman, knows how to bake. Despite my show of goodwill last night, I don't trust Amadeo the animal Ravello either. History has proven that if it looks like a snake and acts like a snake, it's a motherfucking snake. But I'm not stupid. I know that I can't make any moves without provocation, especially with our tentative alliance so newly formed. Amadeo's no fool. He's more than aware of this, and it's just one more reason I'm suspicious of him. I vote for clipping him either way, Saint says. Never did like the bastard. I swallow another bite of pastry. If it were only that easy. With families newly aligned, we can't risk starting a new war with the Ravellos by doing Amadeo without proof that he's the one behind Tommaso and Antonio. Saint knows I'm right. He nods and wolfs down a pastry in 3 bites. I wonder how many he's already devoured. At least he's not slurping cereal like a fucking 5-year-old this morning. How's other business? I ask, changing the subject again. Each of my brothers handles a different part of the Andriani family empire. Saint, aside from being my consigliere, oversees construction. As the figurehead of the family, I helm the legal casinos we own. Scorpion controls the underground gambling operations we have going. Lucky runs the drugs. It's a new way of operating for the Andrianis, and one I put into place when I became Don. Our father used to control everything with an iron fist, and while I would say he was a good Don, he wasn't necessarily the best businessman. He had too many things on his plate, and half of them fell off. None of the businesses were being run properly, and we were being taken advantage of by middlemen. I listen as my brothers give me a rundown of all our operations. Things are looking good for us. Our businesses are growing across the board, and we just had our strongest quarter yet. We're in the best position we've ever been in. All we need to do is figure out who's behind these latest moves and take them down. When my brothers finish their reports and I down the last bite of Zia Maria's pastry, I've made up my mind. We'll give it another week, I tell them. 1 week of tailing Amadeo. 1 week of watching the Russians. After that, I can't keep hiding Luna away in the safe house. It's a bad fucking look for a Don who just merged a new family into this one. If I can't keep my own wife safe, how the hell am I going to run an empire? And I'll keep Luna safe if it's the last thing I do. Because I protect what's mine.
Chapter 19. Luna. It's after 2 by the time I try the bedroom door and find it unlocked. I woke up around noon, completely groggy and out of it after the epic sex sessions with Priest last night. He was long gone, his side of the bed empty, and I'm not going to lie, I felt a moment of acute disappointment arcing through me when I saw he wasn't there. Common sense quickly returned, along with lucidity. I gave myself a pep talk as I showered. So you had amazing sex with a gangster who happens to have a magical dick and is apparently a pussy whisperer. It doesn't mean anything. Get over yourself. Also, all that possessive alpha maleness and the spanking? Heat prickles over my skin as I tentatively step across the threshold. I shouldn't like it, but I do. I did. It turned me on in ways I never imagined it could, and I want more, even if I know that's a colossal mistake. Anyway, my stomach growls. I need some food. I wander down the hall toward the eat-in kitchen, aware of the eerie quiet in this place. You'd never know that just above us, a huge casino is a hive of activity. I can't smell the cigarettes or hear the whirring roulette tables or the slots. It's almost like being in a grave. The thought sends a chill down my spine, and for the first time since Priest brought me to this safe house, I wonder what happened to my father. Was he cremated? Are they just holding him in a funeral home somewhere until next of kin appears? For some reason, the logistics of what comes after death escaped me. Saint is on a laptop, sitting at the kitchen table, typing away and muttering to himself when I walk in. He doesn't bother to look up. She lives. Tears prick my eyes. I'm alive, or something like it, but my father is dead. I stop where I am, all the walls feeling like they're closing in on me, my chest constricting. Oh, God, I think I may be having a panic attack. It's getting harder to breathe. I haven't had one of these, not a full-scale assault anyway, since the ugly weeks after Leo's death. Saint glances up at me, and his expression shifts. Luna? You okay? I open my mouth to answer him, but nothing comes out. I'm frozen. My mind, my tongue, my lungs. Perspiration drips between my breasts, rolling down my chest. Fuck! He's on his feet, rushing toward me, taking my arm in a surprisingly gentle hold. Come here and sit down. He guides me to a chair that he kicks away from the kitchen table, and I plop into it, scarcely aware of my surroundings. My hands tremble as I struggle to calm myself. Put your head between your legs, he instructs me. I should know this. I was a mess after Leo died, but I listen, folding myself in half and letting my head rest there. He sweeps a hand up my spine in a comforting way. Now, breathe in and out, he says. Slowly, Luna. Just try to calm yourself. Everything is going to be okay. You're just having a panic attack. He continues talking me through it, his voice calm and patient, caring even. Gradually, I come back to myself. My heartbeat begins to return to normal, and the tightness in my chest eases. I'm grateful for Saint's reassuring presence at my side. This is a far cry from the day I showed up at Club Venere and was greeted by a crew of menacing Andriani muscle, all of them packing heat and threatening me. I straighten myself in the chair, unbending my spine. Better? He asks, hovering over me like a worried mama bear. I think so. Still frowning, he goes to the sleek fridge on the opposite wall. Sparkling or still? He's asking me about water, I realize. Still, please. He grabs a water and returns, plunking it down on the table in front of me. Thank you. Gratitude pulses up inside me as I reach for the cold water and bring it to my lips. For the water and for helping me to snap out of it. He folds his tall frame back into the chair he vacated when my panic attack hit me. You have these often? No. I think back to the day I showed up here, covered in my father's blood. It seems to be a side effect of being kidnapped by gangsters. His frown deepens. No one kidnapped you. Priest brought you here because it's the only place he knows nothing will happen to you. I roll my lips inward, keeping myself from retorting that something has happened to me here, a 6'3" wall of Italian muscle. He's been breaking down my defenses from the moment he said I do, maybe even before that. I know it doesn't seem that way, Saint adds, but trust me, this is the best place for you to be until we know who was behind the attacks on your father and our cousin. I shiver, thinking about what Priest told me about his cousin and his crew, how they were found with signs of torture. They'd had their tongues and eyes cut out, he'd said, and how there had been a note on their bodies saying I was next. The thought of staying in this underground bunker for much longer deprived of sunlight and fresh air and my phone and the outside world, is enough to induce another panic attack. I can't stay here like this, I say. I want to go home. This is your home now, with Priest. I huff out a sigh. But he's not here, is he? He's always somewhere else, while I'm stuck in purgatory, not knowing what's going on or if he'll even come back. It's enough to make any sane woman lose her mind. No wonder I keep checking out whenever Priest touches me. My body is desperately craving a release from here, and the only way I can achieve that right now is through pleasure. That has to be why I keep falling back into bed with him, regardless of how determined I am to keep my distance and treat this marriage like the sham it is. He's the Dawn, Saint says, as if this fact excuses Priest in every way. He's a busy man, and right now he's burning the candle at both ends, trying to do everything he can to get you out of here. He makes Priest sound almost noble. Ever since last night, Saint has been waging a campaign to persuade me that his brother isn't as much of a monster as I think he is. It's not going to work, regardless of how much I happen to melt whenever I'm in his brother's arms. He could let me out of here right now, I argue, annoyed with myself and my weakness for the man I've been forced to marry. I could head to the airport and fly back to my life, and no one would ever know. Saint shakes his head, looking at me like I'm a child, and he's about to tell me that Santa isn't real. You'd be a dead woman walking. Whoever did this is sending a message, and it's a serious one. You can't just go back to writing smut books in Cabot Cove and bury your head in the sand. I narrow my eyes at him, wondering if he's being serious. There's not a hint of humor in his face. Your obscure 80s show reference is wrong. He doesn't even crack a smile. It was also on in the 90s. Did you watch it when you were a baby? I've never watched it. Jesus, what do you think I am? Someone who sits around binge-watching old chick shows? I bite my lip, because I'm sure he's fucking with me now. And because the idea of Saint secretly binging episodes of Angela Lansbury on Murder, She Wrote is all kinds of fucked up and hilarious. Also, Jessica Fletcher wrote mysteries, not romance novels, I point out. He grins. Oh yeah? Guess I got that part wrong. It's then that I realize he is messing with me. I'm not sure how much of what he's said is true and what's not. But Saint has also brought my heart rate and breathing back down to normal, all by distracting me in his own weird way. A companionable silence descends, and then my stomach growls. I flatten my palm over it. Is there any food in this place? Fuck, he rumbles, standing back up. Priest's going to be pissed if I let you starve. Zia Maria's lasagna is in the fridge. I can warm some up for you. Sounds good. Your aunt's cooking is fire. Zia's the best, he agrees, ambling to the fridge and taking out a silver tray of lasagna. I can get it myself, but he seems fully capable. Besides, I'm the one being held here against my will. Zia Maria is your father's sister, I guess, trying to make small talk. She is. He cuts a square of lasagna that looks big enough to feed 3 people. A smaller piece would be fine, I say politely. You need some meat on your bones. He plops it onto a plate and carries it over to the microwave. I glance down at myself. I'm not skinny by any means. I try to stay in shape, but I could also lose a few pounds. And when I say a few, I mean a good 20. I'm a curvy girl. Always have been, always will be. I can eat the other half for dinner, I decide, compromising. You'll finish it, because no one makes better lasagna than Zia Maria, he says confidently as he closes the door. Hey, Basil, turn the microwave on for 2 minutes. Turning the microwave on for 2 minutes, says the disembodied voice of the Mobster Dungeon's robot butler. If I hadn't been here myself and witnessed all this firsthand, I'd never have believed it. "Where is Priest now?" I ask, changing the subject. Saint shoots me an apologetic look. "I don't know." "You can't tell me," I infer, irritated. "Who the hell am I going to tell? I'm trapped in a gangster lair, and I'm not even allowed to have my phone." Saint doesn't answer, leaving me to further fume. "So let me get this straight. I'm supposed to be his wife, but I'm not allowed to know where he is on any given day or what he's doing, and I'm expected to be okay with this?" Saint leans a hip against the counter and faces me, arms crossed. "You know the life, Luna. You grew up in it." "I grew up insulated from it. Leo was the heir. I was a girl, meant to be a pretty prop, no real use to the cause. Like my father always said, a woman's worth is between her legs. And he sold me for it the first chance he got. But cruel as he was, and for all his faults, I still can't get past everything that's happened, him dying in my arms." "What about your mother?" Saint asks. "She must have prepared you, knowing one day you'd marry into one of the families. It's the way of our world." I swallow against a lump of sadness rising in my throat. "My mom died when I was 11. Not exactly the age for planning future mafioso weddings." "Damn," he mutters. "I'm sorry, Luna." I take another sip of water, steadying myself. Fuck cancer, right? "What kind?" "Breast cancer," I sniff, trying to keep the tears at bay. My mother was different. She wasn't like my father. Their marriage was an arranged one, and she always paid him the utmost respect. But my memories are those of a kid, foggy and indistinct. I thought she loved him, but I'm not sure my father was capable of loving anyone. And I don't know why someone as kind and good as my mother would have had tender feelings for a self-absorbed, heartless monster like my father. The microwave beeps. "Dinner is served, me lord," says the disembodied robot voice. I snort at that, the heaviness of the moment effectively broken. "Basil is on point." Saint winks at me. "I taught him everything he knows." "Did you name him, too?" "Nope." He turns back to the microwave, opening it and pulling out a steaming plate of lasagna. "Basil's actually a prototype from a startup that Scorpion convinced us we should invest in. He came with the name." "You called, sir?" asks the same voice. "Hey, Basil, go fuck yourself," Saint says, bringing my lasagna toward me. "Harsh." "Regretfully, I cannot complete your request at this time, my lord," Basil says. And I can't quite restrain my snicker, followed by a groan of delight as the mouth-watering aroma of Zia Maria's cooking reaches me. Saint sets it on the table in front of me, and I waste no time digging in. "You see," Saint sounds amused, "I knew you'd need the whole piece." He's not wrong. I'm totally going to eat this whole damn plate of delectable homemade sauce and pasta with gooey, rich cheeses. "Do you know when he'll be back?" I ask when I'm halfway through and a food coma is starting to set in. "Priest, I presume?" Saint is once more clicking away at his laptop, frowning at something on his screen. I wonder what he's doing. But I also know that if I ask, the probability of a truthful response is less than 1%. "The man who kidnapped me and is holding me here against my will," I say pointedly. "Yup, that's the one." "Soon. For now, you'll have to settle for me, Jessica Fletcher." I roll my eyes at his antics and finish the last few bites of lasagna. Like his older brother, Saint Andriani is starting to grow on me, but I'm not going to allow that to change my mind. The sooner I can get the hell out of this place and far, far away to the other side of the country, the better.
Chapter 20. Priest. When I get back to this safe house, it's late. I don't have any more answers tonight than I did last night. And when I walk into the living room, it's déjà vu. Saint and Luna are all chummy and cozy watching another crime drama. Only this time, they're awake. "That's not how that gun sounds when it fires," Saint is telling her with an air of authority. "It really fucking annoys me when they don't even bother to do a little research." "What would it actually sound like?" Luna asks. It occurs to me that they're sitting closer together on the couch than they were last night, and for a second, I see red. Before my brother can answer her, I storm into the room, pick up the remote, and turn off the narrator's droning reporter voice. "Time for bed, wife," I tell Luna, ice dripping from my words. Saint looks at me like I've grown a second head, but he can go fuck himself. His reputation with women precedes him. He could charm a nun out of her habit in 10 seconds flat. I don't like the comfortable air between the two of them any more than I like the empty bottle of wine on the coffee table. "Time for bed," Saint repeats. "What is she, 5? He's lucky he's my own flesh and blood, my consigliere, because no one else could speak to me that way without getting a bullet in his skull. I stalk to the couch, running on caffeine and adrenaline and some kind of possessive caveman energy that scares even me. No, but she's my woman, and when I tell her it's time to go to bed, she's going to go the fuck to bed. Jesus. Saint runs his fingers through his hair, glaring at me. Calm the fuck down. He's not getting out of this easily. I've been running myself into the ground out there, and I entrusted him with my wife, a woman he's looking entirely too familiar with right now. You talk to me with disrespect again, and I'll fuck you up, I warn him. Saint stands instantly, a gleam in his eye. You want to go? Let's fucking go. Wait! Luna jumps up, standing between us. What is wrong with you two Neanderthals? She pins me with a glare. First of all, your brother is right. I'm not a child, and you don't get to tell me when it's time for me to go to bed. Then she turns to Saint with the same look in her eye. And you, fighting with your brother? That's the last thing either of you needs right now. She's not wrong. I can't afford to go to battle with my own flesh and blood on top of what's going on beyond the safe house. I feel some of my anger deflate, but not all of it. Maybe I made a mistake leaving Luna here with you, I tell Saint. I should have asked Lucky or Scorpion instead. Lucky? Luna repeats, her nose wrinkling. Mr. Trigger Happy? No thanks. Or was that Scorpion? I don't even know what she's talking about. All of my brothers could be described that way, and I don't see a problem with it. You think I'm trying to fuck your wife? Saint demands, incredulous. And more of my anger leaves me. He's not a good liar. He genuinely seems insulted that I'd suspect him of trying to get Luna into his bed. In my defense, I don't understand how anyone with a pulse wouldn't want to get Luna into his bed. Luna is mine, I say. I don't want any man sharing a fucking couch cushion with her, and that includes you. I'm not a possession, she protests. I'm a person. I don't belong to anyone. Wrong, I tell her. The day we exchanged vows in the cathedral, everything changed. Until death do us part, remember? Or until divorce, she mutters under her breath. But I hear her. Look at me, Luna, I say. I wait until her big brown eyes are on me, and then I speak the next words directly to her soul. You are mine, Luna Andriani, for fucking ever. She's so furious with me that I can almost see sparks radiating from her. Fuck, she's gorgeous when she's riled. I want her fire. I want to get burned, to lose myself in her. This marriage is the last thing I wanted. I was sacrificing myself for the greater good, forging an alliance, getting us into a stronger position. But now, alliances and obligations are far from my mind when I look at her. When I look at her, all I see is my whole damn world. Her chin tips up in defiance, her dark eyes flashing. "You can't keep me in this mobster dungeon forever, and when I get out of here, I'm going home where I belong." I snake an arm around her waist and haul her into me. She's soft in all the right places, and she smells so fucking good, like apples and me. "Spoiler alert, amore mio," I growl. "That's not the way this world works. The only way you'll be rid of me is if you kill me, and I highly doubt you have the stomach for it." She pushes away from me, and I let her go. Not because I want to, but because I'm not about to force her. I know Luna wants me. She's just still pissed about being trapped in the safe house, even if it's the best place for her to be right now. "Maybe I'll smother you in your sleep," she snaps. "Don't tempt me, gangster." Then she turns and leaves the room. I watch the sway of her ass, mesmerized. I can't wait to spank it, bite it, fuck it again. She was all I could think about while I was away. I was counting down the hours until I could come back to her. I'm so obsessed with my wife that it's almost a sin. "What the hell was that?" Saint demands when she's gone. I assume she's going to our room, but it's possible she's storming off to the gym or pool. The thought of her in a bikini is enough to make my dick twitch. I glare at my brother. "You haven't been to the pool with her, have you?" "No. She said she didn't bring a suit when she flew back to see Tommaso, so she'll have to wait until the rest of her shit gets here." "Good. If you go into the pool with her, I'll drown you." I don't want Saint coming within 10 feet of my wife when she's wearing a bikini. Those lush, ripe tits and that ass are mine alone. All her mouth-watering curves, and the rest of her too. Saint's eyes narrow on me. "I'll take my chances." I shouldn't have said anything. Now he'll be even more determined to swim with her just because he knows I don't want him to. "Don't test me," I warn him. "Maybe if we can't find her a suit, we'll just have to go skinny dipping." I see red again. "Rocco would help me to get rid of your body. He's loyal like that." My brother just grins. "You're falling in love with her." His words take all the anger out of me, all the air out of my lungs. For a second, I can't even think. "I don't do love," I snap, stalking away from him to pace the room. What's he thinking? Saint knows as well as I do that softness doesn't exist in our world. Our father didn't love us. He used us to build his empire. We were pawns in the game he played to grow his power. Our mother sure as fuck didn't love us. She left us when we were kids, when we needed her most, abandoned us to our heartless father's idea of what men should be. And when we didn't agree with him, he beat it into us until we changed our minds. Thinking about the past has me on edge. I need to get out some energy, blow off some steam. Maybe I'll head to the gym and pound the punching bag for an hour. Pretend it's my brother's face. "Then how do you explain all this?" Saint asks, following me. I turn back to glare at him. "All what?" "The possessiveness where she's concerned. You've been with women before, but I don't recall you threatening to clip me over any of them." I blow out a breath. "And none of them were my wife either." "And that makes it different how?" "Because we're tied together for life now, because she's bound to me forever." "And because you have feelings for her." "I barely even know her. It's been a little over a week. Doesn't matter." Saint shakes his head, inspecting me like I'm a fucking insect pinned to a board. "You've been different with her. I've never seen you this way." I'm not in a mood to be examined, or to think about why Luna affects me like she does. It's not love. I barely know her. It's that she's mine. Protecting what's mine is in my blood. "Just drop it," I bite out. Saint gives me a careless shrug that notches up my urge to punch him in the mouth. "Suit yourself." "Go the fuck to bed," I tell him. "Tomorrow is going to be a long day. I'll need you on the outside with me." Actually, I don't need that, but I've just decided that leaving him here with my wife for another day isn't going to happen. He's instantly all business. "What's up?" "We're meeting with Squeaky and Amadeo to talk about what happens with Club Venere and some of Tommaso's other holdings." That much is true. but I don't technically need Saint there for it. Couldn't hurt to have my consigliere accompany me to this, though. I still don't trust Amadeo the animal, and having my sharp-eyed brother at my back will send a message. Fine. The club should be ours. He runs his fingers through his hair. You're the Don now, and the club belonged to Luna's father. The animal can fuck right off if he thinks he's going to get his grubby hands on it. I nod. We're on the same page. Get some rest. I'll see you at 7. But he doesn't go yet. Who's staying with Luna? He wants to know. What are you, her keeper now? He raises a brow, the cheeky fucker. Technically, yes. Well, consider yourself fired, I growl. She's a grown woman. She'll be fine here on her own for a few hours. You sure about that? Of course. She'll be locked in here with no way out. There's nothing she can do but read her poetry books and binge-watch crime shows. I sound far more confident than I am, because if I know Luna, she's going to be dismantling the furniture into shivs by the time I get back. Saint looks like he believes what I just said as much as I do. If you say so. My nostrils flare. I do fucking say so. Do I need to remind you who's the boss here? I'm irritated as hell with my brother. Not just because of his closeness with my wife, but because of what he said to me. Not at all, he says mockingly. Have a good night sleeping on the couch, fratello mio. I'm not sleeping on the couch. Saint doesn't respond, just turns and walks out on me like Luna did. Fine. I'm in a mood, so I decide that fuck it, I'm going to go for a swim.
Luna. I glare at the closed door that my husband hasn't bothered to try opening. I was so angry with Priest when I got back to the bedroom that I rage-showered, annoyed with his high-handed arrogance, and took out my frustration on the shampoo bottle and the shower gel. I even considered how much damage I could do with the razor he grudgingly allowed me to have before I had to acknowledge that the idea of causing him physical harm appalls me. I told myself it was because I can't stand the sight of blood, but the truth is, I like him too much, even after everything that's happened, and I hate myself for that. Then I dried off, put on some comfy pajama shorts and an oversized tee, and threw my wet hair into a bun, trying to make myself as unattractive as possible. Because there's no way I'm going to be stupid enough to have sex with him again. First of all, we've had unprotected sex 3 times now. I'm not proud of that. I've never done something so reckless. But in my defense, I didn't anticipate being kidnapped by a sexy-as-fuck mafia don with a magical dick. And tongue. And fingers. The door remains mockingly still and silent as I watch it, waiting for him. There's no lock on the inside, of course, but it opens inward, so after my shower, I moved one of the heavy nightstands in front of it. Not an easy feat, and I feel a slight twinge in my lower back that I may pay for later. Who does he think he is, storming into the living room and demanding that I go to bed for committing the crime of enjoying a documentary with his brother? It's not like being trapped here is my idea. It's not like I have a choice. I tap my fingers on my knee as I wait on the bed, sitting crisscross applesauce, waiting for him to try and get into the room. I don't know how long I've been sitting here like this, staring and ruminating, because I don't have a phone or a clock, because I'm a prisoner down here, I remind myself, hidden away against my will in the bowels of his casino. I think about all this, and I allow my anger to grow and blossom like a flower. But it doesn't do me any good, because the door is still closed, and Priest still hasn't tried to get through it. I've been denied the pleasure of his fury when he realizes I've blocked him out. It's not like he won't be able to easily move the nightstand. I know that. It's the symbolism, the rebellion. It's me giving him a giant fuck you. One he isn't going to see because he's not coming to me tonight. Is he that angry with me for what happened in the living room? Does he actually think I want to sleep with his brother? If so, he's delusional. Why choose is totally not my jam, and one mobster dick is more than enough for me to contend with. The thought of Priest's cock sends a pulse of arousal to my clit. I know that I shouldn't want him, but I can't seem to help myself. We're incendiary together. When he's gone, I can't stop thinking about him. When he's here, he makes me want him so badly that I can barely stand myself. It's like I become a whole different person with Priest. Where did he go? Did he leave the safe house? Or is this some kind of elaborate, nefarious game he's playing with me? Is he trying to teach me a lesson? To string me along until I'm out of my mind with lust for him? Suddenly, I can't wait another minute. I've got to know. With a low, annoyed sound, I fling myself off the bed and go to the nightstand, hauling the hulking piece of furniture away from the door. I'm not surrendering. He hasn't won, but I can't keep sitting here, waiting for him like a lapdog. I'm going to go and find him, to give him a piece of my mind. My back twinges again as I thrust the nightstand to the side, and then I'm flinging open the door. No one is out in the hall, and it's quiet. I tiptoe to the living room, half expecting to find Saint there binge-watching more crime documentaries without me. But the TV is off, and the lights are low, nothing more than the night lights that ring the perimeter of the room glowing. Saint? I try tentatively. No answer. Priest? Still silence. Did they abandon me here? My throat goes tight at the thought of being alone, locked inside the safe house without anyone else. No one in the world but a couple of mobsters aware I'm here. Oh my God. If something happens to them on the outside, what if no one comes back for me? What if I'm stuck here forever, until I run out of food and water? What if I die here? My panic is rising, clawing at me, threatening to take control. But I don't want to give in like I did before. Calm down, Luna. Calm down, Luna. Calm the fuck down, Luna. It's a mantra that I repeat to myself in my mind, over and over. I try to control my fear and go to the kitchen, which is also empty. I head past the gym, but the lights are totally out. Then I remember the little tour Saint took me on, and I decide to try the pool. The door to the pool room is closed, but I see a glow coming from under it. I push it open, and instantly regret coming here, because I finally find Priest. He's swimming in the pool, stroke after stroke of his muscled arms propelling him forward, his broad, muscled shoulders rippling as he carves through the water. Also, he's completely naked. Every inch of that gorgeous, inked body of his is on display. I should close the door and go back to my room, leave him to his swim. But there's something mesmerizing about the sight of him, his dark hair slicked to his head, the sheen of the water on him. Those muscles, that ass. He laps the pool more times than I bother to count as I watch, my ovaries practically doing somersaults of joy. I don't think I've ever seen anything as hot as Priest, naked in the pool, the lights low. When he reaches the opposite end of the pool, he finally stops, standing, his breathing hard. I need to go, but my feet feel like they're glued to the floor, and my eyes are definitely glued to his muscled back, the tracery of intricate black ink. For some reason, I never noticed it before. It's an image of death, cloaked and menacing, holding a sickle. Like what you see, baby. My breath catches. Caught. It's too late to run, so I push through the door and steel myself against his magnetism. I've seen better. He chuckles darkly and turns around, pushing wet hair away from his face. His chest is a masterpiece. I want to lick every drop of water from his skin. "Is that so?" he asks, his tone making it clear he doesn't believe me, not for a second. Also, he's not wrong. I'm sure I'm ruining my panties right now, and it's as frustrating as it is annoying. I hate the effect this man has on me, even when I'm furious with him. And despite knowing he's a dangerous criminal, I want him so much I can barely breathe. I lick my lips and cross my arms over my chest so he can't see how hard my nipples are. "Yeah, that's so." "Liar," he growls, taunting me, tempting me. I shrug like I'm completely unaffected. "Think whatever you like. If you're so immune to me, then why don't you get in?" His challenge sends a flood of heat through me. It's as if my skin is suddenly too tight for my body. My heart thuds hard in my chest. "I don't have a suit," I tell him. He just grins, the devil. "You don't need one." Yes, I do. Oh, yes, I absolutely do, when this infuriating, too handsome for his own good gangster is naked and dripping and looking at me like he didn't get dessert at dinner, but that's okay because he's decided he'll have me instead. "I'm good," I say, but I'm anything but. He chuckles, the sound making my clit throb. "You don't trust yourself, do you?" What woman in her right mind would? He swims toward me slowly, a predator intent upon his prey. "Of course I do," I insist stupidly. What I should be doing is going back to my room and hauling that big-ass nightstand back in front of the door. Instead, I'm standing here like a lamb for the slaughter, too lust-drunk to move. Priest stops halfway across the pool and stands, watching me, waiting. "Fine," I bite out, too proud not to take the bait. Too stupid, maybe. I grab my tea and whip it over my head. I'm not wearing a bra, and the warm, damp air curls around my bare skin. Nothing I can do to hide my nipples from him now. Too bad. If he thinks I'm going to melt into his arms and be seduced by him again, he's wrong. I'll show his annoying ass. Hooking my thumbs in the waistband of my PJ shorts, I haul them down, taking my thong with them. Then I pull the elastic hair tie from my bun and let my wet hair fall down my back. Meeting his gaze defiantly, I jump in with as much grace as I can manage. I hope I splash the fuck out of him. But when I pop to the surface, I'm dismayed to discover that not only did I fail to splash him, he's moved closer, towering over me, a wall of dripping, muscled alpha male deliciousness. "Got you," he says in a voice that makes my pussy clench. And then his hands are clamped on my waist, possessive and sure, and he pulls me into his chest. My nipples graze his slick skin, and when he picks me up effortlessly in the water, I cling to him instinctively. His blue eyes burn into mine. "Right where I want you." I try to push at him, annoyed with myself for falling into his trap, but he's stronger than I am, and I can't get away. "Let me go, gangster." "Not a chance. I like you here way too much." I splash him in the face. He growls and then spins us in the water in one swift move, pinning me between his powerful body and the edge of the pool. He plants his hands on either side of me, caging me in. Water runs in rivulets down his chiseled cheekbones, over the stubble on his killer jaw. "You shouldn't have splashed me, amore mio." He's crowding me with his heat, and he's even more irresistible at this proximity. I do my best not to let him see the effect he has on me, brazening it out. "No." He shakes his head, slowly, his gaze falling to my lips. No. Why not? He gives me a slow, devastating grin. Because now I'm going to have to get even with you.
Chapter 21. Priest. Luna is naked and in the pool with me, and my cock is harder than a fucking brick. The lust has been building inside me from the moment I realized she was watching me swim. I felt her before I saw her. I'm just that attuned to her now. One lap, I popped up and there she was, eye fucking me from the doorway. I knew she was watching, so I took my time, swimming for as long as I could go, heightening my desire with every stroke I took through the water, until my lungs burned and my cock was aching. I never knew it was possible to swim and have a hard-on at the same time before, but achievement fucking unlocked because with Luna around, it is. And now, I have her exactly where I want her, naked and wet and mine to feast on. I don't know where I want to start first. That pouty, arrogant mouth, those perfect tits, or her sweet pussy. I think I should be getting even with you, she says, all insolent fire, ready to go to battle with me. You're the one who... I solve my dilemma, smothering the rest of her complaint with my lips. For a few breaths, she doesn't respond, just holds still and lets me kiss the shit out of her. I gentle the kiss, going slower, catching her lower lip in my teeth and tugging while I cup a breast and roll one of her hard nipples between my thumb and forefinger. That does it. She makes a low sound of frustrated need, and then her arms twine around my neck. I deepen the kiss again, and she opens for my tongue, her mouth chasing mine. We stay that way for a while, and I'm content to devour her lips. This is the way to tame my wild, furious poet. To make her forget all the reasons she shouldn't want me and just surrender to what she needs instead. I kiss her until I've had my fill of her mouth for now, and then I drag my lips down her throat, finding the place her pulse is pounding hard and fast. No, she's not nearly as unaffected as she pretends. She wants me every bit as much as I want her. I nibble on her throat, biting just enough to leave a mark, but not to cause her pain. Tomorrow morning, she can look in the mirror and remember she belongs to me. Priest, she gasps out, shuddering in my arms. I don't stop. There's no mercy in me. The fires of lust that have been raging inside me from the moment I walked into the living room earlier burn hotter and brighter than ever. I've had over a dozen laps of the pool to contemplate what I'm going to do to her, how many ways I'm going to fuck her here. And yet, despite all my plans, now that I have her wet and naked in my arms, I'm so overwhelmed that I hardly know where to start. I follow my lips down the center of her chest. She glides her fingers through my hair. I cup both of her breasts, not bothering to cage her in any longer. Luna isn't going to run. She needs me every bit as much as I need her. Like the next beat of my heart. Like the next sip of air. Like the sun rising in the morning and the stars dazzling in their brilliance at night. Elemental. Inevitable. Essential. I must have more of her. All of her. And in the same way she needs that from me. Together, we are on fire. I flick my tongue over a hard pink nipple and can't tamp down the thrill rising inside me at her response. She arches into me, grabbing a handful of my hair with desperate intent, and holds me there. I oblige her by licking slow, delicious circles around the peak before latching onto her nipple and sucking in earnest. Her feet leave the bottom of the pool as a lusty sigh escapes her. She's floating now, completely at my mercy. Her thighs are on my waist. I find her other breast and suck hard, then nip at the tightly furled bud. She moans my name, wrapping around me like a mermaid. If she's here to take me down, I'll gladly sink to the bottom with her. just as long as she never stops touching me the way she is now. One hand on my shoulder, her nails digging into my skin, the other in my hair, telling me without words what she wants. "I'm so mad at you," she murmurs breathlessly. Her desperate determination to cling to her defiance, even in the wake of her own desire, just makes my dick even harder. I'm probably leaking pre-cum into the pool right now, but I don't even care. I'll tell Rock to throw in some extra chlorine tomorrow when my balls are drained and I'm once again capable of rational thought. "Let me see how mad you are," I taunt, my fingers skipping down her body, over her belly, the luscious curve of her waist, the swell of her hip, and then lower to the left. I cup her pussy with my right hand and catch a nipple in my teeth, tugging hard, pressing her into the tiled pool wall with nothing more than my hand on her. I'm not stroking, not fingering, just staking my claim. Her breathing is ragged. She whimpers. I have her, and she knows it. We both do. I release her nipple and straighten, holding her stare while I slowly stroke over her swollen clit with my thumb as I continue cupping her. "You don't feel that mad right now, Luna Andriani," I whisper. "Do you know what you do feel like?" She tips her head, her dark, wet hair falling beautifully down her back, a lone tendril sticking to her cheek. I don't think she's ever been more gorgeous than she is in this moment, naked, in the water, everything she wants from me written on her face. She licks her lips. In the low light of the pool room, her eyes are almost onyx, glinting and glittering with the same feverish desire that boils unchecked through my veins. "I hope I feel like I'm furious," she murmurs, "because I am." "No." I kiss her nipple, the curve of her breast, increasing my pressure on her clit, my other fingers tracing her lips, finding her entrance. "You feel like fucking mine." She inhales sharply and stiffens in my arms with a little cry. It takes me a second to realize that she came. She came with nothing more than my thumb pressing on her clit and my fingers gliding through her slit, making shallow dips into her pussy. But I don't have long to revel in my triumph, because in the next moment, she shocks me utterly. She goes from soft and complacent in my arms, the tremors of her orgasm shuddering through her, to a wildcat. She's all nails and fury, scraping my chest and shoving me away from her, diving under the water and swimming away. "Fuck," I mutter, watching her hair cascading behind her as she moves beneath the water, admiring the play of light on her sleek body, until I realize she's gained the upper hand when I badly need to maintain it. I dive below the pool's surface, chasing her. My eyes are open as I glide toward her, catching up even as her arms and legs thrash, moving her through the water as fast as she can go. I'm faster. I catch up to her, executing an underwater tackle. We roll around on the smooth bottom of the pool, and I manage to kiss her. She clings to me, kissing me back until my lungs burn and reality returns. Holding her in my arms, I kick off the bottom. We surge to the surface as one, gasping for breath. I kiss her again, and she holds me tightly, kissing me back. Our tongues tangle, our mouths fuse. I'm going to die if I don't get to have my mouth on her cunt soon. I break away first, gasping for breath, almost delirious with lust, with need, with whatever the fuck it is about Luna that makes me want her more than I want anything else. "I want to lick you," I tell her. "I want to fuck your pussy with my tongue and drink every drop of your cum. And then I want to stick my cock into you and fuck you so hard you forget every other man you've known." She doesn't protest, just makes a sexy sound that makes my dick twitch. Taking that as a good sign, I guide us to the edge of the pool. When we reach it, I stop, looking down at her. Fuck, she's so perfect for me. It's practically a crime. Intelligent, rebellious, wild, and prickly when she needs to be, and soft and wet when I want her to be. The rest of what Saint had to say tonight may have been complete shit, but he wasn't wrong about the effect this woman has on me. I want her so bad. I'd give her my family's entire empire on a silver platter if she asked me for it. Thankfully, she doesn't. I need a yes, I rasp when she doesn't say anything. She's watching me with parted, swollen lips, looking so fuckable I can barely stand it. But I'm also painfully aware of the fact that she didn't want this marriage. She was forced into it. I believe in family duty, in doing what's right for all the people depending on me, rather than living selfishly, which is why this marriage between us happened. I'd never, and I mean fucking never, force an unwilling woman to be with me. I'd sooner put a gun in my mouth and pull the trigger. Luna is pissed, that much I know. But even if she rejects me out of spite, I'll accept it. Desire is a two-way street, even if the rest of the rigid constraints binding our lives aren't. Luna, I prod, tell me, what do you want? With a cry, she presses a hand to her mouth. She's torn. She doesn't want to want me. But that doesn't mean shit, and we both know it. Finally, she nods and removes her hand. Yes. I'm feeling perverse. I don't want to let her get off that easily. No pun intended. Yes to what? I ask, already clamping my hands onto her waist in preparation for lifting her from the pool. Say it, baby. There's a heavy, loaded silence as she wages war against her pride. And then, finally, she surrenders. I want you to lick me, she admits. I don't waste a second. I lift her up, gently setting her on the edge of the pool. Her legs open, and I'm treated to the mouth-watering sight of my wife's bare pink pussy, all wet and glistening and inviting. I'm trembling as I caress her inner thighs, urging them wider. I don't even wait for her to say anything else. I bring my mouth to her cunt and feast. The taste of her floods me. So fucking good. I do everything I can, a man possessed, sucking her clit, fucking her with my tongue. She says my name, a curse and a plea in one, and I guide her legs over my shoulders, pulling her more firmly against me. I eat her pussy like this is the last meal I'll have on earth. And if it were to be, I'd die a happy fucking man. I'm drunk on her, lost to everything else, and I love her demanding cunt on my face. I want to give her so much pleasure that she forgets to think about all the rest. I find a place that seems to make her lose all control when I apply extra pressure and suck at the same time. Luna comes 3 times. Every time I leave her clit to lap her up, and fuck does she taste good. By the time I earn a 4th orgasm by fucking her with my fingers and sucking hard on her clit, I'm done. I surge from the water alongside her, and then scoop her up into my arms. My cock is raging, and we are both naked and dripping, but I don't give a shit. If I don't have her in my bed, and I'm not deep inside her in the next 5 minutes, I'll spontaneously combust. Predictably, Luna squawks in protest, her hands fluttering to my shoulders like butterflies. Priest, what are you doing? Slowly, and with as much calm as I can manage, because I don't want to slip on the tile and break both our necks, I stride toward the door. I'm taking you to bed. I'm naked, she squeals, and so are you. I don't give a damn. The only thing I care about is fucking her. Everything else can wait until afterward. I keep going, a man on a mission. So? I ask, shouldering through the heavy door of the pool room. So your brother is here, she says, lowering her voice an octave, even as her alarm continues to radiate through her words. I don't want him to see us like this. Let him, I say, uncaring. It wouldn't hurt for Saint to witness this and be reminded that Luna is my wife, my woman. That if he needs a fuck buddy, he's going to have to look somewhere else if he wants to continue to live. I'm naked, she continues, sounding scandalized. I don't see the problem. If Saint comes out of his room and sees you, I'll cut out his eyes. If he doesn't, all good. She stiffens in my arms. Priest! I meet her gaze for a second as I pass through the kitchen on slippery, wet feet, trying not to pay attention to the cool air kissing my dick as I go. What? You're not going to cut out his eyes? Not as long as he stays where he belongs. We're finally at our bedroom. I elbow my way in, still holding Luna in my arms. And I have the vague impression of the nightstand on my side of the bed being out of place. I'm instantly on guard, my whole body tensing in preparation for a potential ambush. I set Luna down on her bare feet. This may be a safe house, but the nature of our business means that we need to come and go. We need to exist in the outside world, and we need to trust a small set of people in our employ to know this place exists. There's always the minute possibility that someone will go rogue. It's never far from my mind, despite how much confidence I have in my men. What happened there? I demand sharply. It was me, Luna admits quietly, quelling my fears. You? I look back at her, trying to understand why she suddenly had a hankering to rearrange the furniture. Color creeps over her high cheekbones. Yes, me. I was going to try to keep you out of the bedroom, but then you never came anyway, and I had to come looking for you because I thought you and Saint had left me here by myself, and it scared me. I kiss her to cut off the rest of what she was about to say, because the truth is that while I didn't leave her alone tonight, I am going to leave her alone tomorrow. But that's a subject for another day, and one I'm not going to bring up while my wife is naked and ready to be fucked. Get on the bed, I tell her when we come up for air. She doesn't do what I ask, lingering, nibbling at her lip like there's something she wants to say. What is it, baby? She releases her lip. I'm not on birth control. This is not what I expected to hear, and for a second, I think she's trying to deflect me. Fuck, I grind out. That is bullshit. You're on the shot. I know this about her. From the moment Tommaso suggested the alliance, I've been doing my due diligence. My men have worked overtime, digging up all the dirt there is to be found on Luna Ravello. Not very fucking much, as it happens. And now, I wonder if the little they found was even accurate. I was on the shot, she says quietly. But it was giving me headaches, and I wasn't with anyone, so I decided to let it slip. What the fuck? I feel like I've been hit with an anvil. I've just barely wrapped my head around the idea of having a wife. I can't even begin to comprehend fatherhood, the ramifications. Jesus, shit, fuck. Why didn't you say something, Luna? I would have gotten pills, a shot, condoms, any fucking thing. She's my wife, and the thought of not going bare inside her had felt wrong. Well, truth be told, it had felt far too fucking good, deep inside that hot, tight, wet pussy without a barrier. I didn't realize she wasn't on birth control anymore when I pumped her full of my cum. I'm sorry, she says, looking lost. You overwhelm me. This situation overwhelms me. Everything has been so crazy. It was just, I didn't want to continue my shots because I realized I was having some adverse side effects. But I never imagined that this would happen. I wasn't thinking clearly, obviously. I'll pull out, I decide, even though the thought of not coming inside her feels wrong. I'll do it, for her, for me, for our future. I don't think we're ready for kids. Jesus, we can barely keep it together ourselves. Everything is so new, so volatile. But I want this to work. I want Luna as my wife. I just don't want to bring a kid into this equation until the time feels right. My parents did the opposite, having a boatload of kids without a plan or a thought of what would happen if it all went to hell. Is that... My OBGYN says it's not a valid method, Luna says weakly. It's only not a valid method if the guy comes too soon, I reassure her. I can control myself. She eyes me warily. That's not what she made it sound like. Respectfully, fuck her. Priest. Luna. I press my forehead to hers. Need for this woman swelling inside me, so big that it eclipses me. I'm not even myself anymore. I'm me with her. Fuck. This is heavy stuff. Maybe all the blood has rushed to my dick and balls. "You can't come inside me this time," she whispers. And my dick is instantly upright, ready for more, because I don't care where I come, as long as she's the reason I did. I kiss her. "I'll come on you, baby. Would you like that? I'll fuck you until we're both almost ready, and then I'll withdraw and fuck these beautiful tits. I'll coat them and come." Her lower lip falls another fraction, her pupils dilating. I know I have her. "Get on the bed for me, amore mio. Let me worship you the way you deserve. And I promise I won't put a baby in you." She whimpers, and I have to force my dick into submission. Clearly, I'm a fucking Neanderthal, because the thought of filling her with my cum and giving her a baby makes me so hard that I have to grind my molars and think about something else for a solid 15 seconds. Luna gets on the bed. Fuck. She looks beautiful there and perfect. So damn perfect. I move closer. "Open your legs. Let me see that wet pussy." Holding my gaze, she slowly slides her legs apart, revealing herself to me. "Damn. You're a fucking dream." I climb onto the bed, and even though I've licked her pussy thoroughly already, I stop and worship her there. I give her my tongue, my fingers, suck her clit until she's writhing and screaming my name. And only then do I move, aligning our bodies so that my hard dick is prodding her entrance, her wetness dripping onto my leaking cock. I kiss her slowly, feeding her the taste of herself on my tongue. After a few minutes of kissing each other senseless, I break it off. I sink 2 fingers inside her, and her pussy walls tighten. While she's still coming, I withdraw and grab my aching cock, ramming it deep. Her body arches up to meet me. We're hip bone to hip bone, breast to chest, nose to nose. Holding her stare, I fuck her slowly, intimately. I drink in her breaths and look into her eyes and make sure there's no question about what's happening between us. We both want it, want each other. And when her cunt contracts so deliciously on mine, I withdraw instead of reveling in the spasms, milking my cock. I wrap a hand around myself and shoot jets of cum all over her pussy, belly, and tits until she's covered in me. "Mine," I tell her, rubbing myself into her skin. "Never forget it, Luna." "If I'm yours, then you're mine," she murmurs. And I've never heard anything better. Even if she won't mean it later, when the postcoital bliss wears off. Because, like it or not, Luna Andriani belongs to me, and she always will.
Chapter 22. Luna. What the actual fuck? I blink myself awake, aware that I'm naked in bed, my body thoroughly sated from the utter insanity that went on the night before, and that I once again caved to my massive weakness for the sexy asshole I was forced to marry. What the hell is wrong with me? As usual, I'm alone. Priest's side of the bed is empty. Instantly, it strikes me, he has a side of the bed. Without my realizing it, we've established a routine that's not all that different from regular married couples. And when he's gone, I miss him. Which is why I'm rolling over onto my belly and burying my face in his pillow right now. His scent lingers, citrus and pine. Instantly annoyed with myself for my weakness, I climb out of the bed. It's official. I'm an idiot. I've never been this destroyed by a man before. Why does it have to be him? I head to the shower, crank it to as hot as I can stand, and spend way too much time hiding from what awaits me when I step out of the room. I soap myself up, shampoo my hair, and then I linger in the steam, back pressed to the slippery marble wall. I tell myself this is temporary, and that the feelings burning inside me are some kind of psychological response to the trauma I've experienced. If I could see a therapist, I'm sure she would explain it all. But psychology wasn't my major, and unfortunately, almost achieving an MFA in creative writing didn't equip me for being forced into an arranged marriage with a hot gangster who moonlights as a sex god. I'm so screwed, so in over my head. When I decide I can't keep hiding in the shower, I finally turn it off and emerge. As I towel myself off and head back into the bedroom, I discover a tidy pile of my clothes, folded neatly on one of the dressers. Apparently, more of my things have arrived, courtesy of the thugs who raided my apartment in Iowa. I still hate the thought of them going through my private space and dismantling the little world I created for myself. But I am glad to finally have something to wear beyond the handful of outfits, mostly pajamas, that I stuffed into my carry-on when I left. I settle on a lacy black thong with matching bra and a red poplin dress that's equal parts cute and comfy. I let my hair down and then, barefoot, leave my gilded cage. But I can only fly so far, of course. I'm still locked in the safe house, even if I now am allowed free rein. The kitchen is empty. I spy a note on the counter, settled atop a stack of journals and pens. Luna, breakfast is in the fridge. These are for you. We'll be back by 5. M. I realize 3 things in rapid succession. First, Priest signed the note M for Mateo. It feels somehow more intimate. Second, he brought me writing implements. The pens are my favorite kind, fine and felt tip. I could fall in love with him for all these blank pages. And third, I'm alone. Those bastards left me here in the safe house on my own. Saint? I call out just to be sure. Priest? Crickets. Shit, I mutter, last night's anxiety eagerly crowding in. I take a deep breath and then exhale, willing it to abate. I can do this. I can distract myself and keep calm. When Priest shows back up, he's going to get an earful from me. If he shows back up. A shiver goes down my spine at the thought, because, like it or not, I've become rather fond of that arrogant, sexy gangster, and whatever he's facing in the outside world, I know it must be dangerous. Swallowing hard against a rush of emotion I don't want to feel, I make myself an espresso, grab a pastry from the refrigerator, thank you, Zia Maria, and settle in with my pens and notebooks. It feels like a lifetime has passed since I last wrote a poem, and the words are burning up inside me, a fever I need to get out.
Priest. I should have known that Amadeo the animal was going to be fucking trouble. He's smoking a cigar, flanked by his number 2 and number 3, Little Sal and Jimmy Greco, both notorious goons, a glass of whiskey untouched at his elbow. He was 3 hours late showing up for this meeting, and I know exactly why. The prick is trying to put on a show of power. We've been talking, Squeaky and I, along with some of the other capos, Amadeo says, and we've all come to the agreement that, as I'm the senior blood member of the Ravello family, Club Venere should be mine. His statement doesn't surprise me. He spent the last 20 minutes tap-dancing around the subject like some poor man's Fred Astaire. But this piece of shit can play all the games he wants. The outcome's going to be the same. I pin him with a look that ought to have him quaking in his fucking loafers. Club Venere belongs to my wife. Amadeo flashes me a smug grin and takes his time puffing on the fat cigar, filling the air around him with a thick cloud of smoke. It isn't that simple. I clench my jaw. Yes, it is. Club Venere is part of Tommaso Ravello's holdings. Luna Ravello Andriani is his sole living heir. I've had my lawyer take a look at the will. It's airtight. Cousin Luna, Amadeo drawls, lingering on her name in a way that makes me want to punch him in the face. How is she, by the way? It's been a while since anyone has seen her. Not since the wedding, from what I hear. The family is worried about her. Keep my wife's name out of your mouth, I growl, not amused by his tactics. Luna is as well as can be expected, given the loss of her father and the way it went down. Tommaso getting clipped in her arms. I hope my stare is boring all the way into this bastard's soul, because if I had to put my money on the Russians being behind Tommaso Ravello's murder, or Amadeo the animal, it would be the ugly fucker looking me in the eye from across the table right now. Every damn time. It was rough what happened to her, Amadeo agrees, without a hint of sympathy. All that blood on her pretty wedding dress. He pauses to inhale his cigar, then slowly exhale. Could have been worse, though. Could have been her, too. There's a thinly veiled threat in his words. Unlike our last meeting, I'm armed. So are my brothers, and the other soldiers we've brought with us. I discreetly move the lapel of my suit jacket, allowing it to fall open just enough that my piece is visible. I don't think anyone would dare to fuck with what's mine. That why you're keeping her locked away? Amadeo wants to know. Look, Don Andriani, I'll cut to the chase. Some of the family have come to me after our meeting, and they have concerns. Legitimate concerns. My shoulders tense. I expected opposition, but not already. Not with the families so newly joined. What are they? I ask. This club, for one thing. What does a pretty little thing who spent the last few years out west getting some kind of goody-two-shoes degree know about running a business like this? She's not going to want to get her hands dirty, and you and I both know there are enough drugs running through here to supply half the city. I force a calm smile. Naturally, my wife will be otherwise occupied. She's entrusted me and my brothers with the daily operations of the club. That's the other thing, though. No one's seen my cousin since the wedding. For all we know, you clipped her, and you're making all the decisions on her behalf. Not that I'd accuse you of doing something like that. He sucks on his cigar. I consider stuffing it down his windpipe and letting him choke on it. I can feel my brothers tensing around me. None of us are liking the way this meeting has progressed so far. Are you accusing me of hurting my wife, Ravello? I bite out. Amadeo the animal holds my stare for a few beats, then puffs out a halo of smoke. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just bringing you the concerns that some of the family have brought to me. What a fucking statesman you are. I'm being sarcastic, but Amadeo doesn't care. He shrugs. I do what I can. I have a duty to this family. Blood ties are the strongest ties there are. I'm obligated to look after Luna, now that her father's gone. Me and Squeaky both, seeing as how we're the only cousins Luna has left. Hate to break it to you, but since I'm her husband, that fucking trumps cousins. Another shrug and a slow, meditative puff on his cigar. Like this asshole has all the time in the world. Family is still family, he says. We need to make sure Luna's happy and well taken care of. It's important to us. Squeaky vouched for us, I argue, staring pointedly at him. Squeaky's pale, and he won't meet my gaze. I can tell instantly that Amadeo's got something on him. The shifty bastard. Yeah, see, Squeaky starts, squirming a little on his seat as a bead of perspiration pops out on his forehead. That's the thing. I haven't seen Luna since the wedding either. Squeaky Ravello got his nickname from his unfortunate voice. And when he's nervous, it's even more high-pitched than usual. There's no doubt about it. Amadeo somehow got to Squeaky and is putting pressure on him. Do they actually think I've murdered my wife? Hard to say. My reputation is bad, and I know it. But I've never killed a woman before, and the only thing I want to do to Luna is protect her, and fuck her in as many ways as possible. But I don't want to think about that right now, because getting a boner while I'm negotiating with these pricks is out of the question. Let's get to the point here, I tell them both, my voice cold. What is it that you want? Amadeo blows a new cloud of smoke. What I want is for this alliance to go well. I'd hate to see it undermined by a lack of trust. Maybe instead of jamming that cigar down his windpipe, I'll shove it up his ass, while it's still lit. You're saying your capos don't have faith in me, Ravello? I ask quietly. There's no good answer for him. He has to tread with care, and he knows it. What I'm saying, Don Andriani, he says slowly, is that if you want the alliance to proceed smoothly, we need to know that Luna is alive and well. I don't like the idea of bringing her out of hiding too soon, but Amadeo's leaving me with little choice. Besides that, I know I can't keep her locked away from the outside world forever. She's not my prisoner, she's my wife. I'll bring in more guards, do everything I can to keep her as safe on the outside as I did on the inside. I'm sure my wife would be happy to join us all for dinner, I concede. Will that suffice? It'll go a long way. Amadeo can't hide his smug smile. But about the club. It's hers, I snap. My wife's inheritance isn't up for debate. She gets what's owed to her as the daughter of Tommaso Ravello, and anyone who tries to stop that is going to have to answer to me. It's the closest I'll come to an outright threat. I'm not here to start a war so soon after brokering a tentative peace between our families, but I'm also not about to let this fucking snake take what belongs to Luna. I'll put a bullet in his head first. He needs to know it. Amadeo watches me with those dark, glittering eyes that are almost black. Shark's eyes. Understood, he says at last. If my cousin needs any assistance with Club Venere, I'm here. I'm sure she'll be overjoyed to hear it. I stand. I'll have my men let you know when and where for the dinner. In the meantime, it's time for you all to get the fuck out of my wife's club. Amadeo and his men stand, Squeaky looking down at his feet and refusing to make eye contact. Fucking rat. One by one they file out of the room until the only ones remaining are my brothers and me. Our guards escorting Ravello and his crew to the door. I don't like the focus on Luna, Saint says quietly when they're gone. I sigh, a knot tightening in my gut. I don't like it either, but they don't leave us with any other options. If the only way we can cement the joining of the families is for the Ravellos to see that Luna is fine, then let them see her. Or they could be luring her out, like a lamb for the slaughter, Scorpion points out. If the animal is behind Tommaso getting clipped, Luna could be next, Lucky adds. My chest seizes. My brothers aren't saying anything that hasn't already occurred to me. But that doesn't change the fact that the mere thought of any harm coming to Luna makes me want to set the whole fucking world on fire. I'll protect her, I grind out. Priest, Saint says, a note of warning in his voice. She's not his to protect, she's mine. I said I'll protect her, I repeat. I'll protect her, and we'll do what we have to fucking do. Unifying the families is what we've been working toward for the past year, and I'm not going to allow anything to jeopardize that now. Not even her? Saint asks. And I know what he's really asking, what his eyes are saying. If I cared about Luna, I wouldn't let her become a pawn in this sadistic fucking game Amadeo's playing. But I've been handed the keys to the castle, and I'm not going to turn my back on them. Our father raised us to be cold, heartless, brutal, to feel nothing except loyalty to the family, the need for more. That's who I am. I'm the Don. And you don't get to remain the Don by being soft, by falling in love, by making yourself vulnerable. Fuck that shit. I can do this, and I can do it my way. I pop my jaw. Not even her.
Chapter 23. Luna. Repeat that, please? I say, reasonably sure I must have misheard Priest, because when he stalked into the living room a minute ago, looking dangerous and hot and like everything I shouldn't want, I swear he said I'm getting out of my underground prison. But that couldn't be right, could it? "Is that ink on your fingers?" he asks, instead of answering my question, taking my fingers in his and holding them up for his inspection. I hate the jolt of sheer electricity that goes through me at his touch, almost as much as I hate the heat that rolls down my spine and the pulse in my clit. The faintest hint of smoke clings to his designer suit, and I can't help but wonder where he was. Yeah, it's ink. I tug at my hand, but he won't let go. I've spent the morning and the afternoon writing a hailstorm of poems. Maybe none of them are good. Maybe all of them are. They're too fresh and too new for me to have a handle on them, all raw and messy, like the woods after a summer thunderstorm. He smirks. "You liked my gift." I liked finally being able to write again, even if the medium is archaic, I correct acidly. He doesn't need to know it, but I've always written rough drafts of my poems by hand. There's something about the tactile scratch of a pen on paper, the smell of the ink, the slight bleed that is necessary for my process. It doesn't matter that I've grown up with my fingers practically attached to a keyboard or a cell phone. I'm a pen and ink girl, and I always will be. Priest gives me a knowing look, his gaze dipping to my mouth. "You tellin' me that this isn't the brand of pen you have about 24 of stashed in your things?" "I don't know." I raise a brow at him. "Are you telling me that you were digging through my things, gangster?" Okay, it's kind of cute that he made an effort to buy my favorite pens. The writer in me is swooning. The rest of me still knows what I'm dealing with here. A dangerous mafia don who forced me into marrying him. Too bad my ovaries don't care all that much. They've never been sensible. "The rest of your apartment boxes arrived late last night," he says. "I went through them this morning and managed to obtain a few similar supplies." Managed to obtain. Oh, God, is that code for stealing? "Do I want to ask how you obtained them?" I ask weakly, thinking about depositing all the beautiful new pens in the nearest trash can. "If you're asking me if I stole them, the answer is no," he says easily, pulling me into his chest and then releasing my fingers. "If you're asking me if one of my guys did, the answer is what you don't know can't hurt you. Now give me a welcome home kiss, baby." I turn my head as his lowers, and his lips land on my cheek instead. "Haven't you learned by now that I don't take orders from you?" He chuckles, the sound low. "There have been a few times when you have." Heat licks through me. He's not wrong about the times I've allowed him to order me, but that's different, and he knows it, the arrogant bastard. "What did you say when you first came in here?" I ask, veering back to the original subject. He's so good at distracting me, at getting what he wants. He inhales deeply, like he's drinking in my scent, and then he runs his nose along my jaw, his mouth finding the sensitive place under my ear. "I said that we're leaving the safe house in the morning." His lips feel so good on me, but I'm focused even if my nipples are hard. "You mean you've finally regained your senses and you're letting me out of here?" "You're coming back to the penthouse." He catches my earlobe in his teeth. and nips me softly. Disappointment surges through me. I'm still a prisoner, you mean? Not a prisoner. You're my wife. But I have to make sure you're safe, amore mio. His hands settle on my waist in a possessive hold as he kisses my throat. You'll have guards, and you're to go nowhere without me at your side. My heart sinks. So I'm trading one prison for another, only the new one will have windows and sunlight. I miss the sun, the outside world. I miss my life, and I don't belong in this one. I flatten my palms on his broad chest and shove. He releases me. Why not just keep me here if I'm to be in a gilded cage? I demand, hurt and frustrated and furious. He gives me pens and journals and smoldering kisses that make my toes curl, but he won't give me what I really want. His jaw hardens, and he passes a hand over it, those long, inked fingers catching my attention. Like the rest of him, Priest's hands are so beautiful, it's a sin. There's been a slight hiccup with the alliance between our families, he says. What do you mean, a hiccup? I cross my arms over my chest so he won't be able to see my stupid nipples poking through my bra and dress. The action draws his attention to the rest of me. His icy blue stare does a thrilling sweep down my body before returning. You look fucking amazing in red, baby. Answer me, please. He rolls his broad shoulders, like he's shrugging off some tension. Your cousins have taken exception to the fact that you haven't been seen in public since the wedding. They're stirring shit with some of the Ravello capos. They want proof of life. I reel back, feeling like I've been punched. So this isn't about me wanting to get out of here, then. This is about you and your little mafia war games. A muscle ticks in his jaw. They're not games, Luna. They're painfully fucking real. I shake my head, trying to make sense of this revelation. But the reason you were keeping me here was because you said it wasn't safe for me on the outside, that whoever was behind my father's murder could also want me dead. What's changed? His nostrils flare, and for a long few seconds he says nothing. With his silence, he says everything. You motherfucker, I say quietly. Not a single thing has changed, has it? Someone still wants me dead, and that's why I'll have to have guards 24/7. But it's convenient for you to let me out of this dungeon for now, because my cousins and the Ravello capos have you between a rock and a hard place. If you don't show them I'm alive, they might retract the alliance. He reaches for me, his expression hardening. I've warned you to watch that mouth. I slip from his grasp, not wanting him to touch me. You know what's sick? For a second there, I actually allowed myself to start believing you might be different. That you weren't just like my father and every other made man I've ever known, driven only by greed and the need for more power. But you're exactly the same. All you care about is your precious empire, regardless of what it does to the people around you. He jerks like I've slapped him, but that's the only hint of a reaction I get. His face remains a cold, impassive mask. You were born into this world, amore mio. You know the way it works. Gather your things so that everything is ready to go first thing in the morning. Priest turns and stalks from the living room, leaving me alone. Fuck him. I'm so angry I could throw something. If he thinks I'm going to casually follow his edicts like a good mafia wife, he's wrong. I grab my pens and a journal, curl up on the couch, and start writing another poem. Persephone kept by Hades. For a heartbeat, I forgot your foxglove and poison hemlock, the land before a flood. I'll keep you from my grain, sow your blood into pavement. You think to lock me in my cage, but I bide my time and wait. My hand trembles as I look down at the words I've written. A stupid, fat teardrop falls on the word poison. I reread the poem 3 times before I tear the page from my journal, crumple it into a ball, and toss it in the trash. When this nightmare is finally over, I don't want any reminders of this place. Or of him. But even as I think it, I know it's a lie. No matter how much time passes, or how far I run when I can finally escape, nothing will banish Priest from my memory.
Priest. In the gym, I take out my frustrations on the punching bag until my fists are bleeding and raw. That's when Saint ambles in. He takes one look at the blood dripping from me and whistles. "You should have taped them up before going at it." I didn't want to. I don't have to explain why. My brother will know because we're alike in this way. Sometimes we need to experience pain just to remember that we're alive. I had to release some of the fury boiling inside me because Luna's accusations affected me a hell of a lot more than I was willing to acknowledge or let her see. I hate that I have to use her like this, and that I may be putting her in danger, all for the sake of the unified families. "Your little talk with Luna went well then, I take it?" Saint asks Riley. He's got a glass of whiskey in hand, so I guess he's not feeling any better about our meeting with Amadeo the animal and Squeaky than I am. I shrug, flexing my knuckles, still dripping on the gym floor. She didn't try to stab me in the eye with one of her pins. Does she know why she's moving back to the penthouse? Yeah. I don't say anything else. No need to. Saint takes a long sip of his whiskey. I don't blame her. No one would want to be bait for scum like that backstabbing asshole. She's not bait for Amadeo, I snap, not liking the accusation. She's proof that we're committed to the families becoming one. If the Ravello capos don't trust us, we're not going to be able to hold the alliance together, particularly not with Squeaky looking like he's switched sides. I've tasked Scorpion with trying to get to the bottom of what Amadeo might have on Squeaky, but so far, no word. Saint runs a hand through his hair. Fuck. I don't like this. There's got to be another way, one that won't put Luna in harm's way. There isn't. What about a picture or a video, he suggests. AI is too good these days. Anything can be faked with an app. A video call, then. I'm not ready to put a phone in Luna's hands just yet. I give her a phone with internet capabilities, and the next thing I know, she's calling 911 and telling them Matteo Andriani and his brothers kidnapped her and are holding her against her will. Think the feds won't have a field day with that? Saint blows out a breath. It's plain to see he cares about Luna, and that still bothers the fuck out of me, even if I understand why. She gets under your skin, into your blood and bones, to the marrow. She's feisty and smart and mouthy and beautiful and vibrant. And fucking damn it, I can't let anything happen to her. This dinner you proposed, Saint begins, apparently finally coming to grips with the fact that this is the only way to proceed. Where do you want to have it? Our territory somewhere, wherever you think will have the most advantages for defending ourselves if it comes down to it. We're going to be armed to the teeth. There's no way I'm allowing Amadeo the animal or any of his men within a mile of Luna without knowing we're prepared for all outcomes. We don't have any proof of who was behind Antonio and Tommaso, but Amadeo is far from having been ruled out. The more time that goes by, the higher he climbs on my list of suspects. What do you think about having it at Lucchese? He asks. It's one of our newer ventures, a private supper club for city elite. Membership costs $50,000 a year, and our clientele is a who's who of the upper echelons of society. We can close it down for a private event, with security high, and it won't even raise an eyebrow. Plus, it's on our turf. I nod, liking the idea. Lucchese could work. We've been keeping the Ravellos off the membership list ever since it opened, and a ladder-climbing asshole like Amadeo will likely jump at the chance. It's settled then. I'll look at the calendar of bookings and see what we need to move so that we can have the club empty and all to ourselves that night. I'll also make sure we have triple the men. I'll handle security. Make that quadruple the men, I say. I want a motherfucking army, Saint. If this prick is after my wife, I want him dead before he can even so much as raise a finger against her. You know I'll do everything in my power to make sure everything is as secure as possible. He pauses, his expression serious. But you also know there's still going to be a risk. There's no way to keep her 100% safe. All we can do is take every precaution we can and hope for the best. It's a sobering reminder, but one I don't need. I'm already aware of the danger involved in this meeting and in bringing Luna out of hiding so soon, none of which are part of my original plan. But it's what I need to do for the good of the family, the combined families. It's what I promised our father I would do when he was on his deathbed after the heart attack that left him brain dead. I know the risks, and I know the rewards. It's a chance we'll have to take, I tell my brother. It's a chance we're taking with Luna's life. His mouth is tight at the edges, and for once, all traces of Saint's odd sense of humor are gone. He's deadly serious. Handle it, I order him quietly. Saint downs the rest of his whiskey, knowing when to argue with me and when to retreat. Quietly, he leaves me alone in the gym, blood still trickling down my battered and bruised knuckles. In the silence he's left behind, I go back to the punching bag, pummeling the shit out of it. None of this was part of the plan. I was never supposed to become obsessed with my wife. Tommaso Ravello was never supposed to get clipped at our wedding. Amadeo the animal wasn't supposed to have any strings to pull, and the two families were meant to combine peacefully. It was supposed to be an arranged marriage that brought all the chess pieces carefully into place on the board. It wasn't supposed to be a bloody fucking war.
Chapter 24. Luna. This was supposed to be my last year of postgrad. It was supposed to be when I finished my creative thesis, when I had a completed poetry manuscript ready to submit to literary presses, when I had enough poetry publications under my belt to make my work stand out in a sea of so many poets, when I decided where to apply as an assistant professor. This was supposed to be the academic year that started the rest of my life. And in a way, I guess it was. But instead of any of the plans I made for myself, it's not even October, and I'm already moving back to the world I thought I'd made a clean break from, moving into a mafia don's penthouse apartment where I'll be a sitting duck for anyone who wants to make an example out of me, the same way they did to my father and my brother before me. All the worldly possessions that are the most important to me are gathered into 3 boxes at my feet. 3 fucking boxes. "This it, Mrs. Andriani?" asks one of the henchmen my husband has tasked with moving my belongings this morning. Because why would a mafia don move his own wife's shit? I haven't seen Priest since last night when he told me that I'm going to be a sacrifice to the mafia gods, all so that our 2 families can be united. Well, that's not what he said in so many words, but he may as well have. His intentions are the same. "That's it," I tell the stony-faced kid in front of me. He's younger than me, no more than 17, I'd guess. A high school student. Is he already a made man? I wouldn't put it past the Andrianis. It's about time I started focusing on the plain facts. This family is the enemy. They always have been, and they always will be. Last night, after the vicious fallout from Priest's announcement, I realized something about myself. I've been stupid. I lowered my guard. And somehow, I allowed myself to catch feelings for a gangster. That's why it hurt so much. Why it felt like my guts were being ripped out of my body. Why the fact that I'm being used as a pawn for the second time in a few short weeks is such a massive betrayal. Both men who put me in these precarious positions were men I cared about. First, my father, then my husband. Neither of them deserved it. Both of them are willing to use me to get what they want. I should have known better. 2 more young men appear before me, each of them hefting a box onto their shoulders wordlessly. I assume the first one told them what to do. I'm left standing here in the doorway to what was my bedroom for the last little while, hugging myself and trying not to allow even a hint of the tears burning my eyes to fall. I stare down at the carpet and bite my lip hard. A pair of big feet in Italian leather loafers stops before me. I know who it is before I even glance up to see Saint looking at me like I imagine he would a puppy who's just been kicked. "Morning, Luna." No Jessica Fletcher, none of his nonsensical trolling. He's somber. I clear my throat and force a cheerful smile. "Good morning." "Sleep well?" I don't think I slept at all. I spent the night thrashing in the covers, waking and thinking Priest was by my side, only to reach for him and find nothing but twisted sheets. Like a baby, I lie through gritted teeth. "Yeah? Could have fooled me. You look like hell." I glare at him. "Go fuck yourself, Andriani." He raises a brow. "You had breakfast yet?" "No, and I don't want it either. I just want to get out of here." Because as much as I loathed this mobster dungeon, it also started to become something more, especially when someone else was in it. Someone I refuse to think about now, because fuck him. Fuck Matteo Andriani. Fuck his mouth and his gorgeous face. Fuck his tongue and his long tatted fingers and his 8-pack and his big magical fucking dick. "It's going to take a bit to get back into the real world," Saint warns me gently. "We have to wait until the morning shift change to get you out of the casino, and then there's traffic at this time of the day. You probably won't make it to the penthouse until noon." I huff out a sigh at this information, because Saint isn't wrong. If I won't get to Priest's place until lunchtime, I'm going to be starving. "Fine, but I'm not going to eat anything if he's here." Saint gives me a pitying look. "I assume you're referring to Priest?" I give him a jerky nod. "He's not here. He left late last night." Late last night? After we argued. My bruised heart squeezes. "Where did he go?" I ask before I can stop myself. It's not as if it matters. I have no hold on my husband. I never did. And after last night's revelations, I never want to. "He didn't say," Saint tells me quietly. "But if you're worried he's cheating—" "I don't give a fuck if he is," I interrupt coldly. "In fact, he may as well get used to finding his amusements elsewhere. After this meeting with my cousin, I want a divorce." "Luna," Saint says, his tone earnest. "No." I hold up a hand, irritated with myself for the way it trembles. "Just save it, Saint. Save it for someone who cares." "But you do care about the families, don't you? You were born into this life. You know better than most what's at stake. It's everything your father built, and everything my family has worked for. If you walk away, you're forfeiting it to a snake like Amadeo, someone who may have killed your father to get it. Someone who will probably kill me, too," I say, feeling numb. "But none of you care what happens to me, do you? I'm just, what, collateral damage? That's the whole reason I'm here, because I've been more useful alive than dead. But once the Ravello capos are happy that I'm still alive, what then? You'll all have everything you want. I don't matter any longer. It's not like that, Luna. Saint reaches out and pats my back with brotherly affection. We've grown close during my time here, but I'm so disillusioned by everything that's happened that I don't even know what's real and what's not. Maybe he was also putting on an act. I shrug away from him. Don't touch me. Please. All right. He sighs, actually sounding forlorn as he passes an inked hand over his cheek. I get it. You're pissed, and you have every right to be. But listen, over the short time we've spent together, I've come to respect you. And I love you like a pain in the ass, too smart for her own good sister. So I hope you'll hear me when I say that I've known my brother for 29 years, and I've never seen him the way he is with you. That hurts my heart, even though it shouldn't. I sniff and blink, forcing those stupid, weak tears to stay away. I don't want to hear it, and I don't believe it either. But if your TED Talk is done, I probably should eat breakfast so I don't starve on the way to my next jail cell. Have to keep myself alive for the sacrificial ceremony, don't I? I don't wait for Saint's response before I brush past him, heading to the kitchen.
Priest. I'm waiting for my wife in the G-Wagon, Rocco in the driver's seat. After what felt like a fucking eternity, the door opens, outside light and fresh air slanting in. It's a cool, windy day, a tropical storm having passed through the night before with its accompanying deluge, leaving a brisk autumnal breeze in its wake. Wind whips at her dark hair, and she looks pale but beautiful. It's been mere hours since I saw her, but it feels like far too long. She moves to get in and stops when she sees me. Without saying a word, she turns to Saint and the two guards flanking her. I want a different car. I'm sorry, Mrs. Andriani, says a guard apologetically, but the boss only has one car here to take you home, and this is it. Then kindly make sure the boss gets out of it so that I can get in, she says, her voice cold. I deserve her anger, but I can't allow her to disrespect me in front of my men. So I yank open my door and get out, rounding the back of the G until I reach her. Luna doesn't bother to look at me. We're going home together, amore mio. I tell her in a tone that brooks no argument. She still won't glance in my direction, pretending I'm not there. Tell your boss I want my own car, she says to the other guard. They're made men I trust implicitly, but it's embarrassing to have this show going on before them. If I'd have realized she was still this furious with me, I would have instructed Saint to escort her on his own. No one knows where she is or when she's leaving, so the danger isn't very high here. 3 armed men is likely overkill. Luna, I growl, baby, get in the car. She purses her lips and makes a show of looking around at everything except me. Did you hear something? I grasp her elbow in a firm grip, my patience already thin from staying up all night. Get in the fucking car. Or what? She demands. Grinding my molars, I shoot Saint a look. He nods and leads the guards a few feet away, leaving Luna and me some space. When they're out of earshot, I tip up her chin, forcing her to meet my eyes. You're angry at me, I get it, but the longer we linger out here without cover, the greater the danger is to you, so please, get in the car. I'm starting to think that catching a bullet would be merciful, she snaps, before she whirls away from me and gets in the back of the G-Wagon. Trying to keep my own temper under rein, I nod at Saint before rounding the back of the SUV and getting in on the other side. Luna's staring straight ahead, her body rigid. She's wearing a pair of ripped jeans and a silky purple top that clings to her curves and makes me want to tear it off her. Her dark waves are pulled into a loose bun, a few tendrils curling around her face. I've never seen another woman master casual beauty the way she does. She's gorgeous without even trying, and furious with me. Drive, I tell Rock, snapping my seatbelt. Morning traffic in the city is no joke. It's likely going to take us the better part of 2 hours to get to the penthouse, which means it's going to be a hell of a long car ride. Fortunately, I've come prepared. I reach into my suit and extract a flask. It's 7 a.m., she informs me. I hold her gaze as I unscrew the cap and then lift the flask to her in a mock salute. Cheers. We peel out of the casino parking lot, Saint and the guards tailing us in another car. The whiskey hits right, just what I need to smooth the edge off. I take a few pulls for good measure. After we get Luna settled in the penthouse, the first thing I'm going to do is pass out and get some rest. I tuck the flask back into my pocket and wince as my ruined knuckles brush against fabric. Wanting to feel the pain, I flex my fingers a few more times. I did so much damage last night with the punching bag that my tattoos will probably be all fucked up when the skin heals. And I don't give a shit. What happened to your hands? She asks quietly, as the G hits a pothole and takes it like a champ. You did. Finding her with ink stains on her fingers, all caught up in a poetry frenzy, unlocked something inside me. Something I'm not prepared to deal with now. Maybe not ever. We ride in silence for a few minutes before she speaks again. Saint told me you left last night. I glance over at her. She's looking at me, questions in her big brown eyes. Fuck, she's pretty. How did I get so tangled up in this woman in such a short amount of time? Is my brother my keeper now? I drawl, flexing my right hand again. I wish I had the punching bag in front of me. I'd give it another go. Her lips tighten. Where were you? Where do you think I was, amore mio? Our gazes hold, like we're in a childish game of seeing who blinks first. I know what she's asking me, but I don't like the answer to her question, because it reveals too much. I don't know, she finally says in a tense voice. That's why I asked. I lean toward her across the bench seat. You afraid I spent the night in someone else's bed, baby? Her nostrils flare and her face closes up. Did you? No, I bite out. I could have let her think it. Maybe doing everything I have to in the next few days would have been easier. But I don't want to lie to her. Not about that. Her pretty pink lips part, like she's sighing in relief. Did you beat someone up? She asks next. Fuck, she's like a dog with a bone. Would it make your pussy wet if I told you I did? I'm being cruel and I know it. But that's what I do best. What I was raised to be. Luna's staring at me like she's seeing me for the first time. You're a monster. I don't know how I let myself forget it. Must have been the Stockholm Syndrome. I raise a brow. I think we both know what it was. Fuck you, Mateo, she whispers. We spend the rest of the ride in an icy silence, and as we pull up to the penthouse, it belatedly occurs to me that was the first time my wife called me by my real name, and she did it in cold anger, just like I deserve.
Chapter 25. Luna. The penthouse hasn't changed much since I was here last, but one room, a former guest bedroom, did. I'm standing in it now, staring in awe at a beautiful desk that's situated in front of a window with the best view of the city I've ever seen. The bed, nightstands, and twin dressers are gone. This is no longer a bedroom. The entire generous space has been converted into an office. There's a comfortable-looking leather chair tucked in. Bookshelves, empty and waiting to be filled, line the periphery of the room in sleek, matching wood. There's a whole box of my favorite pens, another box brimming with journals, and my laptop in the center of the desk. My laptop. A cry of happiness gurgles out of me. It's like being reunited with a long-lost relative. My laptop is a part of me. I've had it all through college and my postgraduate years. Hundreds of thousands of words I've written are saved on its hard drive. I know how the finish is coming off the H key, and the way the A sometimes sticks. This laptop has been my best friend, a part of me. As if I'm in a trance, I move toward it, hand trembling as I lift the lid. The reliable old girl chugs on. My heart beats faster with excitement. Surely Priest would have known I'd turn on my laptop, that I'd reconnect with the outside world. He abandoned me after a call came in on the drive here, telling me that something came up unexpectedly and he'd be back in an hour or two. I was swiftly escorted to the private elevator by my armed guards, while Saint hopped into the G-Wagon and Rocco took off with the two of them. I'm locked inside, which is as irritating as it is insulting. My armed jailers have no intention of letting me escape. At this point, I don't even know if I'd try. I don't know if I can trust anyone, where I'd go, how I can get anywhere. I have no phone, no money, no ID. My purse and wallet are still in Priest's possession. Sure, I could find my way to a police department, but would they believe me, or would they think I'm having a breakdown? I pull back the desk chair and sit as my wallpaper appears on the screen. It's the handwritten verses to one of my favorite poems. The chair is soft and padded, and it molds to my body like it was specifically made for me. It's as if this whole office, in fact, was fashioned just for me, as if it's meant to be mine. The shelves for my books, the desk, the chair, my laptop, my favorite pens. Did Priest do this? I shake my head, hand on my mouse, as I navigate to the internet browser and double-click. It's far more likely he had his men assemble the desk and shelves. I'm sure he wouldn't bother wasting time on building me an office. A dinosaur pops up on my screen, along with a message. Unable to connect to the internet, I read aloud. Shit. In a couple of clicks, I confirm what I already should have known. Priest made sure to keep me from the Wi-Fi. I have no internet access. Still no link to the outside world that I can only watch from the windows high above the city. Disappointment slides through me. I click again, and the folder with all my writing opens. Everything is still here, thank God. I open my most recent document, a poem I was working on when the call came in from my father. My father, who's now gone. The poem is eerily prescient, tackling the swiftness of life passing by. It was the culmination of my emotions after watching the same elderly couple holding hands on a park bench. For weeks, they showed up every Tuesday and Thursday, enjoying the shade of a wizened oak tree. Their love had been palpable. And then, one Tuesday, only the man had been on the bench, looking lost and alone. The same on that Thursday, and the next week, and the several that had followed, until I reached the only logical conclusion. The wife had died. And the husband still came to the same bench, sitting in the shade of the same oak tree, remembering, somehow carrying on when his other half was gone. In the craziness of the last few weeks, I'd forgotten that I never finished the poem. With a deep breath, I settle my fingers on the keyboard. Time to get it done. An hour later, when I type the last line, I notice a smear of blood on the desk that I'd overlooked until now. I think about Priest's raw hands. And then I wonder if he really did build this office just for me. Before I tell myself, it doesn't matter anyway. He's made the way he feels about me clear. We're never going to have a love story like that couple on the park bench.
Priest. You gonna tell us everything you know, or are you going to make this more difficult than it needs to be? I ask the Ravello soldier, who's bound to a chair before me. We're in one of our downtown warehouses, where it's easy to bring guys for questioning, or torturing. I may be the Don now instead of the confessor, but I'm in the mood to draw blood this morning. I haven't slept in over 24 hours. My wife hates me, and this piece of shit is keeping a secret that would help us get the answers we need. I'm telling you, I don't know anything, the guy says, eyes wide with fear. I don't know why I'm here. I pull my favorite knife from my pocket and hit the switch with my thumb. The blade juts out, menacing and sharp. Let's not lie now, Carlo. I think we both know why you're here. He starts sweating as I drag the tip of the knife along his throat. A little pressure, and a thin bead of blood appears. Please, he begs, don't torture me. I didn't do anything wrong. I swear it on my mother's grave. Carlo, I chide calmly, digging the knife in a bit more. First of all, your mother's not dead, but that can be arranged if you don't want to cooperate. And second, we both know you were working with my cousin Antonio, running an underground casino on the sly. I don't know what you're talking about. More blood trickles down. I make a shallow cut, starting under one ear and ending beneath the other. Fuck, he cries out. Okay, I was running an underground gambling outfit with Antonio. In Bratva territory, I add, keeping the knife to his throat. Yes, he agrees. Did you know it was Bratva territory when you started? Saint asks. Before Carlo can answer, Saint puts a bullet in his kneecap. Carlo cries out and pisses in his pants. You took too long answering, Saint says calmly. Next time say it faster, Carlo. Okay, Carlo blubbers. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Just leave my mother out of this. By the time I get back to the penthouse, it's almost time for dinner. I washed up at the warehouse after my men took care of Carlo, and I changed into a spare set of clothing. Rock lets me off at my private elevator that's currently flanked by 2 armed guards. I hope Luna didn't get into any shit while I was gone. Scorpion's timing with the lead on what happened to Antonio left a little something to be desired. I had hoped to help ease Luna back into life at the penthouse, to keep an eye on her. There's not a whole lot of trouble she can get into here, aside from tearing apart my furniture and breaking the dishes. The windows are all locked and sealed, and with guards posted at all the doors and 24-hour surveillance, she can't escape. Still, part of me wanted to see her reaction firsthand when she walked into the office I spent all night building her for the first time. A stupid part of me. A part of me that has no business existing. Evidence, what just happened today. I tortured a man, and yes, it was for a good reason. Carlo's revelations put us in a whole different place than we were yesterday. A far more powerful place. We learned more than I ever expected, and the knowledge is heavy and dark, weighing down on me. Amadeo the Animal's days on this earth are numbered. Very fucking numbered. I nod at the guards as I pass into the elevator. The doors glide closed, and then I'm rushing upward, getting closer to Luna by the second. I'm not to the top yet when my phone rings. I pull it out and see Amadeo's name on the screen. That didn't take very fucking long. I answer the call. Ravello. Don Andriani, he says in a tone of respect that still manages to sound snide. I'm just about to have dinner with my lovely wife, I lie. What can I do for you? Make it quick. One of my soldiers disappeared last night, he says, not wasting any time. He got picked up at a club on the south side. You know anything about that? The elevator reaches the top floor and halts. You think I pay attention to your soldiers, Ravello? I bite out a dark laugh. If so, you got a severe misconception about how I spend my valuable time. That's what I told my guys, Amadeo says. But see, they swear they saw Carlo getting forced into a car by 2 of your brothers. I told them, that doesn't make any sense. Why would Don Andriani want one of our own soldiers? The elevator door slides open, and I step into the hall, where another pair of armed guards is at the door to my penthouse, making sure that no one goes in or comes out without my permission. I stay where I am, out of earshot, needing to let this phone conversation run its course. Right now, Amadeo is playing me. trying to see how much he can get me to admit I know without revealing how much information he already has. You're right, I agree smoothly. It doesn't make any sense at all. Look, I'll put in a call to my brothers and see if there's something I should be made aware of. There's a pause on the other end. Thank you, Don Andriani, Amadeo says finally, his voice stiff. He's holding back. Good. I'm not ready to show my hand yet. I've got other plans. Any time, Ravello. I assume you heard from Saint about dinner tomorrow night? At Lucchese, yes. Excellent. See you tomorrow. I end the call, eager to see what Luna's spent the day doing. My armed guards nod to me as I approach. Good evening, boss. Any trouble today? I ask. But what I really mean to ask is if my wife caused any trouble today. Bruno, who's in charge, shakes his head. It's been quiet, boss. That's what I like to hear. I make my way into the penthouse, sliding the bolt home behind me. Inside, it's oddly silent. I missed it here after spending so much time in the safe house, but the penthouse has never really felt like home. I have a sprawling mansion in the suburbs on 90 acres, and that's where I prefer to spend my time. When all this is over, I'll take Luna there. We can have an espresso on the covered porch and watch the horses in the pasture. Listen to tree frogs at night. Fuck, maybe we can even get a dog. I've always wanted one, but the timing was never right. Luna, I call as I toe off my shoes, wondering where she is. So far, everything appears to be intact. No broken dishes, no dismantled furniture, no shivs fashioned out of high heels. Also, no answer. The lights are on in the main living area and the kitchen, but she's not there. I shrug out of my suit jacket and drape it over the back of a chair. Luna? Still not a peep out of my wife. I head to the office. The door is closed, but inside, her laptop is closed, and her chair is empty. I busted my ass building that desk and the matching bookshelves last night. There aren't any books on the shelves, and the laptop looks untouched. Still closed where I left it after I disabled the Wi-Fi. Maybe she didn't even find the office. Disappointment surges through me as I head to the guest room I kept her locked in when I first brought her home from that fraught meeting with Tommaso. No sign of her here either. What the fuck? My heart starts pounding harder and faster. The guards said there was no trouble, so where the hell is she? The guest bath is empty and quiet. My office is the same. The last room to check is my bedroom. And that's when I finally find Luna where I least expected her. The door to my ensuite bathroom is closed, and the gentle sound of the shower trickles through. She's showering. My first thought is to give her privacy. I know she's furious with me. The fact that she's chosen to shower in my bathroom rather than the spare one doesn't necessarily mean she wants an interruption. But then, a sudden fear hits me. What if something is wrong? I stalk across the room and knock on the door. Luna? The shower turns off. Priest, is that you? Her voice is hesitant, but she's not in distress. Relief washes over me like a wave pummeling the shore in a hurricane. Yeah, I manage. It's me, I just got back. Don't come in, she says sharply, and then I hear the metallic click of the lock popping into place. Definitely not an invitation, but at least nothing is wrong. Clearly my wife is still as furious with me this evening as she was when I left. I wander back out to the bar that overlooks the skyline and pour myself a double. While I wait, I shoot off a few texts to my brothers, letting them know about the call from Amadeo. I'm on my third drink by the time she deigns to join me, her skin flushed from the warmth of the shower and her dark hair damp. She wears a long, green dress that clings to her tits and hips, and her nipples are hard. My cock twitches to attention, even if my rational mind understands the chances of me persuading Luna to let me fuck her are about as good as my chances of winning the damn lottery. Hey, I say. Hey. Her tone is chilly. You were gone all day. Things came up. You told me you'd be gone an hour or two, she points out, crossing her arms over her chest and robbing me one of my favorite views. I shrug a shoulder. Additional things came up. Her honey-brown gaze narrows on the glass as I tilt it to my lips. "You changed." I glance down at what remains of my suit, surprised she could tell the difference. My other suit got dirty, hazard of the job. She bites her lower lip, then looks away. "I thought maybe something happened to you." I wasn't expecting an admission like that from her, especially not after last night and this morning. A grin kicks up the corner of my mouth. "You worried about me, amore mio?" She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. "No more Topolina?" "You've never been a little mouse. I only called you that to get under your skin." Her gaze jerks back to me. "Why, my love, is that to get under my skin too? I know you don't love me." "I wasn't born to love. I was born to make money and kill any enemy who gets in my way. It's stark truth. I'm a gangster. I was born into this life, and the only way I'll leave it is when I die. Unlike Luna, I don't see our world as a prison sentence. I don't want to escape. Here in the underworld, in the darkness and the shadows, in a penthouse high above the restless city, is where I thrive." "Is that what you were doing while you were gone today?" she asks quietly. "Killing?" I think of Carlo. No remorse in me. What happened needed to happen. "Do you really want to know, baby? Remember, what you don't know can't be used against you." "Why'd you do it?" I stare at her. "You sure you want to know?" She nods. "Tell me." Scorpion found out who was behind my cousin Antonio and his soldiers. We had a score to settle. "Oh, God." She presses a hand over her mouth, struggling for composure before removing it and continuing. "You found the man who killed your cousin and cut out his tongue." "And we discovered who ordered it." "Who?" I hold her stare, letting her see the brutality within me, what I've witnessed today, what I've done. Amadeo the animal. Her eyes close for a moment, dark lashes fanning over her cheeks as she processes the news. When they open, they're glittering with unshed tears. "What about my father? Did you find out anything about who killed him?" "It wasn't the Bratva," I tell her gently. "Amadeo?" I nod. There's more to this story. I'm not sure she's ready to hear it. She seems to sense it, though. I can see as much in her expression. "What else aren't you telling me?" Luna asks quietly. "Do you want a drink?" I ask instead of answering her question. Her gaze flicks to the Johnny Walker. "I don't do whiskey." "Wine," I say, recalling what she wanted in the observation room at the casino, what feels like 1,000,000 fucking years ago. I go to the wine rack and find a bottle of red, remembering it's what she prefers. She's quiet as I take out the corkscrew. I don't want to have to be the one to tell her what I've learned today, but I also can't keep it from her. Luna deserves to know. I pull out the cork and then pour her a generous glass. I grasp the cool stem, offering it to her. She takes it, our fingers brushing, that same old spark of electricity zipping down my spine at the fleeting touch. "Thank you." I'm about to peel back the scabs on wounds that still haven't healed. Gratitude will be far from her mind in a few minutes. Fuck. How am I going to tell her? "You should sit for this," I say. The flush from her shower has fled her face, and she's mostly pale, but she does as I suggest, sinking onto a bar stool and hooking her bare feet over the rungs. I pour myself another double and sit on the stool next to her so that we're facing each other, eye to eye. She still hasn't touched her wine. I incline my head toward her glass. "Drink." "I have a feeling the wine isn't going to help." A few sips. She obliges me, drinking the wine and catching a drop that clings to her lip with her tongue. Ordinarily, such a move would have made my cock stir. But this is a different kind of conversation, and the only thing I'm feeling at the moment is compassion. It's an unfamiliar feeling, along with the urge to take her in my arms and offer her comfort. "Go," she says quietly, her voice strained. "It's about your brother," I begin. Scorpion's Bratva connection led him to a Ravello soldier who's been answering directly to Amadeo, a man by the name of Carlo Gallo. Carlo's been nosing around on Bratva territory, trying to disrupt their shipments and supply. In the last few months, he roped my cousin Antonio into an underground casino deep inside Bratva territory, told Antonio that the rewards were well worth the risks. Scorpion did some digging, and it looks like my cousin was in the red after he built his wife a big new house he couldn't afford. Antonio knew we wouldn't go for setting up shop in Bratva territory, so he took the bait from Carlo. I stop, letting Luna process all that. Her brow is furrowed, but she's still listening. "Continue, please." Carlo went to the Bratva. He told them my cousin Antonio was running an underground casino in their territory, and that Antonio was acting on behalf of the Andriani family. The double cross was as vicious as it was ingenious. "That's like signing a death warrant," Luna breathes. "Right, except it gets even worse." Carlo clipped Antonio and some of his guys before going to the Bratva, told them he'd taken care of the problem, and that all he wanted in exchange was a favor for Amadeo, who was set to become the new Don with Tommaso out of the picture. Then Carlo staged the bodies to make it look like the Bratva were behind it. Luna exhales. "Wow, so that's how you know Amadeo was behind my father's murder. Carlo was acting on Amadeo's behalf." There's still more. Scorpion's Bratva connection didn't buy Carlos' story. He told us where Carlo was going to be last night, and we picked him up. "That's why you were gone all day," she guesses, understanding dawning on her face. I nod. While we were working Carlo over, he made another confession. He told us that Amadeo ordered the hit on your brother. Carlo did it, and that's how he got made. He was instructed to pin the blame on the Andrianis. She gasps, her glass slipping from her hand and falling to the floor where it shatters at her feet. "No." "It's the truth, Luna." She closes her eyes, swaying. "He killed my brother?" I grind my jaw, hating seeing her like this. "Yes. Apparently it's been Amadeo's plan for years to take control from your father. But your father was powerful, and he had a lot of allies in the other families. Amadeo knew he had to move slowly and carefully. First, he had to get rid of the heir apparent." "Leo," she murmurs, a hitch in her voice that tells me she's trying to hold back her tears. "Leo," I repeat. "Amadeo felt that with your brother out of the picture, he would be the natural choice for Don. But years stretched by, and then he found out your father was set to announce Squeaky as his successor. That was when Amadeo set everything into motion." Her dark lashes open, and they're studded with tears. "The car bomb that would have taken out my father and Squeaky, you mean? And then, when that plot was foiled, he had my father murdered in cold blood at my wedding." "He didn't anticipate Tommaso would find out what he was up to, or that he'd bring you back here and unite the families with our marriage," I finish quietly. "So now what's the plan? He's going to kill the both of us?" "No." I shake my head slowly. "We're going to kill him." A shudder goes through her. Silence descends, heavy and poignant. So much remains unsaid between us, things I want to tell her. But everything is a fucked up jumble. Our first priority is neutralizing the threat, and that means clipping Amadeo and anyone loyal to him. After that, we'll deal with the fallout. We'll bring the families together the way they should have been, and Luna will assume her rightful place, whether she wants to or not. That last thought makes my gut clench. "I'm sorry," she says, tearing me from my thoughts. For a split second, I think she read my mind. But then she gestures to the shattered glass and spilled wine at her feet. I'd all but forgotten about it. "Sorry for the mess I made," she adds. "Stay where you are," I order, eyeing her bare feet. "I'll get it cleaned up." "I can help," she protests, stepping down before I can stop her. "Damn it, Luna." "It's fine." She takes another step and hisses in pain. Jesus, now she's hurt and bleeding. Without thinking twice, I go to her and grip her waist, lifting her back onto the stool. "Stubborn woman." I press my forehead to hers. "Listen to me. I don't want you getting hurt again. Keep your ass on this stool until I get back with a dustpan and brush." "Your feet are bare too," she protests. They are, and I'm standing in broken glass. But I'd walk a mile through it just to keep her from getting hurt again. "I don't give a shit about me," I growl. "I care about you. Stay put." I head to the kitchen, wincing at a shard of glass digging into my heel. I pluck it out and toss it into the trash, then grab the dustpan and brush. When I get back to Luna, she's still on the stool where I left her. But now she has streaks of tears on her cheeks. Fuck me, she's been crying. "Where does it hurt?" I ask softly. "Show me, baby." "My right foot," she manages, before biting her lower lip. I tend to it, finding the glass shard and removing it before pressing gently with my thumbs to make sure no other fragments are embedded in her skin. "Better?" I ask. She sniffs. "The glass is gone, but my heart still hurts." Fucking fuck. That's like a knife to my chest. A hardened criminal who spent the day helping to torture a man to death, brought low by the sorrow of one woman. "I know, amore mio," I rasp. "That bastard killed my family, priest. Everyone except for my mother. And only likely because the cancer took her before he could be bothered. My father was wounded, saving his father in an ambush. Papa would have died for Zio Eduardo. They were blood." She's crying again by the time she finishes, and I can't bear the sight. I knew that finding out the truth of what happened to her brother would wreck Luna, but I wasn't prepared for how it would fucking ruin me. The hell with cleaning up the broken glass and spilled wine. My woman needs me. I scoop her into my arms, pulling her from the bar stool, and then I carry her out of there, still not giving a damn about the broken glass or my own bare feet. She's all that matters.
Chapter 26. Luna. I wake up in bed with Priest, wrapped in his arms, my head on his chest. The steady thud of his heart is under my ear. I'm naked, but last night wasn't about sex. In fact, we didn't even bother with fucking, content to just be. Instead, he carried me to the oversized jet tub in his bathroom, and we soaked in it together. He let me cry my heart out. He listened to me talk about Leo, about how close we were growing up, about our silly inside jokes, and how I pleaded with him to go off to college rather than staying here in the city, learning from our father. But Leo chose this world, and it ended him. A shiver goes through me, chased by the knife's edge of sadness. I miss my brother. Since the day I learned he was gone, I never stopped. Last night, learning the truth about what happened to him brought everything back. Suddenly, it was 5.5 years ago, and I was 18, about to graduate from high school, attending my big brother's funeral. He was 21 when that bastard Amadeo the animal ordered him to be killed. 21 when a bullet lodged in his brain and left him on life support for 3 days, just long enough for us to say our goodbyes, for me to sit at his bedside and hold his hand. There had been so many lines protruding from him, but he'd still somehow looked like himself, like the brother I'd always looked up to. like he was sleeping, only he never woke up. A sob works its way out of me, and I try to swallow it quickly down, to hold my breath. I don't want to wake Priest any more than I want this day to begin, because I know what's at the end of it. Hey. The deep, sleepy rumble of my husband's voice vibrates in his chest. His warmth radiates into me like a furnace, and his muscled strength feels far more reassuring than it should. I don't want to leave this bed or his arms. I inhale deeply, bringing Priest's scent into my lungs. I don't know what will come of this day, of his plan to kill Amadeo, of our marriage, but what I do know is that I'll never forget the way it feels to lie here like this with him. You okay, amore mio? Priest asks. No, I whisper. I'm not okay. In truth, I don't know if I ever will be again. Everything I thought I knew about my life, my world, has been shaken. Family has proven to be the enemy. My father gave me away. My future has been paused. Everything that's happened since my return has proven to me that no matter how far I go, and regardless of how much time passes, I'll never truly be able to outrun this place, this world. The stain of the mafia will forever mark me. How can I make it better? His hand is on my head now, gently stroking my hair. We started yesterday at odds, but somehow last night's revelations brought us closer again. It terrifies me to think that he's become my rock, that I need him, that I want him. But I do. And maybe this will be the last time I ever get to have him. I press a kiss to his chest, desire stirring deep inside me. I need it. I need him, need the distraction to keep me from falling apart. Make me forget, I whisper. His fingers tighten in my hair, and he tips my head back. His blue eyes burn into me, seeing me in a way no one else ever has. He's so beautiful, it hurts. Kiss me, baby. He doesn't have to tell me twice. I drag myself up his chest and take his mouth. We stay that way for a long time, bodies pressed together, lips ravishing. I devour him like I'm starving, like these are the kisses that will have to sustain me forever. He fists my hair and holds me to him, his lips hot and demanding, his tongue tangling with mine as we exchange long, deep, drugging kisses. Kisses that fill up the cracks and voids in me that were left by the past. Kisses that make me feel whole. Kisses that taste like salt. Vaguely, I realize I'm crying. I don't even know why. It's like I'm purging the contents of my soul, and Priest is consuming it, drinking it down like an elixir. Maybe in this weird, fucked-up way, we both need each other. He slips his hand between us, cupping my breast, plucking at my nipple. Don't cry, baby, he rasps against my lips. I hate it when you're sad. In response, I kiss him harder. He groans and feeds me his tongue, and I suck on it. That's when I realize what I want, and tear my mouth from his. I drag kisses down his neck, over his chest. I lick one of his flat nipples, and then I go lower, across the tense muscles of his abs, all the way to where his cock juts, erect and thick and ready for me. I wrap my fingers around the base, stroking him. He makes a strangled sound. Fuck, Luna. There's a bead of pre-cum leaking from the tip. Dipping my head, I lick it up, savoring the tang of him on my tongue. His fingers go into my hair, sifting the strands. I flatten my tongue over the slit in his crown, teasing him before I take him into my mouth. His dick is big. There's no way I'll get all of him the way I want. But I do my best, breathing out, gliding my lips along until I feel him hit the back of my throat. My gag reflex is instant, but he cups my head. Fuck, baby. You look so perfect, sucking my cock like this. Fresh tears gather at the corners of my eyes, but I want this. I want him. We start a slow rhythm. I focus on my breathing, on relaxing my throat, on making this powerful, gorgeous man lose control. It doesn't take long. We work together, his big body straining under me, hips flexing as he fucks my mouth. I'm a mess. Tears on my cheeks, saliva dribbling down my chin, and my pussy is soaked. He wraps my hair around his fist and holds me tightly, guiding me in the rhythm he wants as he takes control. I'm going to come. You want it in your mouth or on your tits, baby? I glance up, holding his stare as I keep sucking. I know what I want. His eyes darken. Fuck, amore mio, he growls, his thrusts growing less measured and careful. He shoves his cock deeper into my throat, and then he explodes. I swallow convulsively, taking everything he has to give me, loving it. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Loving him. The realization hits me as Priest gently pries me off his dick and rolls me to my back. Your turn, baby. He hooks my legs over his shoulders, palms my ass, and brings me to his mouth with a low sound of appreciation. I'm already dripping and ready for him, and when he sucks hard on my clit, I almost come out of my skin. I'm hyper-aware of everything. The smoothness of the sheets against my back, his musky, woodsy scent, his hold on me, the rumble of his moan as he licks into me. Then his fingers replace his tongue, thrusting deep and curling, while he goes back to sucking and nipping my clit. My orgasm is fast and ferocious, rocking through me as I dig my heels into his back and ride his face. I throw my head back on the pillow, black stars edging my vision and my ears ringing as I cry out his name. I'm still coming down from the high when he flips me onto my belly and drags me to my knees. That's the second time you've called me by my name, he says, drawing my hair over my shoulder so that he can dot kisses up my spine. I like hearing you scream it when you come. I moan, ass in the air, on all fours. He gives my cheek a light slap that doesn't even sting. Going to fuck you now, baby. Yes, I hiss as he drags his bare cock up and down my pussy, coating himself in my wetness. I want him inside me, filling me. I want him to fuck me so hard that I'll still feel it next week, next year, for the rest of my life. I never want to forget what it feels like to be his. He aligns himself with my entrance, and then he grabs my hips and thrusts, his cock buried deep. We both moan. I'm so wet that it's almost embarrassing. It's coating my thighs, probably running down his dick as he fucks me, but it only seems to turn him on more. He thrusts into me faster, holding me where he wants me. One hand slides from my hip to my pussy. He circles my aching clit. It's too much. I clench down on him as my next orgasm hits. That's it, amore mio, he praises. Come for me. Come all over my cock. My pussy flutters around him, and Priest growls and fucks me harder until he finally withdraws, and I hear him groan as he reaches his release, my name on his lips. I'm at the desk in the office Priest set up for me, revising a poem, when I hear a distant noise that catches my attention. He left for the restaurant where we'll be hosting tonight's dinner about an hour ago, with the promise that he'll be back as soon as possible. I know why he went. Everything must go according to plan tonight. There's no wiggle room in this scenario, or the wrong people will die. The stakes are high, and so is the danger. He wants to make certain security is in place, and so are his men. But I still wish he hadn't gone. Ever since the door closed behind him, I've been doing my best to soothe my frayed nerves by distracting myself with writing. It's not working. I'm on edge without him here. I'm worried about tonight, worried about Priest, about losing him. Amadeo has already taken my brother and my father from me. What if he takes my husband, too? Panic grips me at the thought. I don't know how I'll be able to cope with another loss. I stare at the screen, telling myself my imagination is getting the best of me, that whatever sound I think I heard must have been city noise, maybe someone in another apartment. With a sigh, I delete 2 lines on the poem. I've been trying to put into words the immense changes that have swept through my life in such a short time, but nothing feels right. My emotions are too vast and complex. My lexicon is seemingly incapable of achieving what I want. Hovering my mouse over the floppy disk icon, I hit save and then stand, stretching my arms over my head. I've been hunkered down with my laptop and an espresso for over 2 hours now, and I still don't have much to show for my efforts. Maybe I need a break, to clear my head. Pop, pop, pop. A new sound reaches me. A familiar one. Gunshots. My mouth goes dry, and I freeze halfway across the office. Panicked, I spin around, looking for a way to alert Priest or the authorities. But there's nothing. I still don't have a phone, and the internet is disabled. I'm alone here, other than the guards, and if the gunfire erupting in the hall is any indication, the guards are under attack. I have to do something, find a way to arm myself, because if someone is out there killing my guards, that means they're coming for me next. My feet start flying before my brain is even aware I'm in motion, carrying me to the kitchen, where I throw open drawers, frantically looking for something I can use against whoever is coming for me. A knife block on the marble counter catches my eye. I lunge for it, pulling out knives until I find the biggest, sharpest one. As I pull it from the knife block, the door to the penthouse bursts open. My cousin Amadeo is standing there, covered in blood spatter, the barrel of his pistol pointed at me. "Is that any way to greet your family?" he asks. My grip tightens on the knife. There's nothing I'll be able to do with it, not when he's armed with a gun, and at least 3 of his soldiers are standing behind him, the fallen bodies of my dead guards at their feet. "Amadeo," I manage. "What do you want?" He gives me a smile that's pure evil. "So good of you to ask. Put the knife down first. I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt." I don't want to put the knife down. It's all I have. I stare at him, wondering if I can run, if I can lock myself inside a room and wait him out until Priest gets back. But the instant I have these thoughts, I recognize how futile they are. I'm a sitting duck. "Drop the knife," he repeats, a hard edge entering his voice. "Now, Luna." With a whimper, I do what he says, the knife clattering to the floor. He and his men rush into the penthouse and surround me. The last thought I have is that I'm going to die. I feel a blinding pain in the back of my head, and then everything fades away.
Priest. Everything is set. Saint tells me, looking as grim as I feel. I've been wanting to kill Amadeo the animal Ravello for years, and I finally have the excuse to do it. But it's a hollow victory, because to achieve it, I'm going to have to put Luna in danger. Triple check everything, I tell him, wishing I had a glass of Johnny Walker right now. I can't risk it. Not when shit's about to go down. Already done, he says. Fucking quadruple check, I bite out. You okay? He asks. Jesus, do I look like I'm fucking okay? I'm pacing the office in Lucchese, which Scorpion and Saint have converted into a makeshift security headquarters for the day. A collection of screens is showing security footage in real time, and a careful selection of guns is laid out on the desk. I don't think I've ever seen you this tense, Saint says. We need to get this right. We will. He gives me a look. You sure you want Luna to be here for the dinner? I tried to talk her out of it this morning. The thought of anything happening to her. I told myself that I could do what needed to be done. That nothing mattered to me more than being the Don of the unified Andriani and Ravello families. That power and money are everything. But when I held my wife in my arms last night, I recognized that for the lie it is. Our father may have raised us to be ruthless, heartless bastards. To be unfeeling monsters who could kill without blinking an eye. I'm every bad thing Luna thinks I am times 1,000,000. But somehow, she slipped past my defenses. She found her way into a part of me I didn't know existed. And now, I couldn't pry her out even if I wanted to. I blow out a breath. I don't want her to be here for the dinner, no. The last thing I need is that greedy son of a bitch trying to take a shot at her. But I've talked to her about it, and she's right. If she's not here, Amadeo is going to know what's going down the second he sets foot in the door. We'll never be able to get him off guard and clip him. She's a smart woman. Yeah. I scrub a hand over my jaw. Yeah, she fucking is. And brave, too. Strong. Incredible. She's all those things and more. So she'll be here, Saint says quietly. Luna is back at the penthouse under armed guard right now, getting ready, while I do my due diligence and make sure we've crossed every T and dotted every motherfucking I. Nothing can go wrong tonight. One false move and everything goes up in flames. She'll be here, I echo, still hating it. Saint nods. We'll get him, fratello mio. We have to get him. Failure isn't a fucking option. My phone vibrates then, and I pull it out. Bruno's name is on the screen. He's head of the security detail at my penthouse again today. I answer. Don Andriani, Bruno chokes out on the other end of the line. A chill goes down my spine. What's wrong, Bruno? They came in 6 cars. No way to stop them. Took a few shots. I instantly know it's Amadeo. Has to be. Fucking fuck. I'm already reaching for a gun. Where's Luna? I bite out, fury making me see red. Sorry, boss. They took her. I feel like I just got shot in the gut. Fuck! Saint's instantly at my side. What the fuck is it, priest? What's going on? Amadeo's men stormed the penthouse. Bruno's been shot, and they've taken Luna. We need all the men we have. This is fucking war. That bastard has my wife. I'm going to rip Amadeo Ravello into pieces with my bare hands.
Chapter 27. Luna. My head feels like it's been run over by a semi-truck. I open my eyes, my blurry vision slowly focusing. That's when realization strikes. One of Amadeo's guys knocked me out, clubbed me with the butt of his gun. They must have taken me from Priest's penthouse while I was out. And from the wooziness and brain fog, I'm guessing they gave me something to keep me passed out a little while longer. I'm sitting on a hard, cold, concrete floor, zip ties binding my ankles and wrists together. It looks like a warehouse of some sort. Men with guns are stationed all around the periphery, some of whom I recognize vaguely from family events in the past. Fucking traitors. All of them. Disgraces to the Ravello name. How dare they take Tommaso Ravello's daughter hostage? Don't they know who made them wealthy and powerful all those years? What he sacrificed and did to make the Ravello family strong? It sure as hell wasn't Amadeo. Look who's with us again. I look up to see blood-spattered Italian leather loafers sauntering toward me. If I had to guess, I'd say there is blood on his slacks, too, but they're black. It's impossible to tell. My stomach churns, and I snap my gaze up to my cousin's face. The affable mask he wore at my wedding is gone. He's letting me see the monster within. What do you want from me? I demand, determined not to let him see even a hint of fear. I might be about to die by his hand, but I'll die without him having the satisfaction of knowing I was terrified. I don't want anything from you, he says coldly, but it just so happens that I can use you to get what I'm really after. And what is it that you're really after? I ask him, but I already know the answer. He wants to take my father's place, to keep the families from unifying. He wants to be Don of the Ravello family, and he had my brother and my father both murdered in cold blood to make it happen. He hunkers down, one of his knees cracking as he peers into my face. I'm after what is rightfully mine, what should have been mine all along. You don't deserve to be the Don, I spit at him. Everyone knows my father didn't choose you. He never would have chosen you. Leo was his son, his heir. He should have been the Don. He would have been if Amadeo hadn't ordered the hit on him. I don't say this out loud, though. The less Amadeo thinks I know, the better for me. Don't get mouthy, or I'll have to do something about it, he snarls. And last time I checked, you have to be alive to be Don. Bad fucking luck for Leo. My reaction is instant. I spit in Amadeo's face. He turns purple with rage and backhands me hard. Pain explodes in my head for the second time today. I told you to watch your fucking mouth, you little whore. The only thing you're good at is spreading your legs for Andriani's scum. His insult doesn't hurt me. Nothing this man can say will cut me any deeper than what he's already done to my family. I know I should hold my tongue, but hatred is seething inside me. I'm trembling with rage. And I may as well say whatever the hell I want. There's no way I'm walking away from this alive. Even if Priest finds out what happened and comes looking for me, Amadeo's armed guards are crawling around this space like ants. It will be impossible for him to get me out. Will he try? I've been his wife for barely any time at all, and he was willing enough to dangle me before my homicidal cousin like a carrot. It would be beyond reckless for him to attempt to rescue me, especially when he's finally on the brink of getting what he wants, the two families as one. Nothing to say now, cousin, Amadeo sneers, wiping my spit from his cheek with his sleeve. A gold and diamond cufflink dazzles from the white linen. I recognize those cufflinks. They belonged to my grandfather and were passed down to my father, then Leo. My brother was wearing those cufflinks when he was buried, I say, stunned. Amadeo somehow stole them from Leo's coffin. Just another way for your asshole of a father to fuck me over. He sniffs. What good were those cufflinks going to do a dead kid? Yeah, he was a kid, wasn't he? I hold my cousin's stare, hoping he can see the hatred glimmering in my eyes. How can someone be so evil? What the hell did Leo ever do to him? Leo was good, so much better than my father. I'll never get to know what he would have done with his life, never see the man he would have become. And it's all because of this vile man before me, who was born of our own flesh and blood. He was a stupid kid, Amadeo says dismissively, always thinking he knew better than men who have been running these streets since he was still shitting in a diaper and sucking on his mama's tit. He never could have run this family. My father was invaluable to yours. He was consigliere. He was next in fucking line, and I was behind him. What the fuck did Leo ever do other than sell a little bit of coke and piss off the bratva? It's like he's justifying his actions. I wonder if he believes what he's saying, or if he just needs me to believe it. Or maybe, in some kind of messed up way, he just needs to get it off his chest. Whatever the reason, the more time he spends talking, the less time Amadeo has to prepare for whatever comes next. I want to keep him distracted, keep him off guard. I don't know how long I was passed out, but it was long enough for Amadeo and his men to get me to this warehouse. Hopefully, Priest knows what happened to me by now. Leo was my father's son, and my father became the don of this family by earning it. Amadeo barks out a harsh laugh. Is that what he told you? If he did, he was fucking lying. Tommaso Ravello became the don of this family by clipping the boss before him. And who the fuck do you think helped him do that? My father, that's who. He needed my old man to make this family work. He owed it to us. And then he starts running around with your slut of a mother. Knocked her up, and suddenly he's got his golden child to run the empire. Fuck that. It wasn't his empire to throw away. It all clicks into place in my brain. Amadeo isn't just a greedy traitor. He feels like he's entitled to become the next Don because of what his father did, like he deserves the role more than anyone else because he's older and has been in this world longer. He must have been stewing with resentment for the last 20 years. It was like a wound inside him, festering more each day. But there's no more Don Ravello, I point out, trying to keep calm. The capos voted to align the families. Now there's only one Don, my husband. Amadeo grins. Damn right there's only one. Your stupid husband fell right into my trap. That's the thing about outsmarting your enemies. Time is on your side. You wait until the moment is right, and then you fucking strike. They never know what hit them. I don't understand his logic. My head is pounding, and my stomach is beginning to cramp up. I'm afraid I might be sick. But I need to see this through, need to keep him occupied. Any chance I have depends on it. What do you mean, Priest fell into your trap? He grins. He married you and tried to unite the families, just like I knew he would. But then he held you against your will. I couldn't allow my cousin to be imprisoned by the Andrianis. I found you and brought you to safety. But then Andriani came after me in a rage, and I had to clip him. He shakes his head with mock sadness. Too bad you got caught in the crossfire. The families will be thrown into turmoil, and they'll need sound leadership under a proven Don, one they can trust, one who's a fucking hero. My blood turns to ice. You're luring Priest here so that you can kill him. This is all a trap so that you can take over the families. All that power, all that fucking money. Amadeo laughs again, the sound vicious. All mine. In my defense, I'm not a greedy man. All I wanted was to be Don Ravello, but your husband took that from me. Now it's time to take it back. So sit tight, cousin, because the show's about to begin. No! I start thrashing on the concrete, trying to escape my bonds. But it's no use. The zip ties dig into my skin, too strong and too tight. Tears burn my eyes, but I refuse to allow them to fall. You're not going to get away with this, I tell him defiantly. Poor, sweet Luna. He gives me an ugly smile. I always get away with it. I'm about to tell him to go straight to hell where he belongs, but before I can say a word, Amadeo's cell chirps. He whips it out and looks at the screen, grinning. Looks like your husband has just arrived, he says cheerfully, and then he drags me to my feet.
Priest. I can barely restrain myself when that piece of shit, Amadeo the animal, comes into the room, holding Luna in front of him like a human shield. She's got a bruise on her cheek, and she's pale. There's fire and fear in her eyes. I allow myself a second of eye contact, trying to let her know. I've got this. Trust me. We have a plan. Since I got the call from Bruno earlier, my brothers and our men have gone into battle mode. We're going to get us all out of here alive or die trying. Luna blinks, and I fucking hope, she understands. But in the next second, she elbows Amadeo in the ribs as hard as she can. He doubles over, not expecting the blow. It's a trap, she cries out. He's gonna kill you. You fucking bitch, Amadeo roars, straightening as he lifts his gun, pointing it at Luna's head. My protective fury ignites. I'm not armed because that was the deal for getting into the warehouse to see Luna. And I know I'm taking a risk I wasn't meant to be taking as I charge the bastard. But I can't let him hurt her. Guns go off almost instantly. Pain radiates through my shoulder. But I'm a machine and I don't give a fuck. Riding high on adrenaline, I slam my fist into Amadeo's nose and it explodes, blood going everywhere. Thank fuck I'm not alone. I'm here with some of my most fearless soldiers. And outside, my men are in position to help us, including all of my brothers and Rock. But I still need a gun. I get Amadeo's from him, stripping it with ease, and point it between his eyes. He snarls, You fucking Andriani scum! I pull the trigger, and he goes silent. Then I'm on Luna. I put her behind me and edge us to the wall, shielding her from the hail of bullets that's erupted. Everything is a blur. I take aim and get off a few rounds, dropping some of Amadeo's goons to the floor. My men are spilling into the warehouse. I catch sight of Saint and Scorpion, Lucky hot on their heels. Nothing is going according to plan, but somehow we have the upper hand. When I say run, you need to get out of here, I tell Luna above the din of battle. She doesn't answer, so I take the risk of a quick look over my shoulder. She's glassy-eyed, in shock. Fuck. Another bullet whizzes past me. I find the bastard responsible and end him before looking back to her. Look at me, baby. You've got to get out of here. It's not safe. You're bleeding. I probably am, but that's not what matters now. I need to get her out of this hellhole so I can finish what we started. Around us, bullets keep going off, men dropping. A Ravello soldier is lying on his back, choking on his own blood, grabbing for a pistol with bloodied fingers. I shoot him without a second thought. A strangled sound emerges from Luna, and I know she's not going to be able to move out of here, not without someone taking her. Someone I trust with my life. Saint, I call out to my brother, I need you to get Luna out. She's in shock. He's on us in seconds. Done! The gunfire has thinned, and Amadeo's men are retreating deeper into the warehouse. They're outnumbered, outgunned, and their leader is lying dead on the floor in a pool of blood. I turn back to her. Go with Saint. He'll get you to Rocco. Wait for me in the G. Mateo, she protests on a sob, tears shimmering in her eyes. I kiss her, swift and hard. Listen to me. You need to go now. They could be doubling back, getting more firepower. I need to know you're safe. She nods, and Saint wraps an arm around her, using his larger form as a shield. He nods to me. They disappear out the door into the night, and I go back to what I've always done best, killing. But this time, it's for her. It's vengeance for what was taken from her, for what was done to her. And this time I have something to live for other than power and money. I have Luna. And it's only after the last bullet flies and the final body drops that realization hits me hard. If I want her to be happy, I'll have to let Luna go.
Chapter 28. Luna. How is he? I ask Saint for what must be the 100th time as I pace down the hall in the sprawling suburban mansion that apparently belongs to my husband. With the penthouse compromised and the safe house also at risk until we know more, Priest decided it would be safest for us all to assemble here, about as far from the city as you can get. It's a large estate in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by leafy green lawns and cornfields and dense woods. He's still getting stitched up, Saint tells me. You need to worry about yourself for now. The doc said you have a concussion. You should sit down and try to stay calm. He's in good hands. I'm fine, I mutter, even though my head is pounding, and I've discreetly vomited in one of the dozen sleek bathrooms in this house. Twice. The truth is, I'm not fine. I'm a mess. What went down today was like what happened to my father, only on steroids. I'm still processing that, and now I have a mafia war to work through. Let me get you some water, Saint says. I don't want water. I just want to see him. You'll see him soon enough. Take a seat. I don't want to sit either. The couch in the living room is huge. I'm disturbed that I slept next to Priest every night, that we're married, that I've had his dick in my mouth, and yet he never thought to mention that he owns a house that's practically big enough to fill a city block. I feel a little dizzy suddenly and sway to the right, about to fall on my ass. Saint swoops in, catching me. Stop being so fucking stubborn and sit. A wave of weariness hits me. He's right. I'm fucked up. I should probably park myself on a couch and try to make my mind stop spinning. I allow him to guide me back into the living room I recently paced out of, and then I fold myself into the massive couch. It's comfortable as fuck, and I think I could fall asleep here. Hey, Saint gives me a gentle nudge. No sleeping either. Doc's orders. The doctor they keep on their payroll is younger than I expected. Vague impressions hit me as he assessed me first, at Priest's insistence. He's in his early 30s, and handsome, dresses conservatively, kind of like he's about to go play a round of golf at his private club, not like he's about to tend to gangster bullet wounds. But hey, who am I to judge? I probably look like the nerdy poet I am, and not a mafia wife. I'll get you that water, Saint tells me sternly. Stay. Lucky and Scorpion are around here somewhere. One of them had a bullet graze his left arm, and the other had broken glass lodged in his side from a plate glass window that got shot out. Saint emerged unscathed because he took me to safety. By the time he had me locked in the car with Rocco on guard and returned to the warehouse, all of Amadeo's guys were dead, It happened in a blur, so quickly. Priest took 3 bullets to the shoulder, all for me. The way he charged Amadeo will be forever burned into my memory. He saved me. Threw himself onto an armed man without a fucking gun just to keep me from being shot. My head pounds, and I sigh, letting my eyes flutter closed again. They're so heavy. No fucking sleepin', Jessica Fletcher. Saint is back. I'm oddly comforted by his bad jokes. I told you, I don't write fiction. I know you did, but riling you up is fun. He presses a cool glass into my hand. Drink. You're probably dehydrated on top of everything else. The doc isn't sure what those bastards gave you to knock you out. You need to flush it from your system. You're annoying, you know that. I try to glare at him, but my vision isn't the greatest right now, so I just bring the glass to my lips and take a long pull. Not a lot, he says. Slowly. Take your time. You should be someone's mother, I tell him, frowning. Yeah, except for the part where I have a dick. Ew. I take another sip of water. I don't need to know about that, Alessio. Fuck. He rubs his jaw. I didn't know you knew my name. No one's called me that in years. I saw it on the back of a picture at Priest's penthouse, I admit. I was snooping. He chuckles. I'm sure you were. What else did you find? I'd love some dirt on my big brother. I try to shake my head, but it hurts so fucking much that all I do in the end is wince. No dirt. It would be easier if I had. But everything I've experienced personally, everything I've seen, leads me to one conclusion. Priest isn't the monster I thought he was not so very long ago. That's disappointing, Saint says. Yes. A silence falls, and I drink some more water. I wish I could hate him, I say. Understandable. You've been through a lot, and my brother was a part of that. This is the part where you're supposed to convince me that he isn't all that bad, and I should follow my heart. I'm only half serious. My mind is all jumbled from shock and the concussion. This may be PTSD. I feel like I've just stumbled out of a war zone, and now I'm expected to return to life as normal? How can I? And who am I, now that everything has changed? I'm not going to tell you a thing, Luna, Saint says. You're smart as fuck. You'll know what's right for you. He's hedging. I frown at him, trying to figure out what he's actually saying. While I was being evaluated by the doctor, Priest and Saint were alone in the hall. They seemed to have been having an animated conversation, while Priest dripped blood all over the marble floor. What were they saying? What did Priest tell him? Am I smart? I ask, wistfully, my grasp tightening on the glass. I don't think so. If I were, I wouldn't be feeling any of the emotions that I am right now. In fact, I wouldn't even be sitting here. I'd be demanding to get on the next flight back to Iowa. Do you still want to go back there? Saint asks. I blink, uncertain. I don't know if it's the concussion or something else, but thinking makes my brain hurt. I don't know, I confess to my glass of water. And that's when the doc emerges, looking relieved as he addresses Saint instead of me. He's all stitched up. It's a miracle none of the bullets hit bone or lodged in any place that would require significant surgery. I'm not equipped to perform that here. He should make a full recovery. Thanks, Doc. Saint shakes his hand. The doctor leaves the room, and I glare at his back. That was some seriously sexist shit right there. I'm Priest's wife, and the asshole wouldn't even look at me. He pretended like I wasn't here.
That's because I told him to report to my brother.
Priest's voice is a deep, unexpected rumble. I turn to watch him enter the room, menacing and powerful, even with his arm in a sling.
Now that this is all over, and Amadeo is dead, you can finally have what you wanted. Your freedom back.
For the second time in as many days, my glass slips from my fingers and shatters into 1,000 tiny shards.
Priest. What do you mean? Luna asks, her voice unnaturally quiet, almost like something inside of her is broken, along with the glass she dropped. I mean that I want a divorce, I say, careful to keep my voice cold, my face expressionless. Amadeo's dead, and so are his loyal soldiers. We'll make it known that he's the one who ordered the hit on your father, your brother, and my cousin. I agreed to this marriage so that I'd have the Ravellos backing me, but without Amadeo and his plotting in the way, I don't need backing to get what I want. I can do it without you. And tonight, you've proven to me that having a wife is a liability that I don't need. I hate the shock on her face, the hurt. I fucking hate doing this. I'd rather eat every shard of broken glass littering my floor. But when I got the call from Bruno earlier, I had the scare of my life. All I could think about was Luna. I was fucking terrified that Amadeo would hurt her before I could get to her, that he'd pass her around to his soldiers, that he'd torture her, kill her. I've never felt so helpless. And when I was stalking through that warehouse, putting down what remained of Amadeo's soldiers, I knew what I had to do. I can't keep Luna safe. She doesn't belong in shootouts. She belongs at her fancy grad school, finishing her MFA, writing poetry and doing what she loves. Asking her to stay with me and give up everything she's worked for is wrong. She risked her life to warn me. Amadeo could have killed her for what she did. Now I'm returning the favor. I'm saving her from a selfish, heartless asshole named Matteo Andriani. Because she deserves so much better than what I have to offer her. Because I love her. I fucking love her. And I have to let her go. I don't understand, she says weakly. Saint shoots me a dark look and stands up. I'll get something to clean up the broken glass and leave you two to talk. I wait until he's gone, and then sit on the couch, not close enough to touch her, because I don't trust myself. My shoulder hurts like a son of a bitch, thanks to the bullets I took, and Doc says it's likely that I'll need surgery at some point to truly repair the damage. But I'd rip out every fucking stitch and bleed out just to hold her one more time. My pain meds haven't kicked in yet, and I'm not sure I want them to. The ache in my shoulder is a nice distraction from the fucking hole in my heart. Look, I tell Luna as gently as I can manage, you've been through a lot. I'm sorry about what happened today with Amadeo. I should have seen it coming, and I never should have left you alone in the penthouse. It's my fault, and I'll never forgive myself. Her brow furrows. She's pale, and looks like she's out of it. Likely a combination of shock and the concussion she suffered when one of Amadeo's goons knocked her out. This is a conversation that should wait, but I can't put it off, because if I do, I'll be tempted to never have it. You couldn't have known what he was planning, she frowns, her dark eyes searching mine. Is that why you're saying all this? Because you feel guilty about what happened? The bruise on her cheek from that bastard makes me want to bring him back from the dead just to put a bullet between his eyes a second time. He hit her. I should have chopped off his hand before I put a bullet in his head. But I can't think about Amadeo now. He's in hell where he belongs. I have to focus on this conversation with Luna. I don't look away from her. She needs to know this is real, and I'm serious. Luna, I'm saying it because it's what needs to be said. I thought that maybe there was a chance we could make this work, but what went down in that warehouse proved me wrong. You were almost killed because of me. That much is the truth. But I'm letting her think I don't feel anything for her because it's easier that way. Because severing ties with her is the hardest thing I've ever done.
I don't blame you, she tells me. You shouldn't blame yourself either. No one could have suspected Amadeo would storm the penthouse.
Of course she doesn't blame me. She's looking at me with those big brown eyes, her heart on her fucking sleeve. I want to hold her, to breathe her in, to kiss her until everything else falls away. But I can't do that, because trying to hold her here is selfish. Here's what's going to happen. You can stay the night here in one of the guest rooms. In the morning, I'll have Rock drive you to the airport. He'll arrange for your things to be sent back to you as soon as possible. My lawyers will handle the divorce. It'll be a clean break. You'll receive a nice settlement for your time as my wife, and I'll be more than happy to buy all your father's businesses from you or manage them in your absence, whichever you prefer. I lay it out for her the same way I laid it out in my head as the doc was tending to my shoulder. It's an easy way out. We don't have any combined assets, and I'll personally see to it that her father's businesses thrive. She'll either make a boatload of cash by selling to me, or a boatload by letting me run them for her.
That's generous of you.
She sounded disappointed. Hurt. But she's in bad shape. She's vulnerable, not thinking clearly. The badass who fought me every step of the way will return by morning, and I know she'll leap at the chance to have her old life back. I shrug my good shoulder. It's what's fair.
So you're just letting me go, after all this?
Yeah, I'm letting you go. And you're gonna let me go too. You're gonna forget you ever fucking knew me. She rolls her lips inward, pressing them together, like she's trying to compose herself before speaking again.
I don't think that will be possible. You're pretty unforgettable.
So is she. You will. Yeah, she'll forget me. She'll move on with some fucking professor who wears a sweater and sensible loafers and reads for pleasure, and I'll make sure I never know who he is, or I'll want to hunt him down and end the bastard. I look away from the tears that are glittering in her honey brown eyes and lead forward long enough to kiss her cheek. Goodbye, Luna. I don't wait for her answer. Like the coward I am, I just get the fuck out of there, stopping long enough to find Saint waiting in the kitchen, armed with a dustpan and brush and a roll of paper towels.
You finished?
He asks curtly. Yeah, we're fucking finished. I bite out. Do me a favor and get her settled in her room for the night. Check on her every hour while she's sleeping or whatever shit Doc told you to do.
Why don't you check on her? She's your wife.
He doesn't usually challenge me this way, but I'm not in any condition to check his attitude. I'm too shattered inside to give a shit. I need to get back to the city, I tell him. Some things came up. Rock will be back to take her to the airport in the morning. I'll have flights arranged for her by then.
Fuck.
My brother shakes his head, looking at me like I'm a piece of dog shit stuck to his shoe.
You're really just gonna leave her like this, after everything that went down?
Yeah, I growl. I am. You got a problem with that? Because the last time I checked, I'm the fucking Don, not you.
No problem. See you later, fratello mio. Hope you sleep well tonight.
He turns on his heel and leaves the kitchen. Fuck. I pick up the nearest available object, which happens to be a crystal pepper mill, and hurl it into the wall. Then I find Rock and get the hell out of there before I do something stupid.
Chapter 29. Luna. Curled up on a chair by a rainy window in my new apartment, I stare at my phone. It's been a month since I woke up in Priest's country mansion with a concussion and a broken heart. A month since the night he told me he was giving me the divorce I wanted, that I was no longer necessary for his empire. He hasn't tried to call, not even a text to see how I'm doing. Just silence, like I'm dead. And I guess I am dead to him. Makes sense, because a part of me died that night. The doctor checked on me in the morning when Rocco came to pick me up for the airport. And, surprise, I wasn't supposed to fly so soon after getting concussed. Alternate arrangements were made. By Priest, by one of his guys, I don't know. All I do know is that I wound up in a 5-star hotel with a stack of cash and an open-ended return ticket to Iowa. But I didn't leave the city. Instead, I used the cash as a deposit on my apartment. I bought furniture. I texted Rocco and told him where to direct my books and my laptop. I haven't even had the heart to unpack my Lorene Niedecker collection yet, but I'm firm on one thing. I'm not going back to Iowa, not finishing my MFA there. I can't. I'm not the same person who left, and I don't want to be her. Instead, I've been working on finding a postgraduate program that appeals to me here in the city. I'll transfer my credits. I'm not giving up, but the plans have changed. And there's someone I need to tell. Not Priest. He's made it abundantly clear that he wants no contact with me. Any communication concerning the divorce or my father's businesses comes via lawyers. I've been ghosted. I tap the contacts list on my phone and scroll to Isla's name. When I powered on my phone a month ago, I discovered at least 24 missed texts and calls from her. She'd been worried about me after I'd gone to see my father and hadn't returned. If she'd only known. I was tempted to call her the very first day. I'd been devastated and confused and alone. My instinct was to call my bestie and unload, but I hadn't known where to begin. I've never been honest with her about my father or his occupation. What would I have said? I hadn't known then. I'm not sure I know now. All I do know is that the time finally feels right. I call Isla. She answers in half a ring.
Oh my fucking God, woman! Where have you been? Are you dead? Are you alive? This isn't Luna's kidnapper on the phone, is it? Shit. Luna? That was a bad joke, and now I'm rambling. And if this isn't really you, I'm going to have a stroke. But if this is Luna's kidnapper, I'm going to the police right now. They'll trace your cell phone pings, and you'll be totally fucked.
I'm grinning. It's me,
Luna! Oh, thank God. I was starting to worry I was mouthing off to your creepy stalker who abducted you and was hiding you in his basement lair.
I choke out a laugh, because part of that is painfully close to the truth. Except there was nothing about Priest that was creepy, and he certainly wasn't my stalker. Not exactly.
Wait, what?
It's a long story.
Never mind. Where have you been? You disappeared on me after you went back east, and I was afraid something terrible happened to you.
Terrible things did happen. But I don't even know where to start, how to explain. I've kept a lot from her, out of necessity.
My father died, I blurt, and I needed some time. I'm sorry I went off-grid.
Oh, Luna. Her voice goes hushed with sympathy. I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Thank you. It was unexpected. Part of me feels guilty at accepting her condolences when I'm still withholding the truth, but I can't exactly try to explain to her over the phone. There are some things that will need to be said in person. Hopefully we can get together sooner rather than later. I know she has a lot of obligations involved in finishing up her own thesis. I totally understand needing time to yourself, Isla says. I basically became a hermit for a solid year when my parents and Lily died. Isla lost her mom and dad in a private plane crash. Her dad was piloting. They hit a storm on the way to their friend's summer house, and they went down in bad visibility. Isla's younger sister was also a passenger on the plane. Isla was supposed to be aboard, but at the last minute caught a cold and decided not to go. The weight of the guilt still eats at her, years later. I'm sorry, I say quietly. I didn't mean to bring up bad memories. Don't be. What I meant was that I get it. We all react to trauma in different ways and have our own coping mechanisms. You don't need to apologize to me for taking care of yourself. I am sorry it took me so long to reach out, though, I say, feeling a swell of emotion rising in my throat. I should have before now. I've spent the last month licking my wounds, finding my footing on my own, getting settled. I decorated my humble apartment, wrote enough poems to make 2 solid collections. I thought about Priest almost non-stop. I missed him, loved him. I stopped by your place, and it was empty, Isla says. Someone said they saw a bunch of movers packing everything up, and I heard through the rumor mill that you're not coming back. Is that true? It's true. Sid jumps into my lap just then with an adorable little purr trill that I can't get enough of. The first thing I did after getting my place was to visit a shelter. Sid's a gray tuxedo cat with seafoam eyes, the loudest meow I've ever heard, and a penchant for climbing curtains. He's a little bit wild and a whole lot sweet, and he reminds me of Priest, all aloof and standoffish one minute and purring in my lap the next. A daredevil who doesn't give a fuck. And he's a great cuddler. What was that noise? Isla wants to know. Do you have a cat? I do. I smile, thinking about the first time Sid and I met. It was love at first sight. Pics or it didn't happen? Hang on. I swipe out of the phone conversation and open my camera, snap a picture of Sid, and send it. He's adorable! Those eyes! Right? There's a pause. So you're really not coming back? My apartment in Iowa is no pets, and I'm not giving up Sid. I pause, weighing how I'll phrase the rest of what I want to say. Also, I met a guy. Shut up! What's his name? Not another NHL player. No, and Jackson wasn't in the NHL when we met. I've been binge reading a lot of hockey romance lately, so I guess I was trying to manifest it for you. Have you seen how flexible those goalies are? I laugh. It's criminal. And then I stop laughing and try not to cry. But anyway, we broke up, so it's not a thing anymore. But being with him made me realize that I wanted to stay here and put down some roots. Specifically, I want to run my father's businesses. I'm not going to just pass them off to Priest. Part of me wants to prove myself, to him, to the memory of my father, to myself. It sucks that it didn't work out. Yeah, I agree, my throat thick. I will get over him. It may take months or even years, but I will get over Matteo Andriani. Are you going to transfer to finish your MFA? Isla asks. I am. I'm still deciding where I want to be. I'm still deciding a lot after everything that happened between Priest and me. That's the thing, Isla says. When something is right, you know it. Take your time, Luna. You'll have your pick of the best programs out there. We talk for another 2 hours, catching up exactly where we left off. I laugh until I cry, and when we finally end the call, I'm left with my best friend's words haunting me. When something is right, you know it. What Priest and I had felt right, even though it shouldn't have, even though every single thing about it was wrong. Sid digs his claws into my thigh, tearing me from my thoughts as I wince. You're right, little guy. Fuck him. but I don't hate Priest the way I should. I still love him. I still long for him. And, like it or not, he's still my husband. Until I sign the papers.
Priest. It's 9 a.m, and I'm on my second Johnny Walker Blue. I'm not going to say this is a regular occurrence, but in the month since I walked away from Luna, it's happened more than once a week. I'm not proud of it, but I've been a wreck without her, and I'll do anything to numb the pain. Saint is rattling off a bunch of shit at me, most of which I haven't listened to and don't care about. He's my consigliere for a reason. He should be handling it. And why do I need the rundown? Business is booming. The families are unified. I'm the Don. I have everything I ever wanted. Everything except her. It's a hollow, sad fucking victory. Because it turns out that having it all without the woman you love at your side is the same as having nothing. So the Bratva is good with the latest shipment? I ask like I fucking care. Okay, that's not fair. I do care, a little. As much as I need to care. Enough to do my job, anyway. In the last month, we've forged a new alliance with the Bratva. It's been going well so far. Scorpion's contact reports back that all is going well, and the Pecan is pleased, Saint tells me, watching as I down the rest of my glass and pour another. You're having another drink? No, I'm going to confession. What the fuck does it look like I'm doing? I pour a double just to annoy the fucker. And then I take an exaggerated sip when I'm done. What else do you have for me? I spoke with Lazaro. Lazaro is one of my lawyers, one who's recently been given a very specific task. I stiffen and take another drink. Where are we at in the proceedings? I don't say divorce. I can't seem to get the word out. It's bitter on my tongue. Like ash. I don't want a divorce either. But I know it's what I need to do. For Luna's sake. Lazaro sent the initial paperwork to Luna to review, but she's dragging her feet about Tommaso's businesses. Claims she wants to keep them and run them herself. I'm inwardly impressed by her defiance. It's standard Luna, and I love it. But I'm also a businessman, and her running them makes no sense when she's in Iowa writing poetry. She doesn't live here. How the fuck is she going to run the businesses? Saint's expression shifts. He doesn't say anything for a second. And he doesn't need to. She doesn't live here, I repeat. She went back to Iowa the day after that shit went down with Amadeo. I'm waiting for my brother to repeat this truth, which I've kept locked around my heart for the last month, like barbed fucking wire. But he doesn't. Where is she? I growl. She's here, Saint says. Here where? Here in the city. She didn't fly out the next day. Doc said it was too soon given the concussion. We set her up here in a hotel until she was cleared for travel, but when the time came for that, Luna told me she decided to stay. She rented an apartment on the south side. I stare at my brother. Everything inside me freezing, going numb. You mean to tell me that Luna has been here in the same city as me for the last 4 fucking weeks, and no one thought to tell me? Saint winces. We've all been instructed not to say her name. True, but fuck him. Since when do any of you assholes listen to my fucking instructions? I hiss, furious. My brother's face is carefully expressionless. We always listen to your instructions, Don Andriani. The fuck you do. I shoot out of my seat, restless as a caged lion. Why is she still here? You'd have to ask her yourself. Ask her myself? Well, that means seeing her. And I can't risk seeing Luna again. I'll want her too damn much. I won't be able to walk away a second time. I pass a hand over my jaw as I start to pace my office. Fuck!
I can drop you a pin with her address.
I turn on him. Have you been to her apartment? He shrugs.
Yeah. Wanted to make sure she's settled in and all that.
He's been seeing Luna, and he never said a word. I want to strangle him, but I also want to know more. How is she?
You turned your back on her right after she survived being kidnapped and beat up by Amadeo the animal. If you want to know how she's doing, why don't you see for yourself?
I did it to protect her, and you know it. She didn't want this life, and if she stayed in it, it would have killed her.
Maybe, maybe not.
I stalk toward him. What the fuck does that mean?
It means that you made the choice for her, fratello mio. You didn't ask her if she wanted this life, or if she wanted to stay with you. You just walked away from her when she was broken and hurting.
Saint's not wrong. As much as I want to punch my brother right now, he's not the problem in this room. I am. And I'm the only one who can fix this mess I've made. I fucking love her. And if she stayed, maybe, just maybe, that means she has feelings for me too. Send me the pen.
Chapter 30. Luna. I take the last sip of my espresso and find it cold. Sid is purring in my lap, and I've just sent off a poetry submission to a highly regarded literary journal. Keeping myself busy, I've discovered, is one way to keep my mind off Priest. I wish I didn't miss him. I wish I hadn't fallen in love with him. I wish so many things. Sighing, I rub Sid under his chin in his favorite spot. He rolls obligingly, giving me more access. At least we have each other. I rescued Sid, and he did the same for me. My phone lights up on my desk with the contact for the building's entry system. Looks like I have a visitor. It's taken me a few weeks not to hope that it's Priest every time someone drops by, but it's never him. I answer.
Mrs. Andriani?
The name still feels wrong, especially since I never legally changed it, and I'll soon be getting a divorce anyway. It takes me a beat to adjust, and then recognize the voice at the other end. Rocco? Is that you? He clears his throat.
Yes, Mrs. Andriani, it's me.
For a second, I think he's here because he drove Priest. My heart soars, but then Rocco speaks again, and it promptly plummets to earth.
The boss found one of your books, and he asked me to bring it to you.
A book, not Priest. Why would I have thought it would be him? Stupid Luna. He doesn't want you, doesn't love you. I think that's what hurts the most. Everything we went through, everything we shared, and then for him to turn his back on me, it was like he flipped a switch and became someone else.
Mrs. Andriani, you there?
Rocco asks politely. Shit, I was lost in my thoughts. Again. Come up. Sid jumps from my lap and then stretches before wandering toward the window and the kitty perch I put together for him there. I stand and take a deep breath, willing my ridiculous emotions to calm down. I should be able to hold it together long enough for Rocco to drop off the book. I didn't even notice one was missing. Probably because my books are still packed neatly in a box, sitting on the floor of the spare bedroom. Unpacking them felt like a final admission that everything was over between Priest and me, and I just haven't been able to do it yet. Maybe today will be the day. There's a knock at my door. I rush to the bathroom and look in the mirror. I'm not wearing any makeup, but at least my hair is clean. I've looked worse, and there's nothing stuck between my teeth. I don't know why I care about my appearance, but for some reason, the thought of Rocco reporting back to Priest that I look like I haven't been sleeping hurts my ego. Another knock sounds, this one a bit louder, so I leave the bathroom and head to the door. Without looking out the peephole, I disengage the deadbolt and chain. When I open the door, it's not Rocco standing there, holding my copy of My Life by Water in his beautiful tattooed hands. It's Priest. "Hey," he says, like it's the most natural thing in the world for him to be standing at my apartment door after he ghosted me a month ago. His voice is as deep and delicious as I remember, a little raspy, a little rough. "Hey," I manage, feeling suddenly vulnerable. I'm not wearing a bra. I'm dressed in an old concert tee and booty shorts. My heart may have been crushed by this man, but my body doesn't care. It's drinking in all 6'3" of gorgeous gangster. He rakes me from head to toe with a burning stare, like he's reading my mind, and then his icy blue eyes return to mine. "Can I come in?" Letting him into my space is a bad idea. A terrible, no good, horrible idea. I should grab the book and tell him to fuck off. "Sure," I say instead, taking a step back. He saunters into my apartment like he belongs here, and I close the door behind him. "So this is your place." I cross my arms over my chest because my nipples are saluting him, and I don't want him to get any ideas. This is my place. God, he's so sexy, so devastatingly handsome. He's wearing a suit that clings to his muscled body, and his hair is a bit longer than it was when I saw him last. He's grown a beard. The beard is hot. Looking a bit closer, I see dark shadows under his eyes. I wonder if he's had the same trouble sleeping that I have, if breaking up with me affected him at all, because it destroyed me. "Why did you decide to stay?" he asks, his gaze intense, so intense I almost have to look away. "Because I didn't want to go back to Iowa, not after everything." Sid makes a small mew from over at the window, protesting a stranger in his space. Priest frowns. "What was that noise?" "It's Sid." His cool mask shatters. He looks furious. "Who the fuck is Sid?" The urge to let him wallow in jealousy is strong. He's got some nerve. He's the one who left me. But I'm too emotionally drained to play games. "He's my cat," I explain, gesturing to where Sid is lying on his kitty perch, pinning Priest with a wary seafoam glare. "You have a cat?" "Yup." I pop the pea, feeling awkward and raw and ragged. I love this man. So much it's an ache deep inside me. He rubs his jaw, still holding my book in one hand. He should look ridiculous. A tatted, dangerous mafia don standing in my modest apartment holding a book of poetry. But he doesn't, and I want to wrap myself around him and never let go, which annoys me. "Look," I snap, "not to be rude, but why are you here?" "To give you this book." He holds it out to me. I take it from him. "Thanks. I guess it got left behind in the shuffle." "It didn't." "What do you mean?" "I kept it." He passes a hand over his jaw again, looking uncomfortable. "When the guys packed up your things, I took this book." "Why?" "Because I wanted to keep some small part of you, even if I couldn't have you." My stomach bottoms out. I don't understand. "When I got that call from Bruno telling me you'd been taken, it was the worst fucking day of my life, Luna.
And when I saw you being held hostage at gunpoint, I lost it. I realized that I had to free you from me, from the marriage, from the fucked up world I live in. I couldn't risk you getting hurt again, or worse. He pauses, runs a hand through his dark hair. So I walked away from you. It was the most difficult thing I've ever done. This last month has been hell without you. My heart is pounding so furiously that I wonder if he can hear it. If it was so hard, why did you stay away for so long? Because I didn't know you were here. I just found out this morning that you never left. This whole time, I've been thinking that I made the right decision, that you were back in Iowa where you wanted to be, that I'd given you back the future that I'd taken from you. But the second I learned you were here, I knew I had to come to you. I'm a selfish motherfucker because I couldn't let you have your space. Not without telling you that I love you. He loves me. Priest just told me that he loves me. I set my book down on the counter before I drop it, because my record isn't currently that great. And then I stare at him, a slow, steady burst of hope blossoming deep inside me, growing bigger with every second. You love me, I repeat. I should have told you before, he says solemnly. I should have let you make the choice for yourself a month ago. But I didn't, and I was wrong, and I'm so fucking sorry. I've been a wreck without you, baby. Tears sting my eyes. Same. He comes to me then, hauling me into his arms. It feels right. So right. It feels like coming home. He buries his face in my hair and inhales like he's desperate to drink me in. The choice is yours, Luna. You know what my world is like. I can't change who I am, and I can't promise that there will never be danger. It comes with the territory. But I can promise you that I'll love you forever, that I'll treat you like a queen, that I'll do everything in my power to make you happy. I tip my head back to look at him. You don't want a divorce? I never wanted a divorce. Amore mio, I'm so fucking in love with you that I can't think straight. Good, because I don't want a divorce either. I stop, taking a breath, because this is a huge step for me. It feels a little like jumping off a cliff, taking the leap from the life I thought I wanted for myself to the life I can build with him. And I feel the same way. I love you too. You do? I cup his face in my hands, my heart squeezing painfully in my chest. I do. Fuck, baby. His face hardens then. Consider this your warning. I set you free once, but I'm not strong enough to do it again. If you go home with me today, I'm never letting you go. I know how much an admission like this cost him, and it makes me love him even more. I don't want you to let me go, I tell him. I want to be with you, Matteo. Always. Whatever that means for us. We'll figure it out together. With a growl, he slams his mouth onto mine. I wrap my arms around his neck and kiss him back. He lifts me off the floor, ravishing my mouth like he's been starving for me. We're breathless when we come up for air. Which door is to your bedroom, baby? I nod toward a door at my right. In there. He scoops me up. It's been too long since I've been inside you. My clit pulses. Yes. In a blur, he carries me into my bedroom and lays me gently on the bed. He strips me slowly, kissing every inch of my skin as he unwraps me like I'm the best present on Christmas morning. When he buries his face between my legs, I arch into his mouth. I missed you, baby. He thrusts his tongue into me, then flicks it over my clit, showing me just how much. I missed you, too, I manage on a moan as he sucks hard and then sinks 2 fingers deep. I've missed this gorgeous pussy. He fucks me with his fingers until I come undone. My orgasm roars through me like a hurricane. Priest starts stripping out of his suit. I sit up to help him, tearing off his clothes, desperate to be naked with him. Then he presses me back on the bed and sinks into me in one thrust. He fuses his mouth over mine and kisses me like I'm breakable, making love to me slowly, tenderly, making me feel how much he loves me with every kiss, every touch. This time is different from the others that came before, our connection deeper, stronger than ever. He circles my clit and sucks my nipple, and just like that, I lose control, clenching on his cock as he drives into me. It doesn't take long before he reaches his own release, as the ripples of mine are still surging through me. At the last second, he pulls out and grips his cock as he paints my stomach with hot spurts. I'm so fucking glad you forgive me for fucking everything up, he murmurs as he takes me into his arms, not even bothering to clean me up. I like wearing him on me anyway. I missed him more than I can possibly convey. I kiss his chest right over his steadily beating heart, cuddled intimately against him. Just so you know, Sid is part of the package now. He chuckles and sifts his fingers through my hair. Whatever makes you happy, amore mio.
Epilogue. Priest.
You ready, fratello mio?
Saint asks. My bare feet are covered in white sand. The sun is shining. The azure waves are gently lapping at the Caribbean shore. And I'm about to marry the woman I love for the 2nd time. But this go-around, it's not a rushed, arranged marriage in an intimidating cathedral. It's a private beach wedding in St. Thomas at the luxury resort we recently invested in, with only our closest friends and family. I'm more than ready, I tell my brother, best man, and consigliere. For the last year, Luna and I have been living together figuring our shit out. She transferred to a dynamite MFA program in the city and finished her degree. I'm so fucking proud of her. It ought to be a crime. She's been publishing poetry under a pseudonym to keep the family business separate from her work, a compromise she says she doesn't mind one bit. Her cat has been plotting my murder because I spend every night in Luna's bed and I don't like to share. Sid will get over it eventually. I'm Don of the joined families, and we've expanded our territory and developed stronger ties than ever with the Bratva, thanks to Scorpion. Luna manages her dad's businesses, and she's converted part of the club into a combination coffee house and independent bookstore. Life is better than I ever dared to imagine it could be. I'm the luckiest asshole this side of the equator. And I'm about to get even luckier when my woman walks down the aisle to me.
What's with the shit-eating grin?
Saint asks me, playfully kicking sand in my direction. Just thinking about how fucking lucky I am. Saint shakes his head. You are lucky to have Luna. My sister-in-law's a kick-ass woman. But don't let all this go to that fat head of yours or you won't be able to fit through a fucking door. You are lucky you're my brother, I warn him. But it's a good-natured warning, and he knows it. Saint can get away with more than anyone can, except for Luna. And maybe, just maybe, that gray and white bundle of fur she brought home. I'll never admit that I'm the one who keeps buying Sid the catnip bananas that have been popping up all over the penthouse. That secret dies with me. I am lucky that I'm your brother, Saint says, getting all serious on me as he claps me on the shoulder. I'm proud of you, fratello mio. You deserve to be happy. You both do. I hate to interrupt this moment because you two look like you're about to start braiding hair and painting toenails, Scorpion interjects, plucking at his white linen shirt.
But if this show doesn't get on the road soon, I'm gonna have to take this fucking thing off. I'm sweating to death. Yeah, what the hell is this thing made of anyway? Lucky wants to know. Linen. I give my brothers a look. Luna chose them. They both know better than to say a fucking thing about the shirts after that. The wedding planner heads our way then. She's wearing sandals and a tropical-looking dress, and she radiates grandma who bakes you cookies for breakfast vibes. She gives us a beaming, toothy smile. It's time to get into position, gentlemen. The guests are all seated, and the ceremony is about to start. We dutifully follow her to the archway on the beach. It's been lined with Luna's favorite flowers, white roses and hydrangeas. I take up my position at the makeshift altar, Saint next to me, and face our guests. I catch Zia Maria sniffling into a tissue and have to blink really hard against a rush of emotion. You crying? Saint asks, keeping his voice low. Sand in my eyes, I lie. A sudden wave of nerves hits me. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The moment that doesn't erase the past and its ugliness, but the moment that atones for it. Luna and I may already be technically married, but this is the wedding day we'll look back on and celebrate. How do I look? I mutter to my brother. You don't look bad, Saint tells me. For an ugly fucker? I shake my head. Asshole. We don't have any more time to exchange insults, because the violinist begins playing, and Luna's bridesmaids start down the aisle one by one. I barely even notice any of them. It's my wife I'm waiting to see. But when the maid of honor, Luna's best friend, Isla, starts walking toward us in a flowing light blue dress, I hear Saint curse at my side. I glance at him, curious. His eyes are glued to her, an intensity in his expression that I've never seen on him before. Who the fuck is that? He growls in a hushed voice. That's Luna's best friend, I murmur. Isla. Fuck. As he curses, Isla's attention slips to Saint. Her eyes go wide, and she stumbles in the sand. For a second, I'm afraid she's going to pitch face first onto the beach. I take a step forward, intending to catch her, but Isla rights herself, pink tinging her high cheekbones. Clutching her bouquet like it's a weapon, she goes to her place at the altar, pointedly averting her gaze from my brother. Saint is also glancing in the opposite direction, his reaction to seeing Luna's friend equally as odd. Since we arrived on the island, Luna's been entertaining the bridal party while I've been taking care of the groomsmen. It's nice to unwind and catch up in this gorgeous, sun-drenched location. Isla arrived a bit later than the others because of a work commitment. As far as I was aware, Saint and the rest of my brothers hadn't met her yet, which I intended to rectify during the reception. But from the looks of things, my brother and Isla are already acquainted, and neither of them looks too happy about it. Interesting. Before I can think too much about this development, the violinist begins to play Can't Help Falling in Love, and Luna is walking down the aisle to me. She's fucking beautiful. Her long hair down in loose, beachy waves, her white silk gown molded to her sexy body in a way that makes me want to scoop her up in my arms and carry her off so no one else can see her in it. She has one white rose in her hair, and the diamond necklace I gave her for her birthday around her throat. The matching earrings sparkling from her ears. She's carrying a bouquet of white hydrangeas, and as she catches my eye, she smiles. This woman. She's changed me, made me whole, and I intend to spend the rest of my life worshiping her. She reaches me. We lock eyes, and I hold out my hand. When she takes it, I bring her fingers to my lips for a kiss. You are perfect, amore mio. Ti amo, she whispers. Ti amo, baby. Let's get married the right way this time. I lace our fingers together, and then we hold each other's hands and recite our vows under the Caribbean sun.
surrounded by everyone we love. This recording of Brutal Devil, a dark arranged marriage mafia romance, was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Mia Madison and Xander Stone. Copyright 2025 by Scarlett Scott, writing as Laura Whitney. Recording copyright 2026 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.